Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching 8th and final part of What If Naruto Awakens Celestial Chakra. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Orochimaru was screaming once more from the power of Minato's legendary technique. The Yugure commander had been attacking the Snake Sani non-stop since his introduction. The Namikaze's Hiraishin Kanai, which let him instantly teleport anywhere within the barrier, were scattered all over the battleground. Through the use of snake summoning, Orochimaru was able to conceal himself and ultimately insert the sealing talismans into the fully animated undead shinobi, turning them into mindless killing machines, a feat that could only have been accomplished by luck and deft execution. Now the two undead were fighting like mad against the Sandaime and E, turning the whole rooftop into a veritable mangrove forest, trees submerged in water with a nearby swamp. But as Orochimaru suffered under Minato's control, utterly unaware of the seal markers applied to his body, none of this occurred to him in his warped mind. His thoughts were fixed on something frustrating and unachievable. Minato seems to be alive. It was assumed he was dead. No, he had passed away. The sacrifice that took his life was something the Snake Sanin had seen. And yet here he was, making him repeatedly shed and regenerate. Half of his chakra reserves had already been depleted, and since the Yugure commander had appeared, he had been unable to strike back. How? You're supposed to be dead. I witnessed your death. How are you still alive? Minato chuckled and eventually halted his attack. Do you really think I'm so naive as to tell someone seeking immortality how I'm still alive? You know of my ambition, Minato. So? Just think of how Konoha would benefit from my research. What are you talking about, Orochimaru? Immortality, shinobi that can serve their village for centuries. Shinobi that can never die. Think of the possibilities. All you have to do is tell me your secret. Konoha would become the greatest shinobi village of all time. And again, you insult my intelligence, Orochimaru. You're attacking the very village you proclaim to help, and yet you expect me to believe your words? Minato grumbled. But, just to screw with that twisted mind of yours, I'll tell you this. I'm technically still dead. The mystery that was in front of Orochimaru had his mind spinning. By that, what did he mean? How was he going to be both dead and alive simultaneously? Even if he had to coerce him, he had to find out. Though his soul was already immortal, the bodies kept deteriorating and rejecting him, so perhaps this is the missing piece of information he's been looking for to have a permanent host. He had to have whatever Minato had done. Senei ta. URK. However, Minato materialized above him with a second chakra orb driving itself into the Sanin's body, just as Orochimaru was ready to unleash dozens of lethal snakes. The former Yondaime yelled, "Too slow, Orochimaru," as he kicked his opponent's body out of the way and vanished in a flash of yellow. A millisecond later, he resurfaced in Orochimaru's path, a sphere of swirling chakra liquefying the clone of mud the Sanin had replaced himself in a hurry. You've become more agile since our previous battle, but you're still as nimble as a snake, Minato praised, finding his opponent with lightning speed. However, Minato used the Rokushiki, the official taijutsu of Yugure, Twilight, which is meant to defeat the most formidable opponents, despite his opponent's increased speed. It was quick, accurate, and easily expanded upon by any new abilities a practitioner might acquire. Whichever ability Orochimaru developed, it was sufficient because it did not make him unbeatable. Rankyaku, Storm Leg. As Orochimaru ducked beneath the chakra wave, he didn't reply right away, instead taking some time to observe Minato's slouched posture as a sign of exhaustion. He grinned. And you've become weaker, it's obvious that whatever you did to survive cost you. The Snake Sanin chuckled, drawing his sword and casually whirling it to ward off more waves. With a cackle, Orochimaru charged with Kusanagi raised to kill, but boy, was he in for a surprise. I can see that your stamina is running low, and while you've admittedly used a large amount of chakra fighting me, it's nowhere near the amount a former Hokage of Konohagakure should possess. You're weak now. A seal. Shaped pattern of glowing green lines shot out of Minato's chest, seemingly in direct opposition to Orochimaru's assertion. The seal disappeared as a blue aura encircled the Yugure commander and appeared to seep into his body. After doing that, Minato straightened up and showed no signs of exhaustion. Not even Orochimaru had a chance. Jia. With two legendary moves of his own, Minato slammed Orochimaru into the ground, forcing the last of the air out of his body. The original appeared behind his opponent, sword in mid thrust, and then the broken body crumbled, revealing a smoldering pile of mud that had once been a clone. The commander whirled around, blocking the attack, only to be pushed back when Orochimaru's arm was encircled by 7 serpents. They all had blades sticking out of their mouths, and they all lunged forward, trying to stab their victim in the head from every angle. Yamata no Mai, Dance of the 8 Branches. Neji, Evasion. With a twist, Minato miraculously evaded the seemingly inevitable attack, then avoided the one after that. His body was loose, charged with chakra, and free flowing. For the next minute, the former Hokage skillfully sidestepped every attack, even with Orochimaru's best efforts. Considering that the shinobi will be using 8 blades at progressively random intervals, avoiding should be impossible. Orochimaru was becoming more and more irritated, and Minato smiled. How? He snarled. How can you still be so powerful? How are you still above me? To cheat even death when I could not? Haven't you already stolen enough from me? Orochimaru yelled. His interest shifted after Minato defeated him for the role of Hokage. He had attempted to postpone death, to resist it, to overcome it, for years, even decades. Something that no man could achieve and that nobody could take from him. By doing this, he would become immortal, the height of power. Death may hold sway over everyone, but Orochimaru would be the only entity free from its chilling hold. He would become the pinnacle of existence. And this man in front of him, the magnificent secrets he held to reach his objective, he would have them. Tell me your secrets. The swords all of a sudden connected, causing a sly grin to quickly turn into shock as the swords bounced off. Not a chance. Tekai, Iron Mass. Impossible. Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. The Sannin was blasted back after the orb of pure chakra lodged itself deeply in his stomach, almost liquefying his internal organs. Unfortunately for him, the commander was far from finished as he finished with a roundhouse kick to the face and a dozen Hiraishin kunai buried all over his body. He was thrown backward into the destroying barrier by the attack's sheer force. Naturally, though, the swiftest shinobi in history would not give his opponent a second chance. Minato appeared beside Orochimaru before the flames of the barrier could even start to consume his body. His speed was so great that it caused duplicates of himself to appear on all sides. All of these clones were equipped with the method that the snake Sannin felt he was growing too close to. This is gonna cause pain. Rasenryuseo, Spiraling Meteor Shower. The sensation was akin to a single, enormous Rasengan being forcefully slammed into his body, albeit with multiple times the intensity due to the direct collisions between the rotations. Because of his lightning fast reflexes, Minato was able to attack nearly simultaneously at every point on his body, making the attack unrelenting. It seemed to Orochimaru that a group of Rasengans were attacking him, and it wasn't just him. With his Hiraishin kunai strewn all over the rooftop battlefield, Minato was able to replicate his attack on the 2 undead Hokages, leaving a trail of blood and ash behind him. It seemed as though he could appear in dozens of locations at once. Everyone in the area could only look on in amazement at the spectacle. This demonstrated the power of the Kiroi Senko, also known as Yellow Flash. Before the attack finally ended, Orochimaru felt as though an eternity had passed. The snake Sannin was left horribly burned and bloody, and Minato had solidified above him, ready to kill him. But Orochimaru wasn't just any ordinary Sannin. Despite the excruciating pain, the Sannin managed to use his face-down position to shed his skin, vanishing into the roof at the exact moment that Yugure Commander's spiraling chakra orb cracked a crater into the tile floor where Orochimaru had been lying. As yet another seal flashed across his body, Minato muttered, "Damn. That's my 12th one. I still have plenty of backups, but I have to end this now so that they can get here." Minato dodged under Orochimaru's unexpected sword swing as a faint chakra flared. With a swift countermove of his own special kunai, their blades collided in a shower of sparks. With skill befitting their titles, the two started trading blows, letting their own weapons smash into one another. Every blow appeared to be easily blocked or parried, and then the cycle proceeded in the opposite direction. At last, Minato's lightning fast reflexes, which were astonishing even in the absence of his infamous technique, came into play and delivered a powerful blow that drove Orochimaru back into the barrier. The Sannin was attacked with lightning fast taijutsu combos before he could even start to heal, each one topped off with a kunai buried deep into his chest. Given that the snake Sanin's body had been altered to make it immune to all mortal toxins, it was obvious that Minato had laced his weapons with poison extracted from demons because Orochimaru was in excruciating pain and could hardly remain conscious. However strong the demonic poisons were that the blonde had acquired, Orochimaru could actually feel his body disintegrating from exposure to them. There wasn't much time left, but the Sanin sensed his opponent's chakra building in his hand before he could act. When he attempted to break free, a strong uppercut sent him hurtling skyward, temporarily paralyzing him from more than just the poison. Minato reappeared above him in an instant, his legs kicking out chakra blades so fast and so coordinated that it looked more like acrobatics than fighting. Numerous tiny chakra blades crashed down on Orochimaru's paralyzed body, causing him to be slammed into the roof below. The chakra blades did little more than scrape and lacerate the Sanin, who was extremely fortunate to have improved his physique. Regretfully, his opponent changed strategies after realizing that his technique was ineffective despite the Rokushiki's intended demon destruction. Orochimaru felt a sharp pain suddenly explode in his chest without any prior warning. Glancing downwards, it became evident that Minato's fingers were embedded in his body, encircling his heart, rather than a Rasengan. Orochimaru thought weakly, to actually pierce my chakra. Reinforced skin. Such speed and strength. Minato gave a menacing smile and said, Rasengoshigen, spiraling five-finger gun. It was possibly one of the most lethal ninjutsu and taijutsu combos imaginable. The legendary drilling power of Yuger's unique taijutsu style, the Rokushiki, combined with Minato's own technique. With the tiny Rasengan on each of his fingertips, Minato was able to pierce through Orochimaru's chakra. Enforced skin with ease. Even worse, the chakra orbs on each of Minato's fingers were still active as they were purposefully impaled around the Sanin's heart. The Yugure commander was now clenching his fist slowly, allowing the tiny Rasengans to slowly and deliberately pierce Orochimaru's heart with excruciating slowness. It was awful. Beyond anything the Sanin had ever experienced, excruciating pain that compounded the effects of the poison. He had to get away. Suiden. Suiryuden, water release, water dragon projectile. In an attempt to break them apart, Orochimaru gave the revived Nidaime Hokage a mental command to unleash a strong water dragon toward the Yugure commander. Regretfully. I won't allow you to regenerate, Minato muttered, understanding Orochimaru's motivations with ease. Rather than sidestepping, he threw the taken-aback snake Sanin into the raging torrent of water and proceeded to aim his infamous technique once more into the man's broken chest. If the Shoden hadn't stepped in and placed a hardened wood sphere around Orochimaru as protection, the combination of being bludgeoned and drilled on either side would have undoubtedly killed him. The moment it managed to fend off the ninjutsu attacks from both sides gave the Sanin enough time to regenerate and make their escape via substitution. Regretfully, Orochimaru's chakra had been depleted to the point where 2/3 of it was gone due to the constant use of regenerations. This can't continue much longer. It's time to show off my strongest suit. For the first time in decades, Orochimaru swallowed a soldier pill and then blurred through several seals before slamming his hands together and unleashing a torrent of chakra onto the rooftop. A large white snake then slithered out of the ground and wrapped itself around Orochimaru, creating a barrier of protection against what lay ahead. Kachiyose. Yato. No. Kami. Summoning. Gods of the Night Sword. Suddenly, the area inside the barrier grew dark, as though the outside light had been completely blocked. Sarutobi muttered, I don't like the feeling of this, and raised the changed Enma he had called in earlier to get ready. With a curse, Minato remarked, nor do I. I think he might have used that technique. What's worse, he could be trying to use that technique behind the shield. That may be so. If that's so, we may need Jiraiya. I do not detect him anywhere nearby. With a muttered, neither have I. Just be glad they haven't used that yet. Minato dodged the Raikage's lightning. Enhanced punch and flew into the path of a flying Hokage. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. A gigantic snake sprang out of the roof, intending to stab Minato in the shoulder, just as he was about to forcefully disintegrate and seal the resurrected Shoden. The Yugure commander nearly received a fatal venom injection, but his razor sharp reflexes spared him, enabling him to destroy the summoned creature in revenge. Minato used his notorious move to reappear a short distance away, next to Sarutobi and E, who had also managed to avoid unexpected snake attacks. Sarutobi. What is going on? Exclaimed the Raikage, inquiring not only about the quantity of snakes he was facing but also about the Yondaime Hokage, with whom he had previously engaged in combat, appearing to be back. That last snake appeared without a seal array. And you Minato, you're supposed to be dead. Without responding, Minato vaporized another snake, causing another seal to activate in the process. They had begun to appear more frequently, in greater numbers, and in larger sizes. At this rate, they would become overpowered. He was aware of this since he had learned through intelligence that Orochimaru had acquired some fabled, outlawed skills. This technique is the Kenjutsu of the Yamada no Orochi, the Edo no Kami, gods of the Night Sword. It projects the user's chakra over an entire area and transforms it into one massive summoning array. Basically, it allows the user to materialize an infinite number of snake summons at any point of solid space. This technique was designed to take out entire armies. Only half of this information registered in I's mind, still trying to make sense of Minato's seemingly normal life. You still haven't answered my question, Minato. How are you still alive? Your death was known worldwide, but we have more pressing matters, I realize that. But for all I know, you could be part of the Edo Tensei. I'm not, it's complicated. I think I deserve an answer, Minato. The former Yondaime Hokage replied, it's going to have to wait, before vanishing to attack the two undead Hokages. Look, we don't have time for this. I'll handle the Edo Tensei. You two get over to Orochimaru and stop this technique. Rankyaku, Shigur, Stormleg, Autumn Rain. Even as Minato rained down tiny chakra blades on their foes, the Raikage scowled, clearly unsatisfied with the dismissal. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Sarutobi cut him off. The massive snake head that rose to swallow him was instantly destroyed by the scorching flames of the Sandaime Hokage's technique. Raikage. Dono, what you are asking is unfortunately an S-class Konoha's secret. But given your involuntary participation, perhaps we can arrange for a deal so that I can explain once this is over. For now, we must focus on Orochimaru, Kaden, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Orochimaru's chakra was starting to soar as the summoned creatures started to encircle them. Before nodding and turning on his lightning armor to its fullest, he electrocuted a number of snakes. I'm holding you to that, Sarutobi, let's finish that bastard snake off. Kukuku, do you truly believe you can accomplish such an impossible feat? Sarutobi and were clearly offended by this mocking remark, but before they could respond, the enormous serpent that had been serving as a barrier started to uncoil, revealing to Sarutobi an awful scene. Orochimaru had returned to the battle, but he was a different man now. There was only one explanation for this drastic change. Darkening pigmentation surrounding his eye markings that extended to his shoulders, hazy markings all over his body that resembled scales, and the appearance of 4 horns emerging from the back of his head. Sage Mode. Sarutobi had just one response to this. Shit. Regarding Jinchuriki, the Ichibi's vessel was regarded as the weakest by most. In spite of this, Sabaku no Gaara was regarded by many as one of Sanagakure's most formidable and dangerous shinobi, and for good reason. His whole ninjutsu repertoire was derived from the desert, which he used in positively lethal ways. The Shukaku no Ichibi was his teacher and an additional source of inspiration. The manipulation of sand and moisture rendered both close quarters and ranged combat extremely lethal for any adversary, no matter how skilled they were. The ground beneath the adolescent's feet had dried out and cracked, losing all of its moisture. To put it plainly, Gaara was not the kind of person one would want to run into in a dark alley, let alone fight, but still. Raiden. Shirai, Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. Like a sniper shot, a powerful bolt of lightning tore through the air, piercing right through the rising shield of sand and almost killing the Jinchuriki. Despite the fact that Gaara's opponents had started their fight with an overabundance of fire. Natured ninjutsu, they soon discovered that it was insufficient to defeat or penetrate the controlled sand. As a result, they had swiftly shifted to using lightning, and while its abilities were starting to show results, it wouldn't matter in the end. The world could be all his to command as the sands danced beneath his fingertips. And with such strength, he would demonstrate his existence. The deranged Jinchuriki cried out, "Die!" Sabaku Hado, treasured sword of the desert. Several crescent blades of quickly circulating sand, in contrast to the typical waves of crushing sand, sliced their way through the air toward Gaara's 3 opponents. Sand sliced clean through smoke, trees, buildings, and even the 5 naive battling shinobi, regardless of their allegiance. That was his strength. His sands would shatter even the hardest diamond. Nevertheless, his opponents appeared uninterested, thwarting his attack with a nearly carefree demeanor. They were ignoring him, chatting among themselves, and acting as though his existence had no significance. It appeared as though they didn't value him. With a lightning fast flash, one of the 2 kunoichi blasted a tendril aside, saying, "This is getting annoying." A powerful bolt of lightning shot from her fingertips toward her opponent, only to be stopped in its tracks by Gaara's automated defense. She was new here and saw her friend's predicament and jumped right into the fight. "We need a plan." "I am aware," the other kunoichi remarked. "Got any ideas, you Chan?" "None that wouldn't result in one of us getting killed, Izumi." "What about your hell release techniques?" "I'd rather not waste my celestial chakra until we have a clear shot." As he avoided a sand tendril, the Kumo Nin exclaimed, "Well, that sucks." The Nibi Jinchuriki shrugged as she stood squatted on a flagpole. Her gracefulness and adaptability, which were inevitably feline, were amazing to see. "Well, we could try using our more powerful elemental techniques, but with that automatic defense, the chances of hitting him are pretty slim." "Damn it, if only we knew some water ninju." Garia ahhhhhh. Gaara lost it when he saw his opponents ignore him, in his eyes, and downplay his existence when they were meant to be engaged in combat. The gourd strapped across his back erupted with a roar, and the redhead was suddenly covered in layers of sand. It eventually took on the shape of a massive clawed arm covering his entire right arm and the right side of his face, giving it peculiar tanuki features and growing a large tail out of his back. All the parts of his changed body were covered in blue, vein-like patterns. After completing his metamorphosis, Gaara roared, gritting his freshly sharpened teeth and scanning his surroundings quickly with his twisted eyes. He certainly appeared enraged. "Fuck. Yeah, not good, definitely one of those, oh fuck, moments," Izumi screamed. The lightning release armor that the 2 kunoichi instantly activated would, thankfully, offer a strong defense even against its elemental weakness. It also increased the strength of their lightning fast ninjutsu, which is currently a huge benefit. Incoming. Futon. Mugen Sajin. Daitopa, wind release, infinite sand cloud. Great breakthrough. A massive wind, enhanced by sand, erupted from several mouths that surfaced all over Gaara's body. The massive onslaught was so strong that it soon destroyed most of the stone structures in its path. Raiden. Raiden no Yari, lightning release, spear of thunder and lightning. Their armor boosted the twin electrical javelins, which shot straight through the storm but fizzled out when they came into contact with Gaara's armor. In fact, the sand had taken on an almost glossy sheen, hardening the armor of the Jinchuriki. Besides, the wind had moved on, chipping away at the stone debris that the 2 kunoichi had taken cover behind. Too weak. Oh come on. The weaker version pierces his sand earlier. He has Yoki running through it and the wind ninjutsu weakened our attacks, Yugito murmured. "I'm going to try the upgraded version." "You sure? It might kill him." "He's the enemy." "Who cares?" Yugito asked, although she understood that Izumi was making reference to Gaara's status as a fellow Jinchuriki. After flipping through a brief series of seals, the blonde held her hands out and started to create lightning. Before Yugito could use all her strength to throw it at Gaara, the enormous amount of electricity started to concentrate into the shape of a large Chinese halberd. Raiden. Raijin Hodengeki, lightning release, Thunder God's heavenward halberd. The halberd flew true and straight, driving its blade deep into the shinobi's stomach and through the wave of sand that had surged up in Gaara's defense. Gaara's lips burst into a roar of pain as his blood ran. He was electrocuted in the process, but he didn't even notice. The sands around him started to move erratically, lashing out at anything unlucky enough to be in range and expressing Gaara's horror at the pain. "Oh. My blood. Mother, it hurts. Mother, it hurts. How? They care for one another. They're weak. How did they do this, mother?" Abruptly, sand shot up in a wide berth around his body, forming a massive construct covered in markings resembling blue veins. As the moisture from the surrounding atmosphere was absorbed, the air itself became dry. Then, the effect grew larger. Everything in their immediate vicinity, including the buildings and surrounding environment, started to collapse as every last trace of moisture was taken in, using the vapor to control and solidify the growing number of layers that soon took on a distinguishable shape. The Ichibi no Bakitanuki, also known as Shukaku, the Titanic demon, had been set free in a matter of seconds. With furious eyes, Gaara's construct angrily swung its large tail back and forth, staring down at the two kunoichi that dared to threaten him. Before either could respond, Gaara's construct swiftly and violently backhanded both kunoichi. Their bodies ached but, happily, mostly unharmed because of their armor, as the blow sent them flying through a building and skidded to a stop. But still. Izumi groaned and tightly clutched her side, saying, "Arg. What the hell did he do?" "The Kumo." Nin moved her hand aside, almost shrieking in terror at the sight of her arm twisted into a terrible shape and the majority of her left side now reduced to dry, withered flesh. Broken barely began to convey the extent of her wounds. "You. Chan? He got me too," the Nibi Jinchuriki growled, experiencing only strange forearm pain and weakness. Thankfully, she had moved quickly enough to raise them in defense, but even with Yoki augmenting them, blocking hadn't seemed like the best course of action. It appeared that Gaara had incorporated his terrifying skill into his basic taijutsu through his transformation, and Nibi was experiencing some challenges in healing her wound. To combine his dehydration powers with his taijutsu, this isn't going to be easy. Izumi mumbled feebly, "You. Chan." Her body was overwhelmed with pain, unlike anything she had ever felt. Izumi was certain that the effect had also affected her kidney and a portion of her intestines because such a large portion of her body was completely dehydrated, emaciated, and unable to support the weight of her body, not to mention her internal organs. I don't know, how Mew. Izumi. Chan. Yugito hurried to greet her closest companion. "Hang on. I'll get you to a medic." Gaara yelled, "You're not going anywhere." And let loose a sandstorm. Yugito grabbed her injured friend and ducked under the wave to climb up on top of the building. She would destroy this pathetic child for hurting her best friend, and her eyes were filled with hatred for her fellow Jinchuriki. "Izumi. Chan, hold on tight. Don't you dare die on me. I'll be back soon." Yugito saw Izumi smile weakly and leapt back down to the ground to make sure her best friend wasn't in danger. Like Gaara with his sand, Yugito's form started to flicker with blue flames. When Jinchuriki, the psychotic, saw that his opponent was getting ready for something, he thought this would be the ideal time to let his mother go and face reality. Tanuki Niri no Jutsu, feigning sleep technique. Yugito then issued the directive. "Do it, Matabi. Chan." With pleasure. Blue flames erupted around the blonde Jinchuriki with that one thought. The Ichibi no Shukaku cackled in response, ecstatic about his freedom and the chance to slay a demon lord, but the flames quickly spread, engulfing Yugito entirely as the shape of a monstrous cat materialized, its twin tails swishing fiercely. The Battle of Biju was about to begin. Faint blurs could be seen engaged in a fierce battle in one area of the devastated village, with both sides trying to completely destroy their rivals. The fighting angels above or the fighting kunoichi below instantly crushed anyone unfortunate enough to be in the area. Reiko Daidenshi was seen clutching her fractured jaw, bleeding, as one of the blurs finally crashed into a building with a loud crack. Sakura had struck with blows that were as powerful as giants slinging diamond. Tipped sledge-hammers, shattering much of her demonic forged armor. But before she could get up, her opponent with the pink hair made a reappearance, her fingers clenched around her throat, and she was pinned to the ground with all the crushing force of her enhanced abilities. Reiko tried to get up and glare at the steaming pink skinned girl holding her down, but blood sprayed from her mouth. Sakura mocked, slamming the Daidenshi into the ground with an axe. "Kick. Is that the best you got? You utterly destroyed me last time we fought. And you almost cost Yugo Senpai her leg. Where's your power now?" Disregarding the bleeding girl's agonized wail, the pinkette hurled her adversary into a different structure. Sakura charged after the Daidenshi, using her increased strength and speed to cause the building to collapse at the forceful impact. Ignoring her wounds, Sakura thought, "I only have a minute before Gia Seikondo, Gear 2, deactivates. I need to make this count." Sakura hoped she could avoid the possibility of having to escalate the fight if she couldn't finish it in the next minute. Reiko roared back, having somewhat recovered during the distance Sakura had to travel to get to her. "Don't underestimate me," Reiko exclaimed. When her fist struck Sakura's, the ensuing shockwave blasted away all debris, and the pink head disappeared with a sudden burst of speed. Reiko looked around frantically, trying to find her elusive opponent, but instincts kicked in just in time to prevent a potentially bone-cracking kick, if only narrowly. But before she could get her bearings, she took a blow to the back that sent her flying forward. Then, another hit to the face. And then, a whole series of combos came at the Daidenshi from all directions, causing her body to contort in such a way that it looked as though she was having a seizure. She was abused so badly that her body resembled a rag doll, flung in all directions and dripping blood from her nose, mouth, and pretty much every pore. The attack's sheer force had practically destroyed Sakura's armor, but she didn't back down, using every second she had left in her enhanced state to destroy her opponent. Sakura's rebounds had caused nearby buildings and the ground beneath them to collapse, allowing her to carry on her fast-moving attack. Sakura finally completed her attack with an overhead hammer blow that instantly crushed Reiko's head into a gory mess and a rising knee. Kaijin no Naruto, Sea God's Maelstrom, she exclaimed, gasping with the effort of employing her strongest move while in the enhanced state based on water. Given the blood feud between their clans, it was only fitting that the finishing move be named after her teammate. Rot in hell, bitch. It's not so bad down there, but you first. Thanks to a very much alive Reiko Daidenshi, Sakura found herself indenting the side of a building with pain coursing through her body without any prior notice or preparation. But how? Only moments had passed since Sakura had severed the kunoichi's head, but the body was still there? How did it disappear? Unless... Genjutsu, the pinkette coughed, her chin dripping with blood from the unexpected hit. Soon, as Sakura tried to steady herself, gravity pulled her off the wall, her sharp mind processing this new information and noticing the much less damaged surroundings she had just seen. Of course, your genjutsu requires physical contact. The moment our fists collided, I should have noticed that strange momentary pause. That was you trapping me in an illusion that also distorted my perception of time and forced me to deactivate Jiaseikondo, Gear 2nd, under the belief that I had won the fight. Not bad, sweetie, I honestly didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Either way, it served its purposes, Reiko said slowly. The fight's mine. Sakura scowled at the self-assurance of the Daidenshi. Reiko had already sustained a great deal of damage, even with Jiaseikondo, Gear 2nd, deactivated early. The pinkette had the clear advantage until she said, I'm still trapped. But don't even think about trying to dispel it, honey. It's impossible. We're kunoichi, nothing is impossible. Really? What if it's a multi-layered succubus illusion? The second I implanted the genjutsu, I began adding more layers and I've included commands to ensure you don't reactivate your Jiaseikondo, Gear 2nd, so you're out of options. You're welcome to try breaking it, but even I would have trouble. Face it, hun, you're out of your league. Sakura surprised Reiko by smiling instead of taking offense at her insult. However, why? Reiko was able to gain total control over the battle because she was imprisoned in an illusion that could manipulate all 5 of her senses as well as her perception of time. The Daidenshi could even make Sakura believe she was one of her teammates and have her attack them if she so desired. Why, then, was she grinning? Why had she put on gloves with armor padding? And why was she adopting this stance, this gear? Jiasato, Gear 3rd. Yes, that explains why. Shit. All Reiko could do was watch as Sakura's very shape blurred. It seemed as though the body was minutely vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Sakura's pink hair, styled into a ponytail and bangs, started to stand on end, resembling the amplified effect of static electricity. Suddenly, with a loud boom, she disappeared right in front of the Daidenshi. Raijin no Taken, Thunder God's lightning attack. Reiko didn't even have time for her shocked eyes to swell. She was smashed through a building in an instant, and the pain in her stomach told her that she had internal damage. She was so overcome with pain and disorientation that she failed to notice Sakura clutching the arm she had attacked with an extremely painful expression. Oh my god, damn it. Sakura let out a mental scream, holding back her agony until it subsided. Why must this hurt so much? Fuck it, why did I think I was going to punch her? This state, in contrast to the Jiaseikondo, Gear 2nd, was time limited and concentrated on the talisman of lightning. Her body was charged with a lightning chakra that was contained within, causing an increase in all electrical activities, including signaling to muscles, nerves, and her brain, beyond what was possible. Sakura's reflexes, inherent speed, and mental capacity were all enhanced to the point where she was almost as fast as the world's fastest shinobi, Yondaime Reikage and Hokage. This power up came with a heavy price, of course. Because of her heightened activity, her body was also extremely sensitive, so every blow, whether she was receiving or giving it, would cause her pain to be amplified by a factor of 10 or more. If Sakura had faced any other opponent, she would have created a technique that resembled the Reikage's nintaijutsu and used some of the chakra to act as a shield. That would have meant giving up some of her potential speed in exchange for a strong defensive capability that would have allayed any concerns about hypersensitivity, but things didn't work out that way. To put it succinctly, this method was essentially a last resort for escape, assistance, or setting traps and diversions. It was not meant to be used in real combat. The form's two potential and useful offensive skills were throwing, which allowed shinobi to easily land on their feet, and using the shockwaves created by shattering the sound barrier, which deal minimal damage without the need for chakra to control the pressure and frequency level. Additionally, both of these offensive tools had unintended consequences from swiftly grabbing their opponents who were motionless. Although the form was still experimental, it did effectively disrupt illusions and, thanks to the sporadic manipulations of her nervous system, rendered her immune to genjutsu. Sakura muttered, "I just know I'm going to regret this later," as the pain eventually subsided. Though the impact had been greatly lessened by the gloves, she would probably only be able to use weapons, traps, or simply tossing her opponent around while fighting. She was also unable to move at such speeds very often due to the unbearable pain caused by the air resistance over extended periods of time. If only I had more time to perfect this form, I could have kept the heightened activity while numbing the pain receptors. I tried to explain this using actual scientific human anatomy and physics, but from what I learned, it didn't work. A human's speed can only go so fast, and a sonic boom produces about 20 pounds per square foot, which is far less than the lethal amount of 50 pounds per square inch. Oh well, this is fanfiction after all. With blood trickling down her chin, Reiko coughed and asked, "What, cough, did you do?" She already knew that her illusion had been destroyed by Sakura's lightning. Natured chakra, which had spiked so sharply. However, this new form was obviously dangerous. With another loud boom, Sakura vanished and scowled, saying, "I'm insulted, didn't she? Did you honestly expect an explanation of my techniques? I'm not giving you the chance to analyze for weaknesses or give you time to recuperate. But if you really want to know, experience it first." The pink head reappeared in an instant, Reiko's head viciously driven into the ground. Sakura picked up the girl and used her speed to propel her opponent into the ground several times, varying from full speed to almost nothing. The end effect was a tremendous amount of air resistance combined with sonic boom backlashes that crashed with crushing force into Reiko's already broken body before she was brutally brought back down to earth. Her eardrums had already burst, most of her internal organs were damaged, and her entire back was one big scraped up bruise. Even with the significant concussion and blood loss included, that was still not all. With a loud cry of exertion, the pinkette threw her opponent into the ground after repeating this maneuver a dozen times, grateful that having Reiko in front of her had created a partially effective barrier against the shockwaves, rubble, and air resistance that were coming toward her. Raijin no Gun, Thunder God's thunderous roar. A huge crater was created by Reiko's collision with the earth, and the impact reverberated throughout the village as a column of dust shot skyward. The Daidenshi, in her downed position, groaning, glared weakly at the 14-year-old pinkette, only to see, somewhat confused, the expression of pain plastered on Sakura's face. Reiko would have taken advantage of her opponent's weakness right away if she had known how costly it was to use Giasato, Gear 3rd, but sadly, her injuries were too severe for her to process any information at all. The vanquished Kunoichi realized she had only one tactical choice left, especially if she wanted to retain her elemental talismans, since both of her eardrums had burst and she had sustained significant internal damage. "Looks like you actually defeated me. I underestimated you, but it won't happen next time. Until then, darling." It was too late to say, "What? No." Sakura moved with such speed, but Reiko was gone in a cloud of smoke by now. Given the quantity of blood on the female Daidenshi's body, escaping required only channeling chakra to the summoning tattoo. Damn. Reverse summoning. And she took the talismans. Watch out. Sakura ignored her teammate's warning right away and did the obvious thing, she ducked. Regretfully, even though she was able to keep her head from splitting apart from the black sword that had been inches away, the Kunoichi's shoulder was slightly cut by the point of the blade. The pinkette's hypersensitivity was immediately apparent as searing pain burst from the shallow wound. She screamed aloud and fell to her knees, which didn't really help because it just made the pain worse. She didn't realize that the owner of the blade had arrived at the time. With a smile, Segan grabbed his sword and licked the blood off its tip. "Well, what do we have here?" he asked. His opponent had previously scored a few shallow gashes, but other than that, his shirtless torso was mostly intact. Unfortunately, there wasn't nearly as much blood. "You actually defeated Reiko, but it looks like whatever you did to accomplish that came at a price and you're injured as well, so, what should I do to you?" A voice from above yelled, "Get away from her." Katoryu. Zanzo, Void Sword Style, Afterimage. Segan laughed, swerving away from Naruto's black sword. "Not good enough, Namikaze." However, the Daidenshi was about to retaliate when a solid and translucent afterimage of Mugetsu passed by and suddenly caused him to feel pain in his chest. Ugh, what was that? Instead of answering the bastard verbally, Naruto chose to strike him in the face with a roundhouse kick. His head snapped back from the unexpected blow, and then the follow. Up sidekick sent the Daidenshi flying into a nearby pile of debris. The angelic shinobi yelled, "Saitoryu, Daitenjiri, Holy Sword Style, Great Celestial Slash," as he unleashed an enormous crescent of golden chakra to pursue his adversary. He knew it would only cause minor harm to the resilient Daidenshi, so he didn't bother to watch the outcome. Naruto was far more worried about his teammate right now. Sheathing his swords, Naruto murmured, "Sakura Chan," checking the pinkette for wounds. His jacket was ruined, exposing a white top resembling an anbu with a hood and gloved bracers. "Are you alright?" The kunoichi grinned at her teammate's endearing display of concern. "I'm okay, Naruto. Kun, it's just that Giasato, Gear 3rd, combines lightning chakra with my nervous system so my entire body is hypersensitive. If I'm not careful, getting even light wounds could put me into shock." If Sakura had not only explained the consequences of what she was doing, Naruto would have smacked her upside the head. "What? Deactivate it. You can't fight in that state." "Yes, I can. My nutrient stores are too low for Giaseconda and we need every advantage against the Daidenshi. I'm faster than you right now and there's no way I'm leaving you alone to fight that monster. Teammates stick together." "But..." "No. But you could." Sakura growled, obviously not going to back down. "I said no. This technique was designed to provide support. I'll back you up, Naruto." "Kun." With a frown, Naruto realized his kunoichi teammate would not be persuaded, so he just nodded in agreement. "All right," he said, surveying the extensive damage to their cherished village. "We need to finish this." A voice laughingly said, "Right you are, Namikaze." Next to them. With heads turning, Sakura narrowly avoided hurting herself and Naruto when the Daidenshi launched an unexpected attack that revealed a crack. For the first time since the invasion began, Segan started to run through hand seals. "You're pretty fast, Pinky. Tell me, Namikaze, did you know that the destruction element has 3 technique classifications? Blood, Dream, Shadow, and Sin. And each Daidenshi squadron possesses a specialist in each branch. Any idea what mine is?" Segan exclaimed. "Let me show you." "Shit. Run, Sakura." Hokkaidan. Tairyo Satsujin no Jutsu, Destruction Release, Bloodbath Technique. There was blood all over the place. From the Daidenshi's mouth came forth a massive tsunami that carried an inconceivably large amount of red liquid, hurtling down Konoha's streets in their direction. It was horrifying, downright gruesome. They tried to dodge the terrible flood right away, using their individual speed techniques, but the attack was too widespread. Naruto quickly realized this and charged forward, lowering both of his partially sheathed swords in preparation for retreat. Milliseconds passed as the wave and Naruto got closer and closer until finally. There. His timing would have to be perfect. Nitoryu Ei. Rashomon, 2 sword style draw and resheath technique, Castlegate. The blood wave was violently and unexpectedly split in half, giving Sakura the opportunity to use her great speed to pursue their adversary along the now visible blood-stained path in retaliation. The pinkette had seized the Daidenshi in a vice. Like grip in an instant, thrown him into the closest building, and then died from the excruciating pain of hypersensitivity to recoil. "I can't fight like this, fuck," she swore, attempting to numb the hurt. The pain increased with each blow, her tolerance gradually being pushed to the breaking point. It was literally impossible to continue using this tactic in battle. However, before she could deactivate the technique, Seigen charged toward the ill-prepared Pinkette, shooting out of the debris, his sword glinting in the sunlight. Luckily, Naruto had sprang forward to thwart the formidable downward slash from his clan's arch-rival right away, pressing Mugetsu against his forearm with a reverse grip to stop it before trying to split his opponent in half with his other blade. The Daidenshi, astonishingly, managed to block the swing with the blade he had been using and then counterattacked with several thrusts. Nevertheless, Naruto demonstrated his mastery of the taijutsu technique once more when he kicked his opponent's sword out of the way and used the momentum to unleash a flurry of powerful kicks on his fully exposed torso, proclaiming, "Extra Hashe, highest grade mincemeat." This was immediately followed by another crescent of golden chakra, proclaiming, "Saitoryu Dai Tenjiri, holy sword style, great celestial slash." Seigen was blown back and severely hurt by the attack, and before he had a chance to gather himself, Sakura materialized above him, her fist raised with deadly intent. The elemental state caused by lightning had vanished, and in its place had appeared the well-known glow of medical chakra, which gave her the ability to offset the petrifying effects of her strength augmentation technique. Just milliseconds before he was hit by almost the exact same combination attack from 20 minutes prior, the Daidenshi thought, "Deja vu. Shanaru. Haha." The Daidenshi was blasted off course and fell toward the streets ravaged by fighting below. His collision caused a sizable crater to open up, and several balls of light also struck his body, causing him to bleed profusely as pain tore through his injured body. However, Seigen once more demonstrated his strength as he forced himself outside, shaking off the debris and confusion caused by the collisions, and swung his sword to cut down the final ninjutsu projectiles that were headed toward him. Glancing up, he saw Sakura staring at him stoically and Naruto, whose fists were smoking from the holy technique he had just used. The Daidenshi uttered another ninjutsu, flashing through another set of hand seals and declaring, "You won't beat me by just standing around like that." Hokkaidan. Akamushiden, destruction release, bloodworm projectile. Abundant amounts of blood that had stained the surrounding streets started to pool and form into several serpent-like creatures that screamed loudly as they charged directly at the two teenagers. Futon. Daitopa, wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful storm burst from Naruto's palm, scattering the Daidenshi's ninjutsu into a harmless but repulsive hail of blood. But as it happened, the attack was only a diversion. The Daidenshi moved with unnatural speed across the distance and planted his foot firmly in Naruto's stomach. Naruto's body nearly broke in two from the sheer force of the kick, as his body struggled to keep up. It was that strong. After following for 30 seconds, Seigen suddenly stopped Naruto's flight with an axe kick and twisted away from Sakura's attack. The black blade swiftly retaliated to the attack by slicing through the Pinkette's exposed back with ease. Seigen could hear the music in her scream. "Yes. Scream in pain. All of you are beneath me. Come. Fight me." Naruto, his opponent, countered with a stab as he approached from behind. The move was easily blocked, but the attacker kept coming with a barrage of thrusts, swings, and stabs. However, the Daidenshi always stayed just out of reach, dodging the attack until, with a menacing smile, he finally reached out and grabbed Naruto's wrist. The blonde gave a powerful shout of exertion and slammed her body into the ground. A crater burst forth from Naruto's lips, forcing blood out of it. That was the Daidenshi's inherent power. He brought his sword down, intending to finish his opponent, only to see it bounce off the skin of a kunoichi with pink hair. "Is that the best you can do?" he exclaimed. And there was no sign of Naruto. "What?" Sakura just grinned, content with the formidable defense provided by Tekkai, Iron Mass, and the fundamental Kawarimi, body replacement, method. The Pinkette took advantage of the Daidenshi's surprise by landing a strong right hook in his head. The unexpected blow knocked the shinobi off balance, and Sakura then unleashed a devastating combo on her opponent's injured torso. Sakura's blows came so fast it almost looked like she had more than one arm. After landing dozens of punches in a matter of seconds, her fists were covered in blood. Finally, she delivered a jaw-breaking uppercut that sent the stunned shinobi flying back. Mazuken, water fist. The Daidenshi was able to recover in a matter of seconds and utilize his wings to right himself in midair, mostly avoiding Sakura's powerful stream of water. He was struck on one of his wings, which caused him to lose his balance while flying, but he recovered fast. Sakura, however, countered her attack with a powerful lightning strike, Raken, lightning fist. That narrowly missed by inches. Seigen had to make fun of the kunoichi for it. Huh. You missed me. Not quite. What the fuck are you tall? Gaia. It turns out that the lightning bolt had been igniting stray electrical arcs, which swiftly made contact with the wet wing and caused thousands of volts to flow through the Daidenshi's body. Seigen was wide open to Naruto and Sakura's next attacks because his body was momentarily paralyzed, and they made sure to use some of their strongest moves. Saidoryu Ei. Mikagura, Holy Sword Style Draw and Resheath Technique, Sacred Song. Jia Seikondo, Gear Second. Kaijin no Tensoku, Sea God's Rule of Heaven. Naruto had swung his golden celestial blade into the Daidenshi's body in a blur of speed, erupting a golden white cross before blood spurted from the wound to the strange accompaniment of faint angelic singing. Sakura appeared beneath their opponent, her body flushed pink, and launched an unrelenting barrage of punches and kicks in the nick of time following Naruto's onslaught. Naruto was there instantly, grabbing her by the wrist and swinging her above the immobile enemy when gravity finally took hold. Then, with all her strength, she slammed both of her fists onto his bloodied chest, sending him hurtling toward the ground. His impact created a huge crater that was so deep that it would probably always be a reminder of their fierce fight on the streets of Konoha. Sakura exclaimed, "Think we got him?" as Naruto launched himself down to the streets scarred by battle. After landing, Naruto put his teammate down and said, "I hope so." But when he did, he winced because Seigen had struck his left leg with a few blows. Even with his extraordinary stamina, exhaustion was beginning to set in, and that wasn't even taking into account the multiple cuts all over his body. I'm grateful for Kami's regeneration. We should check, though. Yay. The two moved carefully toward the crater, but the cloud of smoke and dust obscured their view. See anything? Nope, wait, let me check with my sonar. Huh, I forgot about that technique. How do you think I always found Sasuke-kun when I was a kid? That explains so much, the poor bastard. So why haven't you jumped him in his sleep? Oh, I've already tried. Sasuke-kun now has Jonin-grade traps and seals protecting the Uchiha complex, so I can't get in anymore. Seriously? Yay, do you think he's gay? I've shown him how willing I am. We were actually discussing this during your fight with Lee. Really? Yay, Kakashi and I deduced that he most likely is. I mean, who would refuse sleeping with Kunoichi's Illustrated's hottest teenage Kunoichi? Exactly. I'm hot and he should want my fine ass. So, the only conclusion we could decide on was that Sasuke is gay, right? Right. A lone crimson clad shinobi in Konoha felt his eye twitch and a massive wave of rage well up inside of him, and it had nothing to do with the 24 curse seal shinobi in front of him. Why do I feel the need to cast Naruto into the lowest depths of hell right now? Forsaken laughed deeply in response, because he just informed your female teammate of your fondness for the poles instead of the holes. With a loud cry of, "I am not gay," Sasuke charged directly into the now completely bewildered army. The Uchiha stopped squarely in front of a busty kunoichi and pointed directly at her chest. You. Show me your boobs. I will prove to the world that I am not gay. I love boobies and you will know it. Naturally, the kunoichi declined, appearing even more perplexed than before and displaying a good measure of righteous feminine anti-pervert rage. She yelled, "No way. Hentai," and gave the Uchiha a fierce, feminine slap. The red handprint on his cheek went unnoticed by him. With that raw killing intent that Sasuke was now releasing, his entire enemy force was paralyzed with fear. Then you will all die. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A.N. You guys didn't see anything. I know this is a really dumb part, but I got bored. Naruto asked, suddenly smiling with an odd sense of satisfaction. Anyways. Did you find him? Weird, but whatever. Sakura's hand lit up purple electrically. I think so. All the Daidenshi are adept of suppressing their chakra signature BU. Shit. Behind you. Raiden. Jiki. Jiken Toketsu, Lightning Release, Magnetism, Frozen Time. The Pinket's maneuver prevented the blonde from losing his right arm, even though Sakura's technique didn't activate until after the blade had already cut into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto snarled, wrenching his shoulder free from the stationary blade. Thanks Sakura. Chan. Even with his regeneration powers kicking in, the wound was fairly severe. But he couldn't miss this chance to deal some serious damage with the Daidenshi so close. As soon as Naruto inhaled deeply, both of his blades mercilessly pierced his opponent's body. Futon. Shishiku, wind release, lion's roar. He roared, forcing a powerful burst of air out of his mouth along with a lion's growl that tore Seigen from the twin blades and sent him hurtling backward at breakneck speeds. The blast's path cut into Konoha's cobblestone streets, revealing such immense power behind it. Seigen was fortunate that there were no buildings in his way, and his black wings helped him heal fast. But all that was left of his armor had been destroyed by the blast, and all he had on was his left sleeve and some bloody pants. Naruto exclaimed, "What is he, immortal?" in response to his opponent's unbreakable durability. With the exception of his face, wings, and groin, every part of his body had sustained some kind of damage, yet Seigen was still upright. Not bad, Namikaze, not bad. And he was making fun of them now. Naruto turned to face his partner, and both genin scowled. Not bad, he says, aren't we winning? Sakura shot the Daidenshi a cold look and answered, well, overall, we have fewer injuries, I've already defeated his teammate, and we don't have tree sized sticks up our ass. Yay, we're winning. And why the hell are you only complimenting him? I've hit you just as many times. Give a girl some credit. You know, she's right about that, Daidenshi. The Daidenshi rolled his eyes and lunged directly at his adversaries. Sakura growled, getting ready to strike as Naruto approached their foe in the air, a ghostly transparent clone trailing him just feet behind. Sexist bastard, Sakura cried out. It was imitating its creator's movements, albeit a second or two behind. Kuden. Ikiryo, void release, vengeful spirit. The angel's blades met his opponents in a battle for supremacy in a dazzling shower of sparks. Nevertheless, the spectral image perfectly mimicked its creator and merged with it, doubling the force behind Naruto's blades and blowing the Daidenshi back before he could use his superior strength. Escalope, thin slices. Naruto exclaimed as he spun horizontally in midair, trying to land a wide arc but missing. But the angel vanished in an instant and then surfaced behind the Daidenshi, ready to strike again with a barrage of kicks and knees. A tenderizer. Unaware of his move, Seigen was blasted forward into the afterimage's cloned assault. He fell back toward the ground when the foot struck his cheek, but he bounced back fast. Overstandny. Light sprang to the Daidenshi's eye. Unaware that Sakura was approaching from behind, Seigen murmured, what a troublesome technique. As he caught himself midair. Based solely on instinct, the Daidenshi dodged the Pinkette's haymaker and used his sword to strike back. Even though Sakura's Tekai, Iron Mass, guard deflected the move, it was still powerful enough to cause the Kunoichi to retreat as Naruto charged back in, his ghostly double following closely behind. Even the wing flaps were precisely matched. Seigen launched an amazing combo of sweeps, roundhouse kicks, and sword swings in his initial attack, but he quickly retreated to avoid the ghostly image's replicated movements. A really troublesome technique. The Daidenshi flipped through a few more seals, inhaled deeply, and let out another massive flood of blood. Hokkaidan. Tairyo Satsujin no Jutsu, destruction release, bloodbath technique. Naruto was in the middle of launching another vicious attack and was unable to dodge it in time. He was pinned to the ground by the flood, breathing hard as the torrent continued to beat down on his wounded back. As the onslaught persisted, seconds seemed to drag on forever, and all Naruto could see was blood. It blocked out the sun, making it impossible for Naruto to see his teammate. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to move. I'm having trouble breathing. The blonde angel thought as his body started to suffer from a shortage of oxygen. His vision was becoming less clear. Struggling to get away, Naruto thought, at this rate, I'm going to drown. Come on, Sakura. Chan. Please rescue me from this. Raiden. Jiki. Gekutai, lightning release, magnetism, repel. Thank you, Kami, Chan. As a virtual wall of shuriken, kunai, and other weapons soared through the air, heading deadly straight toward one Daidenshi Seigen, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto felt some much needed relief when the ninjutsu suddenly ended, diverting his attention enough. Looking up, Naruto coughed and staggered to his feet. His entire body was covered in red, and at that precise moment, he really did resemble a blood spattered angel of death. Goddammit. The blonde cursed, witnessing the Daidenshi evade the attack with ease and challenge his comrade to a bloody duel. How in the world can we defeat him? Despite having sustained at least 3 times as much damage, he continues to ignore everything we throw at him. Ashbringer abruptly added, since you are a little faster than him, I would suggest using that technique, Naruto. Kun. Naruto had completely forgotten about his tenants in the midst of the furious fighting. Are you serious? That is our second strongest Saitoryu technique, said Naruto. And what use do you think he'll have for it? Even though I'm quicker, the amount of celestial chakra required will warn him before we can attack. Nightmare, please give us some credit, she muttered. We've accounted for everything. Don't worry, we have a plan. Just be prepared. You'll have to use another Kuden technique and I know you're still having some difficulties. Where is Mei? Time now? Naruto spit out a glob of blood and asked. Between the three of us, Meigetsu has the most influence over your regeneration. She's putting all her concentration on healing your wounds. Unfortunately, any wounds laced with celestial chakra takes longer to heal. Tell her I express my gratitude. After a brief period of silence during which they processed the underlying meaning, Nightmare and Ashbringer nodded. We will now listen closely. 'Cause you're only going to get one shot. Sakura was fighting fiercer than ever on the roof of a nearby building, even fiercer than her battle with Lee and Reiko. Her opponent had already scored multiple blows, forcing the Pinkette to temporarily activate Gia Seikondo, second gear, which gave her the upper hand and sent her charging forward. She wrenched her head to the side to avoid a sword thrust, then repeatedly rammed her elbow down into the hastily raised guard of the Daidenshi, causing him to drop his sword. Undeterred, the Pinkette quickly changed strategies, burying her knee and palm into his gut, forcing the man to drop his sword. She then proceeded to throw a shoulder into another building. Naruto glided down beside her at that precise moment, asking, Are you okay, Sakura? Chan? He asked, before jumping back to avoid hundreds of weapons, metal, and even the Daidenshi's own sword flying toward the destroyed building on a path toward their target. What th? You magnetized him, didn't you? Yeah, Sakura nodded as her elemental state deactivated, leaving her panting for air and obviously exhausted. Her wounds weren't helping either. The only things keeping her from giving up was the rush of endorphins and adrenaline coursing through her body. Hopefully, that'll stall him a bit. I'm not sure how long I can hold out against this guy, so we need a plan. Are the gears still functional? Pinkette provided a dismal response. Damn, we could really use them right now. I was only meant to use them 4 times, but I've already used them 5 times. I'll die from chakra exhaustion if I use them again. Why? Have you made any plans? Yes, without your gear's added speed, it will be a little harder, but with the right timing, we can still succeed. Pay close attention. A blur shot into the air moments later, flying out from under the debris that had once been a building. Seigen growled as he searched for his 2 opponents, but the Konoha Genins had vanished, how annoying, while he was busy dispelling the magnetic field the pink-haired Kunoichi had emblazoned upon him, drawing an apparently endless barrage of metal that he had narrowly avoided without getting hurt. Show yourself, brats. You made the request. The Daidenshi heard the voice to his left and raised his sword to face the charging angelic opponent. Wait, where's his holy sword? Fuck? The Daidenshi thought, but only because of years of training, battles, and a sharp tactical mind had he been able to quickly piece together the deception. Spinning around, Seigen saw Sakura emerge from what could only be described as a tear in space and time. The Daidenshi narrowly avoided the holy blade, which would have been a fatal blow, but it soared past him and into the weighing hand of Naruto, who was now only feet away. Well shit, the Daidenshi said. Saitoryu Ogi, holy sword style secret technique. Naruto had passed by in a blur, leaving Seigen with shocked, open-mouthed eyes and throbbing body pain. Halo Blade, Gokujin. A golden ring of chakra exploded from the Daidenshi's body, giving him an almost divine appearance, and blood spurted from the gaping wound. The light from that final attack lit the sky, giving hope to all of Konoha's defenders as they redoubled their efforts against the enemy. Seconds passed before the halo vanished, leaving Seigen's body barely holding itself together as it fell back to the merciless earth below. It's over, muttered Naruto. With a nod, Sakura observed the distorted figure of their most formidable foe to date and said, it would have been simpler if Sasuke-kun had been present. Yes, did you manage to find him using your sonar? He's actually not that far away. About 2 miles east from here, the Pinkette said, nodding. Perhaps a little bit more. How is Kakashi Sensei doing? He's still with Zabuza and Aoba. How about Haku-chan? She's probably tending to Tenten, Neji, and Heizo's wounds since she's with them. She had to have defeated her rival. Though he was worried about Heizo's presence, Naruto grinned proudly and said, never doubted her for a second. Knowing her, she probably left that Tsuna Kunoichi alive. One of her many wonderful traits. With a playful smile, Sakura said, you've got it bad. Horrible guilt was already starting to well up inside of Naruto as he considered his dilemma. No. Now isn't the time, he thought, banishing his musings for another time. Thankfully, none of his tenants commented on his thoughts. Come on. Let's find Sasuke. Naruto maturely stuck his tongue out at his teammate, even though his thoughts briefly shifted to the demon lord sealed within him. Who did he love more? The elegant ice maiden. Where in the hell do you two think you're going? A voice spoke from behind them. Then Naruto noticed the weariness and shakiness in Saigon's stance and said, you're shaking. And you can barely stand, let alone fight. Sakura and Naruto turned to face the standing Daidenshi, who appeared more than prepared to continue their fight. His body was literally covered in blood. It was amazing he hadn't died. How could he still be alive, let alone standing? Was his will truly that great? You're not going to succeed. Give up. The Daidenshi was literally seeing red as he glared angrily at the two opponents who had declared him defeated. What was even worse was that they were giving him a way out. Surrender? Such an insult fanned the burning rage that roared within him. Quietness. A ludicrous notion of who you are. I'm still here, exactly where I am. With a snarl, the Daidenshi dashed forward with his broken blade, laughing madly. Come on. He just can't seem to decide when to give up. Sakura cursed, preparing herself to finish their opponent off only to be stopped by her teammate. Naruto? Naruto rushed forward to meet Daidenshi and said, leave it to me. If he's going to die, the least I can do is give him the day of losing to his clan's ancient enemy. Saitoryu. Tenmo, Holy Sword style. Heaven's Vengeance. Ablaze with golden flames, Tenyu launched himself straight at the insanely charging Daidenshi, only to be easily knocked aside. However, the movement was enough to knock the severely injured shinobi off balance, and he was too close to correct his positioning. Sapphire Eyes had carefully tracked his opponent's desperate movements, witnessing as Seigen dodged the holy blade, staggered, and then proceeded in an attempt to behead with his broken blade, but he missed wildly. Sweeping a foot under the Daidenshi's legs, the man found himself in the air for a moment before Naruto brutally impaled the last of his sword deep into his abdomen. Blood forced itself out of the man's mouth, the wound having sliced clean through his now pinned body, as excruciating pain flooded his body. The blonde shinobi said, accept that fact, Daidenshi, pulling Gurren Kitetsu, Crimson Lotus Demon. Splitter, from its crimson sheath. The dying shinobi smiled cruelly but proudly, saying, I'll never accept defeat, Namikaze. So finish it before I get back up again. Alternatively, I pledge to use every resource at my disposal to murder each of you before destroying the remainder of this village. They both nodded, and their opponent's head finally rolled with a flash of crimson metal. This is war, and they both knew it. There were enemies everywhere, and they all posed a threat to their village. But most importantly, there was still another Daidenshi wreaking havoc upon their beloved home. That's 2 Daidenshi down. 1 to go. We need Sasuke, Naruto said, looking out at the rest of the village. Roger. And he still didn't acknowledge me, grimly nodded Sakura. Bastard. Though the enemy forces were still advancing relentlessly, Konohagakure was at last starting to see the tide of battle turn in their favor. Konoha's shinobi were able to concentrate on the mortal opposition and drive them back with the help of Jiraiya handling the summoned creatures and Yugure eliminating any supernatural threat. Luckily, a large number of the enemy forces had been killed by the many traps buried throughout Konohagakure's surrounding forest, making their destruction tasks much more difficult. But, the destruction of the village was not the only goal in mind. Regrettably, our favorite Uchiha was directly involved in the mission. After destroying 24 shinobi with the deadly power of Orochimaru's Kai no Juin, Cursed Seal of Earth, Sasuke began looking for his allies in the battle. Torn Village, where they were just about to defeat their Daidenshi opponent. Unfortunately, he soon found himself engaged in combat with multiple Otogakure based shinobi that were on the offensive. Orochimaru had apparently told his troops that he was still interested in capturing the creepy gay pedophile, which is why we are in this kind of annoying situation. 1 Otto. Nin yelled, restrain him. Orochimaru. Sama wants him alive. Several squads reacted, charging forward to engage their target despite the mass of dead that had already surrounded them, whether out of loyalty to their commander or just plain stupidity. 5 of the responders had been brutally mutilated a short while later. Yes, it's most likely ignorance. Anyway, Sasuke snarled, jamming his elbow into one enemy's throat and severing another vertically with his scythe. "Like hell you will," he exclaimed. With a decisive tug, the Uchiha's battle chain pierced through the stomachs of 3 enemies, causing them to be completely disemboweled as it whipped another, and he let out a cackle that bordered on mania as he leapt past the remains. The Uchiha turned to glare at the invading group when he suddenly heard the telltale whistle of an approaching barrage of projectiles. Just moments later, a searing flamethrower reduced the attacker and 2 of his allies to smoldering corpses, and the Uchiha continued on. In just 20 more seconds, 2 attackers had been left mutilated and an entire squadron had been beheaded. Blood puddles were already splattered all over Konoha's cobblestone streets. It was extremely gory. Following his month-long imprisonment in hell, Sasuke's fighting style had become extremely vicious, and his combination move of using his battle chain with a blade to increase the side's reach was often displayed by his repeated beheadings. What is he? He's massacred a third of us already. But he's just a genin. Somebody, take him out. Sasuke chuckled, "You can't even touch me." Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Cries broke out as a number of enemies were horrified by being set on fire. A minute later, they were reduced to ash. Sasuke had already dispatched 2 more in that time before facing a kunoichi who was actually fairly skilled. The auto Nin committed a critical mistake as the 2 swung their weapons at each other, moving nearly too quickly for the observer to see. As the kunoichi overextended his thrust, the Uchiha saw an opening and swiftly took her arms off of her as he dodged. He then proceeded to sweep the pole of his scythe beneath the aggressor, who was now armless, briefly sending her into the air. However, in a move akin to what Sasuke's comrade had just performed, she was viciously impaled and brought back down to earth. She was never allowed to even let out a scream. Holding up the blood-stained shiki, death penalty, to the few enemies still standing, Sasuke darted, "Who else wants some?" Sasuke decapitated the closest enemy while effortlessly dodging a string of shuriken while spinning the scythe. The shinobi was stunned just before the scythe's blade mixed metal with brain when he then executed an incredibly gory move by impaling the severed head onto the ground and kicking it off at a charging foe. Huh? Come on. Suddenly, Sharingan's eyes flashed, breaking the will of one unfortunate victim and paralyzing another, leaving him open to Sasuke's almost careless disembowelment. Sasuke charged forward, slicing through a whole squadron of adversaries and then literally throwing his scythe through 2 more with a spear. Sasuke started using taijutsu seriously, even though he was unarmed and not very dangerous. He struck an opponent with a slam of his fists before executing a spinning hook kick that broke more than half of his opponent's ribs. Then, with his elbow down at the same moment, he leapt over the unconscious Otto Nin and kneed another in the chin. His aim was instantly crushed by the action, and he passed away in a matter of seconds. He used the Rokushiki moves his teammate had taught him, and moments later, 3 more fell to his might, leaving finger-sized holes in their chests that resembled bullets. Sasuke decapitated them completely and then quickly yanked Shiki back into his hands with a quick pull of the battle chain. He was having a great time. It was all battle all the time, like you were back in hell. To both control and give in to the killer instincts that every shinobi possesses. Use it to your advantage, enjoy it, but resist letting it rule you. And once he achieved this mastery, he would unleash hell on any foe his Sharingan eyes lay upon. Ha 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 ha. Bring it on. As you desire. Came from behind him. Sasuke was knocked across the street by a powerful blow before he could react, but he got back up fast and raised his scythe in ready position for another blow. Only when it didn't materialize did Sasuke turn his attention to the precise attacker. Well crap, remarked the black-winged shinobi standing next to the Otto Nin, who were calmly staring back at him. My name is Daidenshi Shiso, the shinobi said, bowing politely to the audience. And I'll take you up on your challenge, Uchiha-san. Hold that thought. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke's lips burst into a fireball that was easily twice as large as the previous one as it charged toward his enemies. The others weren't as fortunate as the Daidenshi, who easily evaded the attack. Screams erupted as the flesh burned away from their bones, and only the black winged shinobi remained alive. Sasuke vanished in a flash of speed after realizing his initial attack had failed. The teenager, who had always preferred the simple route since his time in hell, suddenly materialized above his opponent and smashed the blade of his scythe into the ground where the Daidenshi had been standing just a moment before. He immediately rebounded off the pole of the scythe, and while doing so, he used the battle chain attached to it to yank the weapon out and try again for a kill. Unfortunately, Shiso easily avoided the attack, seemingly having predicted Sasuke's movements to his astonishment. The Daidenshi remarked, "A gallant attempt, Uchiha-san," as he backhandedly dodged Sasuke's scythe swing. "But you will have to try harder to defeat me." Relentlessly, Sasuke pursued his adversary. Without delay, the Daidenshi leapt into the air, dodging the chain with blades and positioning himself right in front of Sasuke's scythe. Immediately, the armored gauntlets came into action, deflecting the legendary weapon's wild swipes as Sasuke charged, desperate to land even a single blow. When gravity finally caught up with Sasuke, he sent himself back down to earth with a spinning dropkick, but he quickly raised himself back up. He swung his scythe wildly, trying to disembowel his opponent at every turn, but it was all in vain. The enemy's armor was unscratched. Sasuke's scythe fell back into its bladed gauntlet form as he landed, then he leapt back to confront the enemy again. He parried Shiso's roundhouse kick and then flipped it over to attempt to follow up kick, but both failed. Another jab caught his arm, causing the Daidenshi to physically throw him into a nearby building. "Try again, Uchiha-san." With a furious expression on his face, Sasuke bounced off the building after regaining his footing mid-air. His scythe elongated back to its original form as he landed with a roll, decapitating Shiso with clear intent as he swung it, missing by just a few centimeters. The Daidenshi somehow sidestepped the blow and gave the Uchiha the backhand while spinning on his heel. As soon as he turned to slam his opponent's head into the ground with his other fist, broken wood replaced it. He muttered, "Substitution," then jerked his head back to avoid taking another swing from Sasuke's main weapon. He and his opponent locked eyes for a brief moment before he launched multiple kicks in retaliation, all of which were deflected by Sasuke's scythe's pull. Even so, it was sufficient to drive the teenager away, until the latter abruptly scattered into crows. At lightning speed, the crows all started to fly toward him and transformed into Fuma shuriken, but they all missed, and Shiso had to forcefully break the illusion by elbowing Sasuke in the stomach despite his appearance of invisibility. "Genjutsu too, yes, you are quite good." In fact, he appeared impressed as well. With a rueful smile, Sasuke watched as the Daidenshi easily broke through his delusion. Besides, even with his armor, that one blow had cracked a rib. "Thanks. That means a lot to me coming from an enemy." Your sarcasm is noted. TCH. With a sudden burst of speed, the Uchiha disappeared, traveling much more quickly than on his first charge. He surfaced above his adversary once more and struck Shiso's hurriedly raised guard with his fist. A flash of electricity ignited his other hand, and he exclaimed, "Chidori, 1,000 birds." Attempting to take advantage of the Daidenshi's opening, but Shiso miraculously managed to evade the attack. The move managed to catch the shinobi off guard, which Sasuke quickly took advantage of by kneeing Shiso in the face. The Daidenshi staggered back, barely avoiding Sasuke's scythe as it crashed into the earth, only to take a kick to the chest moments later. In the next moments, Shiso was being showered with fireballs, causing seals to form. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu, fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire technique. But those few seconds were all he needed to recover, giving Shiso the minimum amount of movement necessary to evade the encroaching barrage of fireballs. Ethereal flames erupted along the edge of the blade, and the bladed battle chain was suddenly brought to use as Sasuke's next side swings and stabs had missed as well. The Uchiha let out a loud cry as he swung the chain with Shiki, or the death penalty, at his opponent. The chain missed, but the flames didn't go out. The Daidenshi had managed to sidestep the swing, but not before a brief flash of flame left the blade and scorched Shiso's armor. When Sasuke used the scythe to yank himself inside a nearby building and deliver a double kick to the Daidenshi's torso, the weapon became buried. But Shiso recovered quickly. "Clever tactics, I will not fall for them again." The Daidenshi had moved past each other in an instant, raising his fist in a forceful uppercut. Regretfully for Shiso, Sasuke's body was penetrated by the fist, exposing his target as a mere genjutsu. Behind him, the real Uchiha materialized, his flaming scythe ready to seize the Daidenshi's charred soul. However, Shiso executed a masterful maneuver whereby he simultaneously ducked, spun on his heel, and spun his other leg into a hook kick. After Sasuke's scythe was knocked out of his hand by the kick, the Uchiha delivered a well-placed punch to his sternum, sending his body flying. The blow knocked Sasuke to the ground, but luckily, his armor kept him from suffering any major injuries. Shiki, death penalty, looked at his opponent bewildered as he was easily pulled back into his hands via chain. Shiso had never once pressed his advantage. He was stunned by the punch for a good few seconds, which allowed the Daidenshi to land a deadly blow. It seemed almost like. After his agonizing attack, Sasuke demanded, "What are you doing?" He received a bland response. "What do you mean?" Sasuke scowled and said, "Now you're starting to piss me off. You're not fighting me seriously, just now, you could have finished me off but you didn't. What are you trying to accomplish here?" Shiso bowed and said, "I apologize for doing so. But it is because I honestly had expected more from you and am waiting for you to do so." "What?" Uchiha gives the 24th death glare. Uchiha-san, your presence in hell this past month did not go unnoticed. You actually sparked some significant interest among the souls of the damned. Fear has swept the first two circles and they have christened you with a rather intimidating moniker, Sasuke Uchiha, the Crimson Reaper. Want to witness the strength of the Crimson Reaper? Exercise caution when making wishes. Sharingan's eyes spun, a savage smile forming on his lips. With a swift movement, Sasuke threw up the hood of his outfit to hide his face from his opponent. Despite this, Shiso witnessed the curse seal start to spread and consume the Uchiha's flesh with silver flames. Shitten, death release. I give up. Saying that Sasuke was perplexed would be like saying that the sun was lukewarm. Aiko, what? There is no need to continue our battle, Uchiha-san. I am the censor among my team and your celestial chakra reserves have suddenly skyrocketed to a level beyond my own. I am unsure how you accomplished this as we had previously been equivalent moments ago, but nonetheless, your increased powers have tilted the battle in your favor. Shiso cocked his head to the side, as if listening to something far away. And your teammates are fast approaching, correction, they're here. Sakura and Naruto both materialized next to their teammate at that exact moment. Sasuke could hardly contain his laughter at their circumstances, both of them were bleeding and injured. Their positions betrayed their obvious exhaustion. Put succinctly, they had just emerged from the figurative underworld. It was very unsettling that Naruto had wounds on his body in spite of his ability to regenerate. Sasuke-kun. Teme, are you okay? With a nod, Sasuke continued to focus on their opponent. What about you two? We're fine, Sasuke-kun. We can rest when we're dead. You spoke like a real kunoichi, Shiso said with praise. Thank you. Finally, someone acknowledges my abilities. Geez, did you know that your teammate was a sexist bastard? At that, the Daidenshi's lips began to twitch ever so slightly upward. He laughed lightly at Sakura's smug nod, saying, yes, both of my teammates do lack certain basic manners. As I was saying, I am at a severe disadvantage. Even with your teammates' conditions, my chances of victory are slim at best. You have already defeated my own teammates and thus, possess a basic understanding of our fighting capabilities while I do not. Finally, I do not enjoy fighting as much as my teammates do. As such, I will withdraw from this battle until another time. With his wings ready to pursue the Daidenshi, Naruto snarled, what makes you think we'll let you leave? Shiso would most likely use flight as a means of escape because such abilities were practically unheard of. They did have the advantage if their opponent decided to fight out of the blue. Leaving Shadow or Sin for Shiso, Reiko and Seigen had specialized in Dreams and Blood, respectively, for their destruction release techniques. Naruto's previous encounter with Yami had revealed that his opponent used shadows, and although the dangerous man certainly possessed mastery in every classification, it left Sin with the likely power their current enemy possessed. But Naruto was very cautious because he didn't know the full extent of this power. You have no choice in the matter, and besides, there are far more pressing matters to worry about. I doubt that with you standing here. I'm flattered, Namikaze. I did not perceive myself as so serious a threat. Nevertheless, you should know that the final wave will arrive at the main gates in 30 minutes. This sudden bit of information brought silence. Why are you telling us? Isn't your purpose to eliminate Konoha from the map? Asked Naruto. That has never been our purpose. We participated in this battle for our own reasons. Sakura scowled, and they would be? We know that Reiko was after the talismans and Seigen wanted Naruto. Kun dead. What about you? What could you possibly want here in Konoha? Sasuke inquired, and what about Yami? Shiso calmly replied, the answers you seek will have to wait. But heed my words, Team 7, not all shinobi are painted black and white. Even the devils themselves may be speckled in gray. Until next time, my friends. Oh no you don't. Roared Naruto, scurrying ahead at full speed. His teammates came right behind him, but none of them could keep up with him. Shiso had vanished in a cloud of smoke in a matter of nanoseconds. Damn it. Reverse summoning. Deactivating his seal, Sasuke muttered, TCH. Bastard got away. With a sigh, Sakura reached up to adjust her ponytail. It had come loose during one of their many altercations. Well, what do we do? What can we do? He's not wrong. The village is still under attack. And if what he said was true, we may have another wave coming at the main gates. We simply cannot ignore the possibility. Sheathing both of his blades, Naruto began to radiate his holy chakra. As strong as we are, the three of us alone can't stand up to an entire army, he said. Most of their wounds would heal from it, but regrettably, the fatigue would not go away. For now, soldier pills would have to do. We need reinforcements. Isn't there an evacuation and medical center point nearby? We could try heading there. Any forces over there would be injured or key defenders to Konoha's wounded and civilian population, Sasuke said. What about Kakashi? Sensei and Zabuza's group? They're 5 minutes away in the opposite direction from the main gates. Any other Jonin or Anbu? Even further. Jiraiya? Instead, Naruto responded. He's down south, outside the village taking care of the Class 5 summons. And we've already wasted 2 minutes talking here, shit, we're running out of options. Naruto, you're the fastest here. Sakura and I could head to the main gates while you gather reinforcements. If you really think I'm going to abandon you two to fight an entire army by yourselves, you must be even dumber than I once was. Sasuke countered, well, granted, it's not the best idea, but hey. At least I'm throwing the ideas out there. But was interrupted by something else. Sakura? What in hell's name are you doing? Ever the scholar of the bunch, Sakura had thought of a strategy fast. Sakura muttered, finishing the message quickly and beginning another, writing a brief report of the situation and a request for reinforcements. You two do the same. Make as many as you can in the next 5 minutes. Unaware of the plan but having faith in their comrade, Sasuke and Naruto promptly started copying the Pinkette's report while simultaneously keeping a watch out for any adversaries. They were able to produce 60 copies by the end of the 5 minutes. Okay, Naruto. Kun. Could you please summon some messenger kits and have them delivered to any nearby Konoha shinobi? Naruto slammed his palm to the ground and exclaimed, brilliant, Sakura. Chan. Fortunately, each summoned messenger required less chakra than a replacement. Kachiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique. A short while later, a small army of tiny foxes materialized, waving their tails with delight. Sakura tried her hardest not to squeal and cuddle the adorable foxes. It was just too cute. Even Sasuke and Naruto started punching each other to get back their manliness. Following a brief briefing on their mission, the kits quickly made their way to the pile of scrolls, took one, and hurried off on their way. Furthermore, as senior elite Jonins, a few kits had been specifically ordered to track down high-ranking shinobi such as Guy or Kakashi, since they held the executive authority to assemble and command forces sufficient to defeat the approaching legion of enemies. The Genins of Team 7 and anybody they picked up would have to hold off the forces until they arrived, lest they destroy their beloved village. Let's talk about the pressure. Naruto snarled, okay, we don't have any more time to waste. It appeared to be a pretty dire situation. From our positions and factoring in potential enemy encounter, it'll take 20 minutes to get to the main gates at top speed without chakra. We'll grab any shinobi on the way for support. May the gods be with us. Erg. Sarutobi. Fuck, this isn't working. E swore and electrocuted a monstrous cobra with her curse. Then he vanished, trying to strike the summoner, but he soon found himself having to kill another snake because so many snakes were being summoned at higher frequencies. Almost an exponential increase in summoning frequency had occurred since Orochimaru's Kinjutsu was activated. Even worse, Jia. He fell across the roof, his shoulder dislocated even though his lightning armor kept him safe from severe bleeding to the chest. Even worse, Kusanagi had previously injured his left leg, and moving quickly was not helping the situation. His tendons had broken. He had become immobile. Regrettably, he was not the only victim of abuse. Close by, Sarutobi was seen panting terribly, with pieces of bone sticking out of his forearm from a horrifically broken left arm. He had also suffered several broken ribs, one of which came dangerously close to puncturing his lungs. It was important that he stay motionless until a medical professional arrived. One roundhouse kick that was enhanced by nature had caused his injury. How could Orochimaru have grown so strong so quickly? Was Sage Mode truly that strong? Since they were being severely beaten. Luckily reinforcements were on their way. The battle had been tedious, and the Yugure commander had sustained multiple wounds, but he had managed to seal away the Edo Tensei. And though Orochimaru didn't know it, Minato had also applied a seal that would hopefully weaken the barrier enclosing them. Well, it would take a while because 4 shinobi were focusing their energies on maintaining it, but in the end, the barrier would come down. Until then, even though Orochimaru's posture betrayed his obvious exhaustion, Minato would just have to hold him off. Fortunately, seals came to life and injected assimilable chakra into his system, relieving his fatigue. Damn it, I need to make this count because that was my 13th and the invasion is still ongoing. He could fight now. Come on. Bring it, Orochimaru. Minato exclaimed as he quickly moved across the distance, a chakra orb twirling in his hand. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Amazingly, Orochimaru's improved reflexes allowed him to avoid the almost immediate attack. He struck back right away, swinging Kusanagi upward but missing as Minato teleported away. The Yugure commander was pursued and attacked by the Snake Sanin, who was not deterred. When his sword met the opponent's special kunai, Orochimaru ignored any attempts at overwhelming. As an alternative, his tongue snapped forward, tightening its grip around Minato's neck. The former Yondaime was hurled through the air and collided with the rooftop as he whirled around. Just milliseconds before his collision, Minato had teleported, so by the time the dust settled, he was nowhere to be found. That didn't mean he wasn't hurt, though. As the Yugure commander glared at Orochimaru, bruises were visible around his neck. Then, he noticed that Orochimaru was gone. What speed! A fist struck his cheek, and he thought. A serpent summon pinned his legs as he staggered back, subjecting him to multiple strikes until he eventually took advantage of a fleeting window of opportunity to teleport out. I was unaware of the extent of Sage Mode's power, Minato snarled, spitting out a glob of blood. Let's see just how fast you are. Rankyaku, storm leg. Orochimaru laughed, easily avoiding the waves of chakra. Before Minato could respond, the Sanin had crossed the distance and made contact with the Haymaker. Futile. You cannot defeat me now. In this form, I am invincible. Strength, agility, perception, reflex, everything. With such power, I am even closer to immortality than ever before. Then Orochimaru turned and connected with his follow. Up uppercut, backhand combination. The Yugure commander staggered back, but he barely had time to recover before Orochimaru grabbed Minato by the collar and stabbed him with one of the many earthen spikes Sarutobi had previously created. His lips shot out blood, and then the body vanished in a puff of smoke. There was a split log in his place. Shortly after, the Sanin laughed and said, "Substitution." Quick as usual. But still not good enough. Before swinging his sword and severing the former Yondaime's back deeply. No longer am I the white snake, with the power of nature, I have shed my skin. I have become the white dragon. His back bled precious blood. Minato was truly running out of time at this point. We'll see about that. By all means, give it a try. However, before the Yugure commander could launch his attack, a big constrictor materialized out of nowhere, grabbing the startled shinobi firmly. Despite Minato's best efforts, he was unable to free himself as Orochimaru lunged forward and began laughing hysterically. Oh crap, this isn't going to work out well in the end. Ask a dumb question because, well, you know. For those who don't, he responded with a fist that made a hard contact with his face. His nose broke and blood gushed out, much to Minato's dismay and, terror. Besides, the blow had rendered him completely stunned. Its force resembled one of Tsunade's more potent blows from the war. Or the occasion Jiraiya replaced him with him to absorb her beatings after finding out the pervert had been spying on her. Regretfully for him, he didn't have time to think about those things or even recover because the same kind of punch attacked his stomach again, making him spit up a mouthful of blood. Not good. The Kusanagi made a quick hit to the right side of his ribs, causing him to groan in agony as he realized that at least 3 of them had broken. Its ultimate goal was to impale Minato through the heart. However, the Yugure commander got away. Fortunately, Orochimaru had paused just long enough to raise his blade, providing him with a split second to teleport to any of the several dozen Hiraishin markers dotting the battlefield. Regretfully, Minato was now severely injured and rapidly losing blood. This had to end, for him. Before he vanished, seals flashed over his body, bringing absorbable chakra into his system. Minato unleashed his dreaded move, causing his form to flash simultaneously everywhere. His amazing speed created afterimages on the battlefield that gave the impression that clones had been created, and then pandemonium broke out. They all started sending Orochimaru crescent waves of chakra from all directions at once. There was literally no way out, as every snake summon that materialized was quickly chopped to pieces. Rankyaku, Senso, Storm Leg, War. However, it was all in vain. With a casual spin around Kusanagi, Orochimaru had laughed at the approaching threat. The blade deflected a few, most were somehow avoided, and the few that did collide did not penetrate the Sannin's protective skin. It was absurd. Chakra's crescent blades, made to pierce the hardest demonically. Reinforced hides, were genuinely failing to make even a scratch. Relentlessly, Minato changed course, happy that the haughty snake Sannin, who was now making fun of his skills, had overlooked the many Hiraishin seal markers hidden in his earlier attacks that were sprayed all over his body. Recognizing the inherent resilience of Sage Mode, recognizable chakra swirls materialized in the hands of each flickering twin. Then the afterimages converged. This is going to be good, he thought, observing Orochimaru's horrified expression. Payback's a bitch. Resensiden, spiraling star cluster. Pain. More intense than Orochimaru had ever felt. Every angle and side of his body was being penetrated by twisted rotations that gave the impression that he was having a seizure. The constant abuse caused his body to contort, battered, damaged, and brutally mutilated to the point where every pore on his body was stained with blood on the rooftop tiles. It seemed like an endless assault, but at last Minato gave way and jumped back, just as seals flashed across his body again. But Orochimaru didn't care, pain obscured his thoughts, and it was excruciating. But he could still feel it through the haze. Fear. True fear for his life had held its icy hold throughout this entire battle. He was being pushed even after releasing 2 of his kunjutsu. In light of everything he had experienced, he would not be defeated. Minato Namikaze continued to push him even after he had achieved what seemed to be the highest point of power, the ability to harness the essence of nature itself. But that's no longer the case. He wouldn't let himself fail in his attempt to become immortal. He cried, "I will not lose." Kinjutsu. Josho, Forbidden Technique, Ascension. It was possibly the most hideous show in the history of the shinobi. Orochimaru literally lost his skin, and what was left was an enormous, repulsive creature with hundreds of white snakes growing out of it, along with his repulsive, deformed features that severed as far as the head. He appeared to be in his sage mode as horns were visible to be sticking out of his head, which further solidified his transformation into a white dragon. Kami above. Muttered E. What has he done to himself? As he watched his former pupil roar angrily to the skies, Sarutobi muttered, horrified and saddened, Orochimaru. To think you would become this. He could somewhat understand why Orochimaru would select this form because the sight of a white serpent undoubtedly brought back memories. And he alone would refer to such a method as an ascension. Orochimaru growled and thrashed his tail against the roof, exclaiming, "Gaze upon my form." This is power at its greatest. When it hit the tiles, it broke, leaving a crack down its length. This is immortality. You are all useless against my might. Oh shit. This is not good, Minato muttered, going over all of her options in her head. Not many were present. Fuck, looks like I don't have a choice. Suddenly, 6 seals opened at once, enveloping Minato's form in a virtual chakra aura. The levels were genuinely extraordinary. The other 3 shinobi noticed him because of the force behind his sheer energy, and then he disappeared. Vanished in a moment. Not even Hiraishin's flash to indicate his movement could be seen. All they could sense was the heavy rumble behind Orochimaru that attracted their attention. And fear spread throughout the group of cages, not just from the snake Sannin. A recognizable ball of whirling chakra materialized in his hands, then it was stretched, compressed, contained by its inherent cohesive qualities, and exposed to a brand. New element, lightning. Vibrant blue electricity surged into the sphere, bringing nature's metamorphosis to its pinnacle. Within the center of the sphere, plasma began to form due to the immense voltage of electricity being contained. Minato had completed the task. No. You will not defeat me. Not again. Minato vanished in a flash of yellow, his attack missing. And then it took place. Raiden. Banrai Kamodama, lightning release, enlightened sphere of heavy thunder. The method connected, then burst into a ball of pure lightning that quickly grew to encircle the monstrosity that Orochimaru had become. A significant portion of the Sannin's body was completely destroyed by the millions of volts of electricity that flowed through it, and what's even worse was that he didn't feel any pain. Other than ghostly pains, Orochimaru was completely devoid of all nerves in his body due to the initial electrocution, which prevented him from feeling anything at all. All he could do was watch as his body broke down. Why? Why had they decided to fight him like this? I mean, who wouldn't want to live forever and reap the benefits of eternal life? Orochimaru's twisted mind wandered over these thoughts in the brief moments between life and death. However, the Sannin could not understand any of them, and to make matters worse, he had fallen short once more against Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. He would have to lose to that man how many times? Orochimaru's first defeat was still very much fresh in his mind when the people started applauding his teammates' valor in battle instead of his own. It was exasperating. In actuality, the Dobi of his era was developing faster than he was. Next was Minato, Jiraiya's apprentice, who rose fast to become Hokage and, consequently, broke Orochimaru's dream with a single stroke of his fingers, thereby exposing yet another defeat at the hands of his comrade. This strengthened his desire for immortality and gave him an insatiable drive to demonstrate his brilliance. To bestow upon Konoha an endless period of wealth and power through the might of immortal shinobi, under which he, Orochimaru, would have served as their leader. An actual paradise. No, Konoha was not aware of his abilities. His own sensei had deserted him, and his village had rejected his experiments. Thus, he discovered the perverse reality. That all that mattered was that the world was made up of him and him alone. That only he, Orochimaru of the White Snake, was divine and would reach the level of ascended immortality that others haven't even been able to imagine. And nothing would get in his way once he was on that pedestal. He would be in charge of them all and exact revenge on them for their disdain and treachery. Everyone would bow down to him, or perish. But now, it had occurred once more. A third loss at the hands of Jiraiya via Minato Namikaze, Yuger's commander of the covert division. Why was he still losing? Why was he the one who was the target of this amazing ninjutsu, one that even Orochimaru could not fully understand in terms of its immense power and workings? Why did he always end up suffering? He'd never find out. The sun broke through the ominous clouds overhead, marking the end of Orochimaru. It shone down on Konoha, illuminating its wealth and strength and proving that, in spite of the conflict below, it would never fall. It was a truly ironic and beautiful thing, life. On either side of the Konohagakure main gates stood earthen walls, fortified with intricate durability seals, supplemented to prevent surface walking, and intended to funnel the vast approaching forces. All over the place were improvised traps. The earth was covered with ice. Barriers burned like fires. Water rippled in pools on both sides, offering shinobi a ready supply of Sweden techniques. Despite these defenses, things looked dire because there were, regrettably, only 50 shinobi in the contingent that arrived at Konohagakure's main gates. 10 horse-sized foxes, each with 2 tails, were poised for battle. Even though Naruto's group had traveled across 2/3 of the village to get where they were going, many of the shinobi they had come across were either rivals, low-ranking Chunin, or members of their own generation. Simply put, low-ranking Chunin are essentially genin who have been promoted in the past year, so Konohagakure's defense against the final wave consisted entirely of genin. It was only a matter of time until the last wave of enemy forces arrived, at the very least. Naruto muttered, rubbing his eyes tiredly, "We are so screwed." The total seriousness of his tone accurately conveyed the conviction that underpinned his assertion. No, screwed doesn't even cover it. We are totally and officially fucked. It could be worse. Really, Sakura? Chan? How? I don't know, we could be alone. Given our numbers, I'm not sure that would be much of a difference. Stop being so negative, Naruto, moaned Sasuke, leaning against the check. Encounter in his customary detached manner. It's not like you. Naruto. Kun, Sasuke. San is correct, Haku said, cuddling up to her partner. We can do this. You just have to rile them up a bit. This may be their last. You want me to give them a speech? You were elected leader here. I'll give it some thought. You know, I still would prefer you to be somewhere safe. You and Tenten, Naruto remarked, casting a scathing glance at the weapon's mistress. His reply was a raspberry. But I know I'll never convince either of you. Tenten grinned and exclaimed, yup. Despite a slight cough. Her wound had been successfully repaired by a field medic, and Naruto's radiating celestial chakra was healing any remaining damage. She would have full chakra reserves and be in excellent fighting condition in a matter of minutes. Though, after learning of her injuries, most of the contingent wasn't thrilled with her presence. They knew their complaints would go unanswered. The Ice Maiden pecked him on the lips and said, cheekily, "Good, you're learning." The angel with blonde hair rolled his eyes. His closest friends maintained their composure, but the others were not so fortunate. Naruto was certain they were completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Everybody was terrified. Although the contingent held their positions as Konohagakure shinobi and felt obligated to protect their village, the sentiment was undeniable. They were currently triple checking their gear, each with a vial of soldier pills and multiple weapons scrolls. Some even had a mirror shield that Heizo had given them to deflect projectiles. They were also chatting among themselves in a feeble attempt to diffuse the tension, but then they sensed it. Shivers. Earthquake? Not the footsteps of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of bandits, mercenaries, demons, and shinobi making their drab battle formations approach the main gates. Now that they were only a few minutes away, the Konoha 15 and company could see them in the distance. Fear started to set in. Both Genin and Chunin started to back off, but Naruto could not let that happen. Everyone stopped it, guys. It was Konoha's Angel of Death, their leader. Would what he said give them the courage they so sorely needed? Would he really take a stand and oppose this army that seemed to be unstoppable? It did, for courage suddenly roared within them, sparking a fire. I know what you're feeling. I can see it in your eyes. The fear. It grips us all, urging you to run. But none of you will listen, none of you will flee. No. You will stand your ground. The small group of shinobi straightened up, even as the enemies got closer, raising their weapons, adopting stances, and becoming more determined. That's right, stand your ground. Their numbers mean nothing in this corridor. What are they in comparison to us? I'll tell you, nothing. They're cowards. WE or shinobi. The mighty strength behind Konoha, and by that power, we will defend our homes. A day may come when this village is not but ash and ruins, taken and destroyed, but not today. Today, this day. We fight. So by all that you hold dear, for Konoha. For honor. For your families and for the people you love. I ask you to stand. Stand and fight. Yeah. Let's show them Konoha's power. They'll never beat us. Formations. Mirrors up. Immediately, the afternoon sun bounced off their shields and directly into the enemy's eyes of Konoha. Naruto wasted no time in giving his next orders after blinding their opponents. Volley, launch. Ejected from the dimensional confines of their scrolls, hundreds of projectiles shot into the distance, where they became buried among the opposing forces in front. The air was filled with screams of agony and death, but more kept coming. Many fell on the icy floors, becoming easier targets for the continuous volley of gunfire. Others, who had been brutally forced to the top by their own allies in order to secure their own safe passage, perished from traps or the flaming barriers. Even more adversaries struck back, launching countless arrows, shuriken, and other weapons at the Konoha defenders. Sadly for them, these projectiles collided with their shields and were deflected back toward them, killing a great number of people at once. Numerous more fell, riddled with shuriken and kunai. Again. Launch. Again. Don't stop firing. Sasuke. Go. Kaden. Ikoden no Jutsu, fire release, flare bomb technique. With the most chakra still available, Sasuke sent forth a tremendous fireball that soared above the opposing forces. It burst as it was about to reach its maximum altitude, showering the invaders with hundreds of smaller fires. Even though not many people perished in these flames, the shinobi would gain a crucial advantage because the pain would divert attention. Now, Sakura. Doden. Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. Suddenly, dozens of spikes rose out of the ground, skewering dozens of enemies and tipped with ice to give a frostbiting effect. Still, more arrived. Raise shields and make ready. Here they come. The battle that will decide whether Konohagakure's legend endures pits a small group of defenders against an army of enemy invaders. Without a signal, Lee launched the charge, yelling, "H whatcha?" and taking down an enemy's head with a downward punch, with the others trailing closely behind. Giving way to the force of the blow, the kendo expert spun around, sidestepping a sword at the same time, and locked in a devastating hook kick to the attacker's neck. Then he snatched up the falling blade, knocked a stray projectile out of the air, and threw the weapon into the chest of a mercenary. He was knocked unconscious by a blindsided punch, but the teen in the spandex quickly got up and gave the kunoichi an uppercut that knocked him out. Lee rushed forward, making sure he didn't waste any time on a single enemy. He killed one with a backhand, connected with twin fists, scissor kicked two more, elbowed a fifth, broke the legs of a sixth, tossed aside a seventh, and finally front F flipped into a heel drop to eliminate an eighth. Konoha Gufu, Leaf Hurricane. Lee unleashed a barrage of punches that crushed the large demonic scorpion that had been on the verge of consuming the teenage shinobi. The creature had no chance when it cried out, "Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind." As soon as the enormous object was brought down, 5 mercenaries charged in. A Chunin hurried to help and fought 2 of them while the others went on attacking Lee. He promptly delivered an axe kick to 2 and his elbows to the remaining 1. The taijutsu expert intervened after observing that they were wounded but not defeated. With a cross, jab, elbow drop, and knee to the chin, he countered the first's wild haymaker and drove him straight into the ground. With an overhead sword swing, the second mercenary attempted to attack, but Lee quickly caught and manipulated the arm into a pain compliance hold. The taijutsu expert used this grappling technique to deflect the last of the enemy's axe, kick the man out of the way, and then return his captive's sword through the stomach. He then launched an outside kick combo at the last member of the trio, almost breaking his neck, before delivering a barrage of punches to his sternum to finish him off. When he was done, a demon and 2 squadrons came charging at him, putting the spandex clad genin on the defensive. Luckily, the fighting Pinkette nearby delivered a lightning strike to dispatch the demonic creature. He caught an enemy's jump side kick after deftly blocking several of their attempted attacks and dodging any weapons. With a stomp to the face, the kunoichi was flung to the ground and instantly knocked out. He spun around, unable to block an uppercut to the stomach, but he fought back right away, splintering the attacker's jaw with his forearm and breaking the man's back with a well-aimed blow. He collapsed akin to a bag of potatoes. 5 opponents charged from either side, attempting to box him in as he did so. After one fighter managed to land multiple painful blows, Lee abruptly spun into a handstand with his legs spread wide. 3 mercenaries were struck in the face by the unconventional move, and the 4th was knocked down and sent flying with a knee to the chin. An uppercut to the stomach of the 5th enemy caused the mercenary to hunch over in pain, and a downward punch to the neck followed. He did not stand up again. Lee's butterfly kick caused 2 more enemies to fall under his armpit shortly after. The enemy who was left had his leg trapped there. Removing his footing, while dodging some kunai, caused the Suna Nin to make an unanticipated split, which would normally not have affected any respectable shinobi. However, the taijutsu expert planted his foot firmly at the point where the leg and the body joined, pulling the appendage back toward him. Of course, the man screamed. Tenten sent a tossed kunai to put an end to his suffering. Speaking of weapons mistresses, Team 9's kunoichi was currently skewering her own adversaries with naganatas. She viciously impaled the attacker's skull by wrenching the bloody weapon out of its most recent victim, parrying a mercenary's sword, and blocking a barrage of shuriken. Tenten used this straightforward but efficient combination to methodically end the lives of 2 entire squadrons, and the process started over. They're all so stupid. They're coming in a straight line. They appear to want to pass away. The kunoichi thought, no common sense whatsoever, and snatched her enemy's hatchet, decapitating him in the process. Then, with audacious precision, the weapon was hurled and buried halfway through the skull of an additional adversary. Suddenly, a sword blazing with celestial chakra flew past, piercing half of an assassin's body who was trying to surprise her. She turned and grabbed Tenyu, unaware that she was protected by the weapon's self defense mechanisms. She then kicked the shinobi away after cleaving through his leg. The ice maiden nearby frozen him seconds later. The divine weapon was then quickly plunged through another, sparing a Konoha Chunin, and returned to its wielding owner just as she was fending off a demon's claw and lunging forward to stab it in the eye. Tenten heaved and flung the creature off her naginata into a charging group of mercenaries, channeling chakra through her limbs. With her opponents now pinned, the kunoichi leapt to her feet and struck each of them with the full length of her weapon, knocking them all unconscious. The enemies encircling her froze, their blood boiling with fear for this one opponent. However, what was causing their anxiety was not Tenten's skill with a weapon or even the increasing quantity of corpses. Rather, it was something seemingly innocuous but terribly sinister. Due to the fact that Tenten had been humming during the massacre. A humming sound. Was she really thinking that their lives were so little? It seems that way. A stray kunai whistled past Tenten's jugular by mere millimeters. The violinist's concerto of death never ceased its melody within, guiding Tenten's dance-like movements through her enemies because music knew that in battle. It's 10% luck. 20% skill. She deflected and returned a barrage of projectiles with a spin of her naginata. The attacking shinobi turned into shuriken. Riddled corpses in a matter of seconds. 15% concentrated willpower. You ready? The brandished naginata flashed, splattering the crimson fluids of 5 enemies across the earth with swift impalements until a kanobo iron club splintered the spear into kindling. 12 shinobi gathered before her, each heavily armed with a variety of weapons against her lonesome spear. The odds were against her. Relentless, the surviving spearhead was driven through the provocateur's jugular and then hurled with audacity 40 meters away into the skull of a demon. The fragmented spearhead's explosive tag exploded, showering the creature's remnants across its allies. Tenten quickly palmed the dropped tools and showed off her weaponry, slicing deep wounds with her sickle and sword across the last of her opponents. More kunai flew toward her, but as they approached, an oval mirror abruptly appeared in their path, deflecting them in the direction of the enemy's allies, causing all to fall into boneless heaps. As the initial attackers were eliminated by a water dragon, they collapsed, stunned by their unexpected demise. 5% pleasure, 2 bandits yelled as they charged her, laughing that they would enjoy robbing her of her virginity. A kick sent a falling kunai slamming into someone's throat and the sickle was tossed after being castrated with gleeful satisfaction. 50% pain, Tenten said as a roundhouse kick bruised her cheek and temporarily stunned her, giving the enemy shuriken time to finally find its target. There was a clatter as the sword fell, with 2 embedding themselves in her leg and another nicking her torso near the breasts. She staggered from her wounds, pain clouding her thoughts. Now, the barbarian was taunting her loudly, saying that he would prove her innocence before he would even think about giving her a deathly reprieve. However, a swarm of insects diverted his attention long enough for the attacker to be beheaded by twin flashes of silver, permanently silencing him. She was unable to stop now. The music encouraged her to continue because of who she was, and the symphony of death continued. A happy Konoha. Based kunoichi. Tenten, armed with a bladed tonfa, kicked the corpse away and took a stance. The world would witness that a small group of genins, praised at their generation's best and known as the Konoha 15, defended their village against overwhelming odds and gave everyone a reason. A 100% reason to remember our names. A true kunoichi saw no pain as anything. Bring it, let's go. Tenten's bloodline. Blessed teammate was killing opponents nearby with equal speed, making sure to take out anyone trying to attack his teammates from behind. His nearly 360 degrees of vision, which is currently limited to prevent being blinded by the glare of the mirror, prevented any opponent from taking advantage of him, and the Hyuga clan's Jukin, gentle fist, was lethal to all, human or not. Neji immediately used his powers to good effect, swatting away a punch and taking the attacker's life with a simple tap to the bandit's midsection. He quickly incapacitated 6 more with rapid, consecutive palm strikes, laughing at his opponent's folly in facing him. After removing the weapon from its owner's grasp and stepping on a javelin thrust from behind, he impaled the enemy's neck with the spearhead. Neji quickly used a Jukin strike to break the weapon, allowing him to skewer 2 more people with the broken wood. As the Hyuga killed the archer with a thrown kunai, another enemy was killed by step. Sighting an arrow. They were going to die at his hands and succumb to Konoha's might. A Konoha Chunin fell nearby, but Neji was fast to exact revenge, robbing the murderer of his dagger and savagely putting it in the man's throat. Then, he dodged a sword that was swung at him from behind, spun around, swept the assailant's legs out from under him, and slammed him face first into the ground. Neji. As soon as the Hyuga heard and saw Lee's call, he moved quickly to support his teammate. With multiple palm thrusts, the teen wearing spandex was able to eliminate half of the enemy with compressed vacuum shells, significantly improving her situation. Neji was unaware that he was performing an advanced Juken, gentle fist, technique flawlessly, as he hadn't really learned it yet. Rather, his attention was drawn to the 8 demons that surrounded him. They resembled wolves in appearance but had 2 heads instead. When faced with so many obstacles, even Neji had to accept the dire state of affairs until the group was abruptly reduced to 5 by a golden crescent of chakra. Much better, Neji charged, slapping one person's leg and forearm to make them useless as he leapt over the swinging claws. The Hyuga moved to stand between them, his roars of pain diverting the creature's attention. "You are all in my divination field." Time appeared to slow down. 2 palms, then 4. 8th. 16. 32. Hake Rokuhuion Sho, 8 trigrams 60. 4 palms. The 5 demons were knocked down in a flurry of lightning. Fast jabs and palm strikes that were targeted directly at the vitals. However, 24 more people quickly replaced them, and he found himself encircled. Crap. An entire pack. Fate is offering me a rather difficult challenge. Still, Neji braced himself as he assumed the Juken, gentle fist, stance, ready for the surely challenging combat. And he didn't have to wait long for the demonic wolves to charge, barking their desire for mortal flesh. Neji twisted around, biting several times before bending over and sliding foot first beneath the attacking creature's abdomen. He killed it instantly with 3 strikes. With a deft swipe, the Hyuga prodigy leapt over another's paw and severed several tendons. When another Juken, gentle fist, attack caused its heart to implode, the now crippled demon collapsed, unable to support its own weight. Then Neji leapt and started spinning in midair before vanishing in a blur of speed. Hakasho Kaden, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Chakra descended from each tenketsu, transforming into a shielding whirling sphere before slamming full force into 4 demons. Their skulls were reduced to bloody smears as the forward momentum and downward rotation smashed them squarely into the ground. Their haphazard devastations caused the famished dogs to hesitate, as though debating whether or not to confront such an adversary. However, their rabid appetites roared with demand, and they attacked again, compelling the Hyuga to flee as quickly as possible. In the meantime, he took advantage of the moment when it was right. Sadly, kunai were also being thrown at him from a distance. Fortunately, purple electricity stopped many of them, and his bloodline limit kept the others at bay. However, despite having almost complete vision, he was not immune to harm indefinitely. As he was killing a mongrel by punching it in the heart with his palm, another grabbed his sleeve. No. But before he could do anything, the demon dog started swaying him like a doll. Neji was unable to stop the creature's other head and its 4 siblings as they readied themselves for their first bites. He could see his teammates struggling to get to him, but their opponents were stopping them. They wouldn't make it in time. Had fate already decided on my death? Is this really how things end? A flaming ball of fire erupted against 2 of the dog's flanks. The source of the attack was unknown because the shinobi had vanished into the throngs of foes. Even so, as their relatives burned to death beneath the intense heat, their agonizing cries attracted the attention of the others. Big mistake. Hake Rokuhuion Sho, 8 trigrams 60. 4 palms. All but one of them survived in a blur of lightning. Fast Juken palm strikes, his captor. It swung its claws, causing Neji's savior to cry out in pain, but it was met with multiple counters right away. The mongrel fell, lifeless. The others started to circle the 2, growling fiercely. Deijobu, are you okay, Neji? Nisan? The shocked, pupilless eyes widened. Hinata. Sama? Hinata flinched. Despite the severe bleeding from the gashes in her shoulder, she continued to stand tall. She had defeated a good number of opponents when her confidence erupted like a tsunami inside of her. With its help, The heiress had sprung to Neji's aid as soon as she saw her cousin in trouble, and now she was here, having come to his aid. Even the characteristic that is typically linked to her timid personality, her stutter, was not present when she spoke to her cousin. Neji had to hear this since their deaths might occur in a matter of seconds. Neji. Nissan. We'll change the Hyuga family together, she said with unwavering confidence, rather than offering encouragement, a chance to stand, or even to back down. Words were not enough for him. Although it wasn't the first time the declaration had been made, it was the first time Hinata had said it. Numerous shinobi, Hyuga and not, had made it. And Neji knew right away that his cousin would keep her word if they survived because it was so full of underlying resolve and intense emotion. Never having looked more stunning, the heiress stood there, bleeding from her rescue but still promising him a better future. Hina. Haim, thank you. The Hyuga slowly got back up on his feet. He wrenched his dislocated arm back into its socket, dripping blood down his cheek. There were 12 demons left in the pack, and they would all be destroyed. In Konoha's Byakugan eyes glowed a blazing fire of determination, the will of fire of which he spoke so proudly. Victory was definitely assured because fate had shown its hand. For Konoha. Hinata grinned. For our family. Hake Rokuhuion Sosho, 8 trigrams 60. 4 twin palms. Words just couldn't express the pure beauty of the two Hyuga as they flowed gracefully and fluidly through their taijutsu. Magnificent, elegant, mesmerizing. Their coordination was flawless, giving the impression that they were performing a well-rehearsed dance. Chakra. Filled palms struck with lightning. Fast speed, severing and crippling the chakra circulation system precisely. Any attempts at retaliation were swatted away by reinforced forearms and knees. And during it all, as their steps quickened, Neji and Hinata grinned at each other while the last of the previous 11 demon dogs died. One could build relationships and repair bridges even in the midst of conflict. The closest of Hinata's teammates was laughing almost gleefully as his bloodstained claws tore open the throat of a mercenary. The four legs technique, along with constant fighting, had reawakened Kiba's animalistic tendencies and bloodlust, and he didn't waste any time in making the most of them. The brazen youth dashed across the disordered ranks of their adversaries, running on all fours as he and his dog, assuming the feral form of his master, ripped and tore anything stupid enough to get in their way. Kiba twisted beneath the spear and used an open, clawed backhand to mutilate the attacker's face. A few seconds later, a fox finished him. He slid through the enemy's legs, his other arm protecting himself from a haymaker and severing the barbarian's tendons, rendering him crippled. Kiba couldn't contain his howl of bloody satisfaction as his downed opponent's windpipe was crushed with a stomp and the man collapsed. Kiba unleashed a barrage of violence, sending one attacking mercenary flying into a demon's gaping jaws and another slamming the man's mouth shut and chopping off his tongue. It was gory and bloody, splattering the Inazaka's face with the red fluids. Kiba then leapt off the assisted lift from a Chunin and lunged at a group of bandits nearby, gouging deep lacerations into one with his downward swing and knocking the man unconscious with his follow. Up roundabout axe. Kick. As soon as the bandit lost consciousness, another one charged in, ready for battle. Another enemy attacked from behind, successfully stabbing the shinobi with a knife as his sword sliced through the air, trying to meet its mark. Even though the blade fortunately missed any vital organs, Kiba was still severely wounded as blood spurted and he staggered. But before either foe could kill him, Akamaru gave the sword, wielding attacker a body smack. The dog instantly dove for the man's jugular, its teeth tearing through flesh and muscle to taste blood. However, the graphic scene was made even more horrific by the fact that Akamaru was still wearing his master's form and had blood trickling down his chin. The other soon came to the same fate. However, Kiba ignored this as he carried on destroying his opponents, relying instead on his instincts to ignore the heavily bleeding wound. A thrown scythe, aimed at a monstrosity resembling a minotaur, flew past him, missing his neck by a whisker. He did not even hesitate. He paid no attention to anything around him, not even to the deftly hurled needles that zipped by and lodged themselves in the assassin's eye. Rather, his entire focus was on the approaching dozen, who were trying to stop him from killing him and having fun. The two started a dead sprint and started spinning at amazing speeds, exclaiming, "Come on, Akamaru. Let's tear these fucking pussies apart." Their bodies blurred, looking less like them and more like a drill. Their objectives were the suspended adversaries that his comrade had positioned using the Kakaichu. Gatsuga, fang passing fang. The air was full of screams. And it wasn't just the Inazaka clan that was lamenting about pain, suffering, and death. No, a number of them were brought on by an equally lethal source whose abilities were derived from the frequently ignored insects. More than 30 bodies encircled the stoic shinobi as hordes of Kakaichu eagerly continued their feast, dispersing throughout the battlefield and supporting Shino's allies through energy leeching and distractions. When it came to the Aburame, a specific breed was kept nearby while he battled the fireflies. Emerging from the fire, infused chakra and greatly enhanced by consuming yoki, Shino's adversaries rapidly realized that even slight physical contact could result in burns. A considerable number of them had already been reduced to charred remains. At the moment, Shino was facing several barbarians, but these individuals truly had an IQ higher than 2, or nearly so. 3 of them surrounded the Aburame and engaged him in close quarters right away, with the others standing back to cover any gaps or weaknesses. Since they were mercenaries, of course, they had no idea what shinobi were capable of, so they were completely unaware of the danger that the several dozen fireflies that were circling them posed to them, the poor fools. Abruptly, a bandit hurled a kunai equipped with an explosive tag. When it exploded, Shino was forced to flee, which allowed the barbarians to assemble closer in hopes of having a chance to destroy the Aburame, but they would not succeed. Shino quickly recovered, creating a single seal, unleashing his power, and blocking a mercenary's sword with one he had acquired. Kaiten. Hotarubi. Hitaruma. Fire release. Firefly light. Fiery doll. A sudden burst of flames from the fireflies caught every enemy in the Aburame's vicinity on fire. As they rolled around in the dirt, trying in vain to put out the fires, their screams resounded throughout the battlefield. However, one made it out alive. He was soon struck by a sword through the skull and caught fire after collapsing onto his allies. Burned to ash, enemies of Konoha. The previously unseen enemy crumpled to the floor broken and dead, but the Aburame was spared certain death when a massive blood-stained fist suddenly crashed into an approaching assassin. With a nod of gratitude, Shino departed from the plump shinobi to carry on destroying whole squadrons, breaking every bone in their bodies as Choji's enormous fists crushed their bodies. 3 monstrous animals that resembled velociraptors growled, challenged, and sank their fangs into the enlarged limb of the Akamichi. Considering its enormous size, it was barely more than a scrape. In return, Choji used a forceful backhand to splatter the remnants of 2 of the monstrosities across the earthen wall. The shinobi was tackled by the other, which caused him to fall back, but he immediately got back up and gave the creature an axe kick with his enlarged leg. Then, with a quick turn, Choji caught a bandit's punch and gave him a hard elbow, fracturing most of the man's ribs and rupturing some of his internal organs. He was knocked out by another blow. How the fuck is that fat ass beating us so easily? What did you call me? I'm not fat. I'm just big-boned. Cried the mercenaries, who were trampled underfoot and flung against the earthen walls. Choji was fuming, not realizing that an assassin had drawn his dagger. Choji. 8 o'clock. Execute tactic 0003. A. The Akamichi turned and swung his enlarged fist instantly, following his best friend's instructions. Horya AHHH. After eliminating the approaching enemy to a sufficient degree, Choji curled up, allowing his body to expand until it resembled a large boulder. Nakuden Sensha, human bullet tank. Exclaimed the stoic shinobi as he rolled across the battlefield, figuratively crushing entire squadrons of barbarians while also sparing 2 Konoha Chunin who were on the verge of being overrun by the now pulverized enemy. Choji. 7 o'clock. Ino. 10 o'clock. Tactic 0013. C. A whole squadron came apart, rendered completely immobile as a result of their limbs not obeying mental commands. In a matter of seconds, Choji crushed them. Ino. Incoming 3 o'clock. Take 5 steps back and retaliate with class. 2 explosive kunai. Mercenaries were brutally murdered by an explosion while projectiles were avoided. Now execute tactic 0009. At 7 o'clock from 5 meters. 3 more people perished. Choji. Execute tactic 0002. Toward 9 o'clock. Incoming at 30 meters. They threw a corpse into a squadron that was charging. They passed away moments later, finished them off. Good, okay, Ino. 8 o'clock. Execute tactic 0014. A. Abruptly, a mercenary started screaming, his fingers grabbing at his terrified eyes as though gouging them out would be a better experience than whatever horror he was facing. His heart failed him shortly after that. Choji. Watch it. Incoming at 6 o'clock. Even after 3 demon bulls were crushed by a massive fist, more continued to appear. Shit. 7 o'clock, Shoji. Look at your 7. Get out of there. The resident couple of Ice and Angel created twin water dragons that unexpectedly slammed into a swarm of charging bull. Like demons, sparing the plump shinobi from what would have been an extremely painful trampling. A few perished in the relentless flood, and the remaining ones were only dislodged by the forceful ninjutsu blows. Sadly for the survivors, lightning struck seconds later and used 1,000,000-volt electrocution to destroy the monstrosities. They were never going to win. Shikamaru yelled, "Oh. Never mind." Kagemane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. As he hurriedly tore apart an assassin who was closing in on him. Naruto's fox summons, 2 of which had been ordered to protect the Nara, swiftly destroyed him. Haku's partner Heizo was also standing close by, having quickly ascertained Shikamaru's sharp tactical intelligence and choosing to assist with his protection. Shoji. 7 o'clock. Duck, now. Good, now execute tactic 0003. Be at 5 meters to your left. Heizo. San, incoming projectiles at your 3 o'clock. More were crushed beneath the boulder. Sized, spinning shinobi. The arrows and shurikens struck a mirror shield, deflecting the weapons and sending them through another mirror that was attached to a Chunin nearby. Ino. Combination. First at 9 o'clock. Execute tactic 0002. On closest enemy. Then at 7 meters to its right, execute tactic 0005. A. The Yamanaka gave a nod and made an odd seal with her hands. Hi. Shirinshin no Jutsu, mind. Body disturbance technique. The hired gunman killed its comrade while operating under the Yamanaka clan's methods. After attaching an explosive tag to his chest, he lunged in the direction of a different squadron. It goes without saying that when it exploded, they were all killed. Shoji, Ino. 2 o'clock at 20 meters. Tactic 0024. B. Suddenly, a massive, ape-like creature that was paralyzed found itself pancaked and cratered into the ground. And so it went, with Shikamaru supplying astute observations, calculations, and strategies to direct his comrades' combative actions as they methodically defeated their foes. Shoji would use his superhuman strength to take out a lot of enemies while Ino used her unique genjutsu to block any attackers and support her allies in their attacks. From time to time, Shikamaru would use explosive tags or his own shadow techniques to take out any enemies the fox summons that were in the vicinity. The 3 stayed close together, exhibiting the legendary teamwork of their parents as they dispatched any enemy squadron or demon that ventured too near. Not far away, the Ice Maiden who lived in Konoha was making good use of all Zabuza's training. Haku had been encircled by dozens of foes just moments ago. They were frozen statues now, nothing more. Swordsmanship beckoned, and icy senbon sliced clean through the attacker's throat as another fell, shrieking over his icy leg. His suffering was quickly ended by a series of needles aimed toward his heart. She then performed a butterfly twist to dodge a barrage of projectiles, landed in an ice mirror, and then surfaced behind the archers, her fingers now functioning as pseudoclaws thanks to senbon. The mercenaries turned into needle-riddled corpses in an instant. Then she released a huge wave of snow and ice as she blurred through a seal sequence. Hyeten. Haikai, ice release, frozen sea. A tumbling wave of snow crushed dozens of enemies, while others became immobile, their legs stuck beneath 4 feet of snow. Sadly for them, Haku wasn't done yet. She just created 2 more seals and gained command over the snow and ice. Massive solid ice spikes that pierced every survivor mercenary from the previous attack erupted out of the snow, screaming, Hisatsu Hyoso, certain. Kill ice spikes. Nevertheless, at least she wasn't being as mean as her boyfriend's Sharingan. Wielding teammate when the white snow quickly turned red. Who wants to die next? Sasuke yelled as he skewered one mercenary with his scythe and strangled a quickly expiring one with his battle chain. Then he pulled his wailing prisoner toward him and exhaled a fiery flamethrower that scorched the victim and 2 others to the bone. The Uchiha yelled, "Come on!" as he lunged forward, catching an enemy's swung naginata and smashing his elbow against his jaw. Then, with great speed, the double-edged scythe rose, impaling the latter's skull before lowering itself to cut off the former's legs. The injured mercenary fell to the ground, immobile, as Sasuke savagely sliced the naginata through the man's abdomen, causing its already dead wielder to fall upon his friend's corpse. After countering a sword attack, the Crimson Reaper used Genjutsu to paralyze the attacker. Then, with great grace, he helped the enemy break his illusion by using his unconscious body as a meat shield against a barrage of arrows. In milliseconds, he regained consciousness, only to pass away instantaneously. Sasuke, however, gave the corpse no second thought as he tapped into his store of heavenly energy. Shiden. Aikatsu, fire release, ashes of the deceased. When the seal sequence was complete, the Crimson Reaper let loose a billowing cloud of burning ash from which vague figures resembling skeletons protruded. Without any delay, the group of archers was attacked by these specters, causing them to scream in terror and urinate in their pants until they were all burned to death. Sasuke continued his joyous slaughter, disregarding the gory consequences of his technique, as he kicked off a very surprised mercenary, whom he promptly decapitated, and used the increased altitude to reach a flying demon with a hand cackling with lightning. The Uchiha roared, "Take this! Chidori, 1,000 birds! Nay, Sasuke-kun!" Sasuke roared, yanking his bloody hand away from the monstrosity's chest. "What? Can't you see I'm a little busy here?" With a single punch, she splattered a man's skull and said, "No, really?" After that, she turned and caught an iron club, Kanobo, before kneeing her attacker in the chin. In a matter of seconds, he was dead. I didn't notice. With a simple eye roll, the Crimson Reaper struck the ground with his scythe. Shiden. Shoshitai no motion, death release, the burnt corpses rushing madly ahead. A number of recently killed corpses twitched, much to the dismay of both allies and enemies. Slowly and disturbingly, they rose, their bodies shrouded in raging fires. They then started to walk, one step at a time. The burnt corpses charged before anyone could really take in the zombie apocalyptic scene that unfolded before them. Screams rang out over the battlefield as they pounced on their adversaries, exploding in a hellfire plume of fire. To her dismay, Sakura only raised a gentle eyebrow in response to her teammates' carnage. "That's a new one. Well, I like this method," Sasuke grinned at the gory scene. "Requires little celestial chakra to use but serves as an effective offensive assault and distractionary technique." "I can see that, anyways." "Right, what did you need?" She quickly changed her request after noticing Sasuke's sardonic expression. "Besides possibly having sex later?" "Right, could you pass over the soldier pills? I didn't get any earlier." Sasuke said, "Sure," and threw the bag over. "Now, can I please get back to my slaughter?" Yes, go ahead. But you owe me a date." "I'd rather return to hell." "Really?" "Yes." "So you really are gay?" "I am not gay." "Well then why do you keep rejecting me? Is it because of my big boobies?" "What? No. Big boobs are the best." "Is it my ass?" "Seriously? No." "My face? No." "Of course not." "Well then, if you like my face, boobs, and my ass, shouldn't you want to bang me 8 ways to Sunday?" "Of course I do." "Wait, no." "Yes, I don't know." "Just shut up and keep fighting." Sakura obeyed his request, sighing with frustration at her teammates' lack of clarity. She deflected a mercenary's haymaker and delivered an uppercut in return. The man's skull was literally crushed by the subsequent blow. She spun around and broke an assassin's arm before impaling him bravely onto a nearby naginata that protruded from the earth. "Kami. Sama. They never stop." She snarled, clenching her fist. As soon as her fist made contact with the earth, a tremendous shockwave ripped through the vicinity, causing the earth to split into large cracks where sharp rocks protruded from the surface. Every enemy in the area fell, toppled over by the sudden, localized earthquake, some of whom even suffered shattered limbs. "Mizuken, Water Fist. Raken, Lightning Fist," was uttered a short while later. Sakura added her lightning element to the raging stream of water that had been unleashed across the wreckage with several times the force of a fire hydrant. All of the enemies in the area were yelling in pain in a matter of seconds, their sodden bodies acting as a conduit for the several million volt electricity that was being released. She then reared her fist back again after performing a brief seal sequence. "Is Ura-chan the one who did it?" "Yup, go for it, Omit." "Many thanks, Ura-chan." The pinkhead pondered. "Heiken, Fire Fist. Sakura's fist burst into flames, turning her opponents to ash. Regretfully, in spite of her previous frequent use, the pinkhead was completely exposed to her method in the absence of the talisman, and she recoiled when she was given multiple third-degree burns. I need the talisman back, damn it. My favorite method is this one. We'll get that bitch back later, I've changed your chakra nature again. You're good for futon. It was fortunate that Yugo Senpai had learned a few wind techniques from her fiancé. I understand, she answered. Keisuken, wind fist. What the hell? She used every element. A shinobi from the opposing team exclaimed, watching as his allies were blown back by the intense swirling wind. Worse, the fire she'd set earlier took on a roaring inferno. Like quality as the winds provided oxygen to the blazing embers. That shouldn't be possible. With a chirp, the kunoichi appeared beside the man and said, well, maybe not for you. Abruptly, steam billowed from her reddened skin as she engaged Jia Seikondo, here second. But it is for me. Kaijin no Kairyu, Sea God's Ocean Current. Oh shit. Sakura charged at once, sending the mercenary's body reeling backward with an unrelenting barrage of punches. In a matter of seconds, dozens of blows connected, and as the pinkhead persisted in her attack, his body essentially turned into a bulldozer for his allies, that is, Sakura is pushing him back with punches, and his body is shoving people aside in the process. When she finally came to a stop, the shinobi had completely changed. As more adversaries drew near, Sakura remained unfazed. The pinkhead charged into the fight, giving the nearest mercenary a double kick before turning to backhand an assassin. With Sakura's increased strength, both of them perished instantly. Then, disarming the assailant, she ducked beneath a sword, grabbed his arm, and started using his body as a human-sized club. Needless to say, dozens fell as people began to fly and smacked across the battlefield like baseballs with Sakura at the plate. With 3 supernatural weapons, including one in his mouth, the Angel of Death was busy ruthlessly slaying a large number of Konoha's adversaries. It was evident that their introduction to the razor sharp edges of his blades wasn't as warm and inviting as they had hoped, as evidenced by the mercenary's collapse, with his head neatly severed from his shoulders. Then, as he moved to the side, Naruto saw many of the barbarians shoot a barrage of arrows, but they were easily deflected as he passed by. The nearest archer's drawn sword was raised to greet Naruto when he arrived. Naruto blocked the blow and retaliated with his divine weapon, stabbing the attacker before flipping Mugetsu into a reverse grip to deflect a naginata. Then he spun on his heel and kicked a merciless kick to the attacker's sternum while simultaneously setting Tenyu ablaze with celestial chakra inside the mercenary's skull. The discarded spear was then fearlessly brought back by being thrown through the owner's stumbling throat. Talk about gory, and there were still a few archers standing. Naruto quickly grabbed his sword and he literally punched one opponent through the air. In the air as this man flew, the Angel of Death appeared beside the still in the air mercenary and quickly dealt slit jugulars, carved torsos, and severed extremities to the barbarian's fellow archers. The man never reached the ground unscathed. Naruto spread his angelic wings and launched himself into the air to battle an approaching swarm of devils with aerodynamics, all of whom had hideous similarities to other flying animals. Sadly, a few creatures noticed him coming and started to descend offensively right away, effectively disrupting his focus on a technique. He growled, forced to go on the defensive, damn it. Several attempts at maiming were thwarted by his blades, but because of his mid-air positioning, attacks came from all directions. It was just too much. Naruto needed assistance to avoid becoming overwhelmed, so he called out, Kuden. Genshi, void release, phantom limbs. Transparent arms sprouted from his shoulders, each bearing spectral images of his swords. The timing of their appearance was perfect, as the semi-transparent but tangible blades warded off the most recent swooping dives from behind, affording him a brief window of opportunity during their brief retreat. Futon. Daitopa, wind release, great breakthrough. Then came Futon. Shishiku, wind release, lion's roar. The demons were buffeted back even farther by the howling whirlwind, which allowed Naruto plenty of time to use his second ninjutsu, the move he had originally intended to use before being interrupted. The army below was showered with blood as the concentrated stream of compressed air mangled everything in its path. A few were still in the air a few moments later. The others had passed away. A few others looked like dragons, which made Naruto laugh. Saidoryu. Koryo Tatsumaki, Holy Sword Style, Heaven Ascended Dragon Twister. was a fitting reaction as the Naruto spun in circles and a Chinese serpentine dragon of radiant gold flowed out from Tenyu, gouging deep wounds into anything in its path. The angels of heaven owned the skies, not the demons of hell. When the angel of death touched down, multiple squadrons came together to confront him after witnessing the deaths of their air support. Naruto adopted the Santoryu stance without hesitation, even in the face of their numerical superiority. He didn't hesitate for long. He was confronted by the first mercenary, who attempted to blindside him but missed, and his partner did the same. He beheaded them both in retaliation, and they both died. Then Naruto spun around, dodging a flamethrower that a shinobi exhaled, and parrying swords from another. With the attacker's weapons still pinned, he snapped his head around and drove the Gurren Kitetsu, Crimson Lotus Demon Splitter, through the attacker's skull, then launched the blades he had taken aim at two opponents who were charging at him. Then, using the spinning momentum of the combination attack, he connected a roundhouse into the skulls of the approaching mercenary pair. With a triple downward stab, the enemies were quickly defeated as they staggered. Submitting to the downward momentum, the Angel of Death spun into a handstand, hacking at any unlucky enemy limb within reach with his legs kicking outward and swords swinging by now and then. They fell like flies when Naruto suddenly flashed a bright light to his left, forcing him to kick a recently turned corpse into the air and shield the shinobi from the flying projectiles. Malixair, Blender. The shinobi spun around and kicked again, sending the still airborne corpse with the shuriken embedded into the attacker before continuing on. Driven by the unseen concerto of death, he skillfully maneuvered Naruto through entire squadrons, each cleaving swing announcing the destruction of another. But there were still dozens more. Suddenly, Naruto was stooped over, his magical weapons aimed to prevent a frontal attack of overhead sword slashes from an octet. There was even use for the handles. Naruto growled and gave them a menacing glare, saying, "You guys are starting to get on my nerves." The group was knocked back heaving. Saitoryu. Dai Tenjiri, Holy Sword Style, Great Celestial Slash. The Angel of Death released a brilliant crescent of gold by drawing from his celestial chakra reserves. Its journey saw it mutilate a roaring monstrosity and slaughter dozens in its path before finally dissipating. Dead, it collapsed seconds later. What the? Oh, whoops. It seems that even minor harm to a Daidenshi's skin, which has been enhanced with celestial chakra, can effectively slice through a small group of enemies. Anyways, Jia. Teme. Somewhat distracted, a particularly cunning assassin stabbed him in the stomach, luckily missing anything important. Naruto kicked the attacker away right away, stoically ignoring the excruciating pain, and took out the dagger to start his regeneration. Regarding the knife, it was brutally given back through the assassin's eye. He then killed the man brandishing the hatchet after parrying it and flinging Tenyu, blazing with celestial energy once more, into a demonic creature that was attacking the weapon specialist of his generation. Mugetsu was also hurled a short while later, saving a fellow fighter from an assassin on the approach. Upon witnessing a throng of mercenaries charging towards him, Naruto muttered, "Great," and removed the Gurren Kitetsu, Crimson Lotus Demon Splitter, from his mouth and placed it in his hand. The Angel of Death, unable to gather his weapons, palmed the corpse's axe and lunged forward to confront them. After giving the first man a mule kick, Naruto used his red blade to block the man's naginata and drove the hatchet straight into his skull. The Angel of Death then performed a stunning feat of agility by literally kicking the abandoned spear through the air and into a mercenary's skull after burying the acquired axe at the now exposed torso. Then he struck the enemy with the axe embedded in his chin with an upward swing of his sword. Naruto. Hearing the voices of his comrades, Naruto didn't even flinch at the unexpected destruction of multiple mercenaries with their appearance. With a quick smile, they gave Tenyu and Mugetsu to the Angel of Death, and then all three of them launched themselves into a coordinated attack that destroyed every enemy in their path. In minutes, almost 100 people perished. Thus, the Konoha defenders engaged in combat. Against overwhelming odds, 50 Konohagakure shinobi defeated hundreds of opponents while suffering only a few personal losses. However, as each defender lost, the odds grew worse for them. Only 16 of the 35 Chunin who had joined them earlier remained alive, and the ones that did were gradually deteriorating. As for the Konoha 15, well, Jia, Kira, Chan, Neji, Kiba. Kira had apparently collapsed, barely breathing, her left arm horribly mangled, much to Naruto's horror. After defeating an enormous monster, Neji and Kiba stood guard over her, although not before suffering injuries of their own. The Hyuga had 3 deep gashes across his back, and the Inazaka had lost a portion of his ear. They were both worn out and quickly going into unconsciousness. Furthermore, they weren't alone. The Angel of Death regretted his choice to search the battlefield for his allies as soon as his eyes met them. Despite having an axe embedded in his back and a hunched posture, Lee exuded a lot of chakra. The inner gates had been opened by the taijutsu expert, a last-ditch effort that involved kinjutsu. Shino had retreated by Shikamaru nearby after receiving some shrapnel to his leg, which prevented him from moving himself correctly. He had lost most of his Kakaichu, and his colony was shrinking quickly. A few meters away, Tenten was still fighting off her enemies with great effort, but her posture and multiple wounds were clearly showing signs of exhaustion. She had 3 Chunin fighting with her, but they wouldn't last long. Suicide techniques and other last resorts were all being thought about or even used. Has he got to use Byakko? He would surely be killed if he did this, even if his tenants provided him with chakra. They had no other options because his body was weaker and the strain of handling the foreign energy would have resulted in instant death. There was also little chance that he would be able to release the technique. Naruto. The Angel of Death said, his expression of dismay on the pink-haired Kunoichi's face. However, why didn't her face reflect the same expression? Naruto, look. He did, and relief, joy. Salvation filled his entire being. Go. Defend Konoha. Rescue the brave shinobi that have protected our village when we were unable. Go my children, and may the will of fire be with you all. Fight and defend Konoha with your lives. Fight. Sarutobi. Oji. San. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. They had arrived. An army accompanied the elite Jonin of Konoha and its Hokage. With an almost gleeful bloodthirsty air, the enemy forces were slaughtered by a barrage of projectiles, ninjutsu, and shinobi. In minutes, hundreds fell. Konoha was spared, and they were saved. The conflict had ended. Much had happened in the 3 weeks that had elapsed since the invasion. A good quarter of the village had been damaged or completely destroyed, and numerous shinobi had been killed or injured. But during times like these, the people of Konoha put aside their differences and worked together to rebuild their war-torn home, bury the dead, and heal the injured. Though they had left to return to their homeland, the Raikage and his shinobi graciously provided some financial and military assistance during this critical time. Among those assisting with the repairs was Team 7, who was at a lumber mill outside the village, having just picked up the most recent load of lumber that needed to be returned to the carpenters. Got everything, Sakura? Chan? Yup. On the count of 3 then, Sasuke. Yeah, let's get this over with. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Kami, this is heavy. With a grunt, Naruto and Sasuke loaded up a few lumber pieces onto their shoulders and made their way to the closest construction site. Their pink-haired teammate followed close behind, a basket full of medicinal herbs in one arm and cement bags in the other. There was a lot of activity on the streets, including building. You could see laborers working on repaired homes, buildings, and structures everywhere you turned. And many of the villagers actually paused to bow or gave them looks of respect and almost reverence as Team 7 walked through the crowded streets. All over Konoha, word had gone out about their efforts to stop the last wave of the invasion. They were now regarded as heroes, along with the other members of the Konoha 15. It was, to put it mildly, unsettling. Now, not only their village but the entire shinobi community was keeping a close eye on them. Against all odds, they had survived and successfully defended the village against the last wave of the invasion. It was a feat that very few Jonin were able to achieve. Some of them, Kiba and Ino, were unfazed by everything. Even enjoyed it a little. Some, like Sasuke, Neji, and Hinata, chose to ignore it. The 3 were used to this kind of attention every day because they belonged to well-known and respected clans. However, the remainder of them couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Especially Naruto was very uncomfortable with the attention. In his youth, he played practical jokes, but he was used to being laughed at, despised, and ignored. He never got praise or admiration for his antics. Now that rumors were flying that he had spearheaded the defense and had openly displayed his angelic wings, everyone's perception had completely soured. It seemed that a religious order had arisen, and he was their holy guardian. There was really nothing they could do about the attention, whether they liked it or not. Oi! Naruto! Sasuke! Sakura! As they arrived at their destination, Naruto waved at the brunette and called back, "Yo, Tenten. Where's Lee? I thought he was helping you?" "Guro. San sent him to get more lumber." "Really?" "Well," the girl with bunny hair muttered, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. That and his cries of youth were getting on the carpenter's nerves. Shikamaru complained, not just the carpenter's, as he left the house he was renovating. "I couldn't sleep with him shouting all the time. Troublesome." Naruto said, "Sleep? Oh, don't tell me." Sakura concluded, glaring at the lethargic Nara, "You were sleeping in there, weren't you?" With a yawn, trying to, but all this racket makes it impossible, even with Lee gone. "Weren't you supposed to be helping the electricians with the wiring?" "Yeah, but it's too much work." Tenten yelled, "Kami above, how did you become a shinobi?" "By doing the bare minimum, any more than that is just too troublesome." "Unbelievable." Naruto looked around, shaking his head at Shikamaru's usual lack of enthusiasm for anything that needed work. Coincidentally, the majority of the Konoha 15 were employed at the same location. While Kiba was excavating trenches for plumbing, Neji, Heizo, and Tenten were driving nails into different buildings. Shino was employing his insects to reattach wires for electricians. While Choji and Lee were out at the lumber mill obtaining more wood for the carpenters, Haku, Hinata, Kira, and now Sakura were hard at work making salves and herbal remedies from the local plant life nearby in a medical tent. And speaking of which, Naruto called out, "Oi! Guro! San! Where do you want these?" "Put them over there by Akamichi. Dono's pile." Hi. Uchiha. Dono. Dare you. San would like your help at the smithy when you're done." "Fuck, again? This is Hai no Kuni. There must be hundreds of shinobi with a fire affinity. Why do they keep asking for me?" At this, Sakura couldn't help but grin. "You're just hotter than them." Sasuke simply glared at her and turned to leave. "Fine, I'll be right there." Lee arrived at that precise moment, running with a large load of lumber in his arms. And he ensured that his presence was known to all. "Yosh. Guro. San. I have returned with the lumber you requested." "Damn it, Gaki. Stop yelling in my ear." The specialist in spandex scoffs at this, horrified that he'd yelled in an elder's ear, and launches into a series of push-ups. "Gomen. I will do 1000 push-ups as punishment. You don't have to do da. And if I cannot do that, I will do 2000 squats. Lee. San. You don't ha. And if I cannot do that, I. Ga. If you want to apologize to me so badly, go bother somebody else." Geez. Q collective shivering. "Hey Shika," Choji called after arriving with a load of lumber of his own. "Where's Ino?" As Shikamaru responded, lying on his back and gazing up at the clouds, "She's at the Torture and Interrogation Division's headquarters. We captured a lot of prisoners during the invasion and Konoha needs every member of the Yamanaka clan to extract information. She said she'd meet up with us at lunch though. Speaking of which. Lunchtime." With a sigh, Shikamaru rose slowly to his feet and walked with the others to the food station. With bento boxes in hand, the Konoha 15, which now included the recently arrived Ino, sat down on the ground near the wood piles and began to joke, laugh, and talk while they ate. Taking a bite out of his sukiyaki, Naruto asked, "How's the arm feeling, Kira?" "Chan?" The girl regarded her arm, flexing it slowly while flinching at the scars. "Better, thanks to you. Those Seiden Iryo ninjutsu of yours are really good," the medic. "Nins were talking about amputating my arm before you came in." "Yeah well, you're not the only one." "Oh right, you've been helping them out. And you healed everyone that helped us in the final wave," Kira grinned. "Well, not everybody," muttered Naruto. "Some of them lost a limb or something and even my powers have their limitations. And I've been depleting my celestial reserves every day trying to help the more seriously injured, but there's just too many." "You did what you could. I'm sure they're all grateful. I suppose I could do more," he sulked, feeling helpless. Chakra depletion was, of all things, preventing him from assisting more people, the chakra fountain and the freak of stamina. "Hey, does anyone know what happened to that psychotic Suna?" "Nin, Gaara?" "Yeah, he got his ass whooped by the Nibi Jinchuriki, Yugito. Apparently, both went full Biju and proceeded to have the mother of all monster battles near the stadium." Tenten inquired, is he still alive? Barely from what I've heard. The medical report states that he has 4th-degree burns all over his body. At that, everyone winced. Oh, ouch. Even if he is a murdering psychopath, I can't help but feel a little bad for him. Yes, without a doubt. Tenten wanted to shift the subject and inquired, so who thinks they'll get promoted? In between mouthfuls, Shoji uttered, I think we all know that Team 7 is going to get promoted. Maybe Sakura and Sasuke. But me? In a sense, I was not allowed to fight during the competition. Leaning against her boyfriend, Haku nibbled on her onigiri and said, you are leading us after all. You'll probably get a field promotion. Possibly. Still, it's not like it matters all that much. Missions consistently assigned to Team 7 are significantly above our official military rank. Kiba muttered, lucky. Hey, not our fault that we're badass and you're not. What? Why are you? I know the truth hurts, but you just have to deal with it. Hey. Look at this now. I mean, everyone in the village knows that Sasuke, Sakura, and I could beat your ass into the ground without even trying. I'm sorry you have to put up with him, poor Akamaru. Boy, he's a bad pet, huh? Arf. Betrayer. However, I must ask, Shino, how do you handle his blatant failure? His presence alone has to take a few notches off your team's awesomeness. I assure you, Naruto, it is not easy. Anyo, Shino. Kun. It's really not polite to say that. The Konoha 15 were more concerned about how so many enemy Nin had entered their village without the border patrols noticing than about how suddenly over 100 armed and dangerous shinobi from every major village suddenly appeared surrounding them. Many of them were glaring at them with undisguised contempt, while others looked at them with interest, as if considering offering them something. It was obvious that something was wrong here. Are we able to assist you? Already fumbling with the grips of his sword, Naruto questioned. A shinobi from Kiri said, bowing slightly to the now even more perplexed teens, as a matter of fact, yes, you can. The Mizukage would like to extend an open invitation for all of you to join Kiri's shinobi force. That caught them all off guard. Why would they want to join another shinobi village? Join Kiri? But before any of them could say anything, a katana wielding, irate Kumo Nin charged forward. Oi! How on earth are you doing this? It's not fair, he shouted. Numerous shinobi from Iwa, Kumo, and Suna also started to object to the Kiri Nin's invitation. How'd I look at this? They have my offer of a house in Kirigakure. It was not included in the agreement. We're meant to murder them. They're all too strong to survive. Let's murder them. And throw away their abilities? Absolutely not. They should come over here, Kiri would really benefit. Iwa could do the same. And Suna. They ought to go with Kumo. Within the Shinobi Godekoku, 5 great shinobi countries, we are the strongest village. You scream at me first, and now you want them for yourself? Step back. They were the ones I asked first. The Kumo. Nin scoffed, asking, do I seem to care? I will be richly rewarded by Raikage Sama for bringing those 3 to Kumogakure, the Hyuga, the Hyeten user, and jerking his head at Team 7. What you and those heartless bastards say doesn't matter to me. Everyone knows that Kiri is the weakest of the Shinobi Godekoku, 5 great shinobi countries, and they're just a bunch of traitors anyhow. Why are you doing this? Want to get into a brawl? All right, bring it. Some of the Konoha 15 stood up and began preparing by stretching as the shinobi went on arguing, with many of them starting fights with each other. Twirling his scythe between his fingers, Sasuke muttered, so they're here to either capture us or kill us. And I thought I had enough on my mind with Orochimaru. However, how did they manage to get past the guards and the perimeter of the village? After we kick their asses, we'll ask them. You all just need to remain seated. I will see to this. Happy birthday, Suk-kun. Let's go to war to see WHO can overcome the most oppositions. Teme. Who thinks you are to be giving me commands? I can take them all by myself with Akamaru. I cannot allow these people to bring harm to Hinata. Sama. I think I'll take part as well. Why do you inquire? It's because my Kakaichu have changed since they saw Yoki and Naruto and have been acting agitated and wanting to fight lately. Hey. Please stop holding me responsible for your Kakaichu's demise. You requested the yoki from me. I guess I could use the exercise. Boys. Haku, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Hinata, and Kira chanted as they observed nearly every male member of the Konoha 15 getting to his feet, eager for a brawl. The only two that weren't standing were Choji, who was contentedly chowing down on his food, and Shikamaru, who was snoring on the ground in his typical insolent way. 100-7. Regardless of perspective, the fight was an utter mismatch on all fronts. Are they dead or alive? Alive. Gigi will undoubtedly want to question them. Yes, it's awful to be them. A very important meeting was in progress somewhere, and no one knew about the battle going on. So, shall we start? In light of recent events, any and all judging, discussion, and decisions made for this year's Chunin selection exams will be based off both the skills demonstrated in the tournament and their actions during the invasion, Sarutobi inquired, rummaging through some documents. Behind him stood the Jonin instructors for each of the candidates. We will be receiving first-hand accounts from multiple shinobi eyewitnesses regarding each candidate's abilities during the invasion. For your convenience, a written report has also been sent to each of you. Following their presentation, the floor will be available for questions and discussion with that particular candidate. Please remember that the candidates whose exams we will be judging did, in fact, advance to the final stage. Those who did not advance to the final round will have the opportunity to be considered for a field promotion in the future. Have I made sense? Hey. Now, let's get started. Would you please give us a start, Hisako? San? Kindly mention which genin candidate you saw, how you saw them, how you ranked their skills, and whether or not you would promote them. Hey. The Kunoichi responded, Heizo Keiyaku under the leadership of Jonin Zabuza Momochi, registration Idaho 012820. She was one of the surviving Chunin that fought with the Konoha 15 during the final wave of the invasion. During the invasion's final wave, I saw Keiyaku San's abilities in action. The following is a list of his skills and my ranking for them. In terms of taijutsu, bukajutsu, fuinjutsu, and ninjutsu, Heizo Keiyaku is a low B. Ranked shinobi with mid to high Chunin level skills. His genjutsu proficiency is unknown. In combat, he has proven to be a quick learner, intelligent, and capable leader who can prioritize tasks. With these credentials, I would suggest that Heizo Keiyaku be elevated to the rank of Chunin. Sarutobi turned to face the other witnesses who had been a part of the invasion's final wave. Do you think Hisako San's evaluation of Heizo Keiyaku is accurate? Please feel free to add anything you think is important. There is nothing else to add, Hokage. Sama. Very good. Please remember that Heizo Keiyaku also fought one match during the tournament against Tenden Kazuki, Sarutobi said, opening the floor to the council and judges. You mentioned that Keiyaku knew how to prioritize in combat situations, said Ibiki first. By that, what did you mean? To defend Genin Shikamaru Nara during the invasion, Keiyaku San gathered myself and a few other Chunin. That he did so because of Nara. San's astute tactical intelligence became clear very quickly. Such a scenario is invaluable in wartime scenarios and could be easily translated to escort missions and protection detail. Indeed, an excellent observation and analysis, Hisako San. Thank you. What do you think is Keiyaku San's strongest skill? Asked Homura next. Ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Finjutsu? That is a challenging art, and aside from simple storage scrolls, it is not often practiced in times of conflict. In what way did he demonstrate it? Each of us received a mirror shield prior to the final wave for basic defense and to deflect projectiles. Since many of our numbers were dubious, Keiyaku San and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze gave explanations of their methods. We were essentially told that the mirrors combine advanced storage, seal mechanics and space, time ninjutsu to reroute any projectiles that touch its surface, even though I did not understand the technical jargon. Fascinating, we should find a way to incorporate those skills toward our armor. A judge whispered, his mirrors were quite unusual. I've never seen anything like it. Would you be able to clarify the principles underlying Zabuza San's methods more clearly? The demon-eyed swordsman shook his head and replied, no can do. I only started working with the brat recently. Just ask Naruto, please. He does a decent job of decomposing technical concepts into manageable techniques. I will consider it. His ninjutsu aside, I think we are all in agreement here that Kyaku-san should be promoted. Hi, although I do believe that some changes to his attire would make it more covert for infiltration missions. Still, he has proven to possess every ability required to be a Chunin. Everyone in agreement? It is agreed upon, Sarutobi called after observing the judges reach a unanimous decision. Let's move on to Kira Tatsumi. We will base our decisions on the testimony of our witnesses because she was unable to compete in the tournament, where she would have faced Shino Aburame. Would you please, Jiro-san? Hello, Hokage. Sama. Kira Tatsumi under the leadership of Jonin Zabuza Momochi, registration Idaho 013195, said the shinobi this time, a massive 7-foot tall Jonin with a scar that ran across his face from the left temple, over the bridge of his nose, and ending just shy of the earlobe. When Tatsumi-san, 3 genin, 6 chunin, and I fought the invaders at the merchant district, I saw firsthand the abilities of Tatsumi-san. Kira Tatsumi is a low C ranked kunoichi overall, with high Chunin level skill in taijutsu and low Chunin level skill in all other fields. Here is my ranking of her skills. Although she is swift and physically strong, she also acts rashly and impulsively, frequently striking without pausing to consider the risks or priorities. I do not think Kira Tatsumi should be promoted to Chunin based on her qualifications. Are there any more things you would like to say to those of you who saw Kira-chan's abilities during the final wave? Sarutobi questioned as he observed the other witnesses. Only that I concur with Jiro-san's evaluation, stepped forward a one-armed Chunin who had lost the limb in the battle. One of the first to be taken out of commission was Kira-san, whose arm was severely broken during a battle with a particularly strong demon. The creature was obviously much stronger than she was, and Team 7 members, who have all obviously faced demons before, should have been the ones to take on such an opponent. But let me emphasize that she did so in order to protect one of our wounded allies, and it is because of her actions that they are still alive today. Agreed. Would anyone else care to add anything? The witnesses exchanged a glance and shook their heads, saying, "No, Hokage." Sama. Then I opened the floor to the council and judges. Leading the charge this time was Sume, the head of the Inazaka clan, who asked Zabuza, Kira Tatsumi. She wields the Kekkei Genkai, Yeisei no Yobidashi, Call of the Wild, right? Zabuza gave a grunted, yes. I've heard that the skills of Kekkei Genkai are quite similar to those of my clan. They imitate their physical prowess and gait by using an animal, or animals in their case. Is that accurate? Yeisei no Yobidashi, Call of the Wild, focuses on specific aspects of each animal, the former Kiri. Nin replied. Basically, yeah. Monkey for flexibility and dexterity, tiger for strength, snake for flexibility, etc. Compared to your lineage, you can think of it as a jack of all trades. So her lineage is solely physical and has no bearing whatsoever on her mindset, is that right? You're talking about her recklessness. Hi. Then yeah, you're right. I see. Then I would have to concur with the consensus that Tatsumi is not ready for a promotion to Chunin at this time. I agree, a judge said in the background, but before she can go forward, she needs to work on improving her mental and tactical skills even though she is physically capable and qualified. Being a Chunin requires you to gauge the battlefield, plan your moves, and choose opponents that a shinobi can defeat. She's not prepared. Everyone in agreement? Then it is decided, the Hokage called, receiving only a majority this time. Tenten Kazuki will go after that. In the tournament, she faced off against Heizo Keiyaku. Yoshinori, would you please? A relaxed shinobi answered, taking a swig from the sake bottle he was holding. Yeah, sure thing Hokage. Sama, he said. Woo, that hits the spot. Where was I, now? Why was he required to be a witness, Kami? Inoichi muttered, echoing what everyone else in the room was thinking. Within the shinobi forces, Yoshinori was well known for being a formidable jonin, but he was also a jovial drunk who behaved like a frat boy, harassing both shinobi and civilians with his sake bottle. Sadly, he was also a bit of a pervert. Jiraiya clearly loved the bastard. Consequently, he had reluctantly agreed to testify as a witness. Exactly. Thus, yes, Tenten Kazuki, under Maedagai's direction, registration Idaho 012573. I swear to you, Dude, this girl is so badass. She was fucking awesome, but I saw her fighting outside the stadium right after the invasion started, which was totally uncool. Using her weapons, scrolls, and music to beat everyone. Very awesome. She's also quite adorable. Hee hee. Yoshinori. Kun, please try to stay on track here. Aha, that's correct. Apologies. In any case, she's a solid C. Rank, maybe a mid. Chunin. Her proficiency in bukajutsu and ninjutsu is exceptional, with skills ranging from high Chunin to mid Chunin. Whoa. And take this. She is drawn to the wind. How fantastic is that? Adorable, powerful, and possessing an uncommon affinity. Yoshinori crooned. What more could a man ask for in a woman? Based on her reports and everything you've seen, Yoshinori. Kun, do you think Tenten Kazuki is prepared for the duties and trials of becoming a Chunin? Sarutobi questioned, obliging the Jonin's previous remark. Oh, absolutely. I'm grateful, Yoshinori. Kun. When the man swaggered off, the Hokage thanked him and said, "You are dismissed." Now, before we open the floor to the judges, would anyone like to add anything? Without taking his eyes off his book, Kakashi stated, "Just a logical assumption, Hokage. Sama, and one I believe everyone should take into account before reaching any conclusions. Tenten is currently under Guy's leadership. She and Rock Lee are teammates as well. And what? She's been around Guy and his mini me for over a year and is still mentally sound. Yosh. Tenten is an elegant kunoichi. Her youthful flames shine just as brightly as mine do. What? Guy, did you say something? Kakashi, I curse you and your hip ways. Everyone started to perspire. This Lee child is equally as evil as Guy? She must be very level headed to put up with those two. A promotion is due to anyone who can tolerate Guy and his unsettling little protege. If only to save what sanity she may have left. Doesn't Lee also have a rivalry with his teammate, Hyuga Neji, like Guy does with Kakashi? Kami. She puts up with those two and their rivalries? Ouch, she's got it rough then. The girls got my vote. Mine too. And mine. Everyone in favor? Sarutobi called, stifling a smile when he saw Guy's somewhat offended expression at all the remarks made about his young persona. Then it is approved. And while we are on the topic of her teammate, Rock Lee, let us deliberate on him. Yosh. The old Hokage sighed, Guy. Please try to refrain yourself from any more outburst. My apologies, Hokage. Sama. But it is impossible for me to contain my youthful exuberance when my beautiful students are being considered for Chunin. Their springtime of youth is truly magnificent. I understand, Guy, but do try to contain yourself. Anyways, if you would, Tetsuya. San? Hi. A shinobi with raven hair exclaimed, limping forward. A particularly nasty demon had attacked him during the final wave with a highly corrosive poison, and the only things that saved him were Naruto's holy celestial chakra and some extensive surgery. However, his leg, which had been most affected by the poison, could not be healed. Ultimately, they managed to save Tetsuya from having his limb amputated, but he would always have a crippling limp. It was still preferable to nothing. Rock Lee under the leadership of Maida Guy, registration Idaho 012561. I witnessed Lee San's abilities during the final wave of the invasion. His skills and my ranking of them are as followed. Overall, I consider Rock Lee a C. Ranked shinobi with low Jonin level skill in taijutsu and mid Chunin level skills in bukajutsu. His skills in all other fields are non-existent. While physically powerful and incredibly fast, Lee has proven impulsive, reckless, and easily provoked. In addition, he has a tendency toward telling his enemies of his strengths and weaknesses. Based off these observations, I would not recommend Rock Lee to be promoted to Chunin, even though I highly admire his spirit and determination. Thank you, Tetsuya. San. Feel free to take a seat. I can see you are in quite a bit of pain still. Thank you, Hokage. Sama. Now then, do any of the witnesses have anything they'd like to add? Hi, Hisako moved forward in response. Lee San appears to be overly eager and does not consider the dangers of the battlefield before charging in. He was the first person to charge into battle during the final wave instead of simply waiting for the enemy to arrive to us. I see, thank you for informing us. Is there anything else? No reply. Then the floor is open to the council and judges. Please keep in mind that Kun fought Sakura Haruno during the tournament. That was a magnificent fight. Indeed. A true showing of taijutsu skill. And both use hard styles. I just wish the boy would discard that nightmarish spandex suit. Don't remind me, Sora. Sorry. Judge. According to these reports, bringing the discussion back to the subject at hand. Lee does not possess any skills in ninjutsu or genjutsu. His unique condition prevents him from expelling chakra outside his body in any large amount. He can still perform some basic techniques like surface clinging, water walking, and taijutsu enhancement, but everything else will forever be out of his reach. And yet, he has excelled to this point with his skill in taijutsu alone. Quite admirable. Indeed. Can't the boy also open the Hachiman? 5 if I recall. Impressive. But will that be enough? In our world, power, whether it's raw strength or chakra strength, is not everything. Cute remarks, Izumi. San, mumbled Sarutobi. I happen to agree with you in this case. Kun is undoubtedly a splendid taijutsu specialist, but his inability to perform other basic shinobi fields is a severe detriment to not only himself, but his teammates as well. More importantly, Kun has not yet demonstrated the appropriate mentality needed for Chunin. There are many ways he could have strategically applied his abilities in his match against Sakura. But he always took the most direct route. Such a straightforward approach could have easily led to the death of himself and his teammates in a real combat situation. Until he learns to fight with more care and forethought, I am of the mindset that we should not promote him. The words of the Hokage could not be disputed. Their reasoning was so sound that even Guy, who looked utterly dejected at every harsh word spoken against his lovely Lee, could not fault them. Is everyone in agreement? Inquired the Sandame, receiving a resounding yes. Very well, let us move on. Next, we have Shino Aburame. Shino. Kun was not able to fight in the tournament, which would have been against Kira Tatsumi, so we will make our decisions based off the accounts of our witnesses. Juro. San? Hi. Exclaimed the severely damaged Jonin, moving forward once more. Shino Aburame under the leadership of Kurenai Yuhi, registration Idaho 012618. I witnessed Aburame San's abilities at the same time and place as I did with Kira Tatsumi. The two of them were the only genin that survived our battles in the Merchant District. His skills and my assessment of them are as followed. Overall, I would place Shino Aburame as a low to mid-C. Ranked shinobi with mid. Chunin level skills in ninjutsu and low. Chunin level skills in all other fields. However, despite his lower rankings, Aburame San is a very calm and collected shinobi, a stark contrast to Tatsumi. San. He is highly observant, tactical in his combative approach, and utilizes his Kekkei Genkai to great effect. Based off these qualifications, I would recommend Shino Aburame to be promoted to Chunin. Thank you. Is there anything else anyone wants to add to Juro San's account? Again, Hisako moved forward. I am unaware if you, Hokage Sama, or the Aburame clan have knowledge of this, but I believe the Kakaichu inhabiting Shino Aburame's body have mutated from feeding on the yoki during the battle. They are now capable of leaving burns at their mere touch and can create explosions on a scale similar to a Class 3 explosive tag. There was a lot of interest generated by this revelation. A brand new Kakaichu breed? And one that could explode at that. The military implications of having every Aburame shinobi capable of pulling off such an accomplishment were enormous. However, fear also existed because these effects might have resulted from their encounter with demons. One man felt compelled to address the head of the Aburame clan and father of the genin under discussion, voicing his concerns. Do you know of any detrimental effects of feeding on yoki, Shibi? Sama? He gave a headshake. There are none as far as I know. And this breed is not due to their exposure to yoki, but the result of an experiment introduced to us by Naruto. Sama in his capacity as the creator. He proposed the idea of having some of our Kakaichu feed solely on our elemental chakra. The result is as Juro San states. Everybody's eyes expanded. An elderly shinobi with one arm and one eye asked, "Have the rest of your clan been able to produce similar results?" Sarutobi was suspicious because Danzo had, strangely, said nothing during the entire judging process thus far. "They have, though only with fire. We do not yet understand the effects of those possessing earth, lightning, or water affinities, and wind affinities do not exist in my clan." "And what about the yoki? Does it produce no effects?" "According to my son, the yoki did augment the powers of his Kakaichu." "Interesting, very interesting." The Sandame interrupted the conversation and said, "Indeed." He genuinely hoped his old rival did not do something stupid with this new information because he did not like where it was going. I would say everyone's opinion on Shino Kun's promotions is clear. Does anyone have any objections toward Shino Aburame becoming a Chunin? Nobody responded. Very well then. Next. Sarutobi grinned when he saw the names. We have Team 7. This captured everyone's interest. The notorious trio that spearheaded the resistance against the ultimate invasion. They were acclaimed as the Sannin of the future. The best shinobi their generation had to offer. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze, those three have accomplished wonder after wonders since their graduation day. I could not be more proud of them. But enough of my ramblings, let us hear our witnesses' accounts of their abilities. We will be judging these three as a single team, so please hold off any recommendations and questions until after their assessments are given. Now then, Shinatsu. San, if you would start us off with Sakura Haruno? An Anbu with fiery hair answered, of course, Hokage. Sama. Sakura Haruno under the leadership of Kakashi Hitaki, registration Idaho 012601. My account of Sakura. San's abilities will be the culmination of several Anbu squads' reports alongside my own observations, which were done before, during, and after her battle against Reiko and Seigen Daidenshi, both known and highly dangerous Jonin. Level Shinobi of the Daidenshi clan. Her skills and my assessment of them are as followed. Overall, Sakura Haruno is easily an A. Ranked Kunoichi with high Jonin level skills in ninjutsu and low Jonin level skills in everything else. Most notably, Sakura. San is capable of effectively wielding all 5 elements and combines several of them to create what was once believed to be Kekkei Genkei. Only fusions. This ability is likely due to her possession of 2 of the elemental talismans. In addition to these skills, Sakura San has proven to be incredibly intelligent, possessing of an eidetic memory, and has a talent for genjutsu and Iryo ninjutsu. In tactics, she seems to prefer contemplating and analyzing plans before executing them, but also desires to prove and test herself, as demonstrated during the taijutsu battle she had with Rock Lee in the tournament. Finally, she has developed an ability she christened as Gears, which appeared to drastically increase her natural abilities in some way despite her enemy, Reiko Daidenshi, nullifying chakra within her immediate area. Other than that, I do not understand how they work, though I believe Yugo, Senpai and Tenzo. Senpai could explain some of the mechanics. The rapt audience looked to the Anbu mentioned, as if on cue. After exchanging glances, Yugo shrugged and moved forward. Shinatsu. San was mostly right in her analysis. Sakura. Chan's gears work by containing and implementing a high amount of elemental chakra toward a specific body function. In the case of Jia Seikondo, Gear Second, she uses the elemental talisman of water to safely increase her blood flow, metabolism, and osmosis rate, thus providing her muscles with more nutrients and oxygen to maximize her physical potential. The council's eyes grew wide as they finally discovered Sakura's gears mechanism. With an unusual sparkle in his eye, Danzo inquired, and what about Jia Sato, Gear Third? How does that work? It utilizes the elemental talisman of lightning to increase her electrical activities and responses beyond their natural limits. In this state, her reflexes, mental processing, and natural speed are all boosted, making her nearly as fast as the Reikage himself. A wave of gasps filled the room. Quicker than the Reikage? That man was regarded as the Yondaime Hokage's fastest shinobi. I assume there are disadvantages, am I right? Sarutobi inquired, fully aware that power would always come with a cost. Hi, Hokage. Sama. For Jia Seikondo, this state has a limited time period due to the rapid depletion of nutrients in her body. Currently, the maximum time she can use this form is 4 minutes, and once deactivated, Sakura Chan will experience severe exhaustion and fatigue. We also suspect that the strain this state causes on her body may also be shortening her overall lifespan. As for Gisato, this form is purely support-oriented, as the heightened nerve activity also increases the sensation of pain. Even a scratch can cause excruciating agony, Sakura. Chan has to be extremely careful when using this form. Those are some very significant disadvantages, Homura scowled. Another judge said, they sound like the Hachiman, 8 inner gates. Indeed, and those effects could easily cost her and her teammates their lives in the wrong situations. She just needs to be refined, Danzo remarked. Perhaps we of the council can arrange for someone to help her. This statement was met with silence. No one would be calling Danzo out, even though it was obvious that he wanted to be the one teaching her. Even in a debate such as this one, the one-eyed, armed man was simply too dangerous to take on at this time. The Sandiami uttered, well then, following a minute of quiet. Let us move on. Kuma-san, if you would? Hi, Hokage. Sama, an Anbu who was tall and robust answered. Sasuke Uchiha under the leadership of Kakashi Hitaki, registration Idaho 012606. My account of Uchiha. Dono's abilities will be the culmination of several Anbu squads reports alongside my own observations, which were done before, during, and after his battle against Shiso Daidenshi, a known and highly dangerous Jonin. Level shinobi of the Daidenshi clan. His skills and my assessment of them are as followed. Overall, Sasuke Uchiha is an A. Ranked shinobi with all. Around mid. Jonin level skills. Notably, he wields a fully matured Sharingan, possesses the legendary scythe of the Shinigami, the Shiki, and is currently branded with Orochimaru's cursed seal of heaven. However, it appears that the seal has somehow been altered and is no longer causing any detrimental effects. Uchiha. Dono is generally oriented toward making plans before taking action, but he has shown to be quite bloodthirsty and will sometimes just jump in for the sake of battle. I believe that is a result of his month-long training session with Zabuza Momochi. The swordsman grinned at this. If only they were aware of. On top of these abilities, Uchiha Dono has shown a power the elemental nations has never seen before. I think it could be related to or even directly result from using the Shiki, Kuma said, pausing, obviously uncomfortable with this specific piece of knowledge. He calls it, Shiden, death release. What? You must be mistaken, Uchiha. Dono wouldn't so blatantly disturb the dead. Shiden, death release. Kami. Sama above. Is this the path he's walking? Despite his soft voice, Sarutobi's murmur, tell me, Kuma-san, silenced the room. What kind of power do these techniques possess? Corpses raised and enveloped in hellfire, ghosts made of burning ash, wailing spirits that explode on contact. I believe this is but a sample of Uchiha Dono's full power with Shiden, death release. The room echoed with silence. Not even Danzo said anything. There was no mistaking that these methods had an unsettling resemblance to the Edo Tensei, and that in and of itself gave everyone pause, even in spite of the general preference for the Uchiha. The Kinjutsu was categorized as such for a reason. It violated human rights, ethics, and morality. It wasn't right. However, Uchiha, the village's most cherished figure, now possessed a strength that surpassed the forbidden technique. The Hokage said, let us move on, following a few minutes of quiet. Tori-san, if you would finish us off? Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze under the leadership of Kakashi Hitaki, registration Idaho 012607. My account of his abilities will be the culmination of several Anbu squads reports alongside my own observations, which were done before, during, and after his battle with Seigen Daidenshi, a known and highly dangerous High Jonin. Level shinobi of the Daidenshi clan. His skills and my assessment of them are as followed. Overall, Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze is a high Jonin level shinobi with high Jonin level skills in Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Fuinjutsu. All other fields are mid Jonin level with the exception of Genjutsu, in which he is incapable of performing outside basic dispels. He possesses the lost Kekkei Genkai, Tentai, heavenly body, wields the legendary blades, Tenyu and Mugetsu, and has demonstrated the ability to combine his wind and water affinities to create ice. He has proven to be remarkably intelligent and a natural born leader, having been the one to lead their group during the final wave of the invasion. Personality-wise, he is similar to his teammates, level-headed, calm, but enjoys challenging himself, though certainly to a lesser degree in comparison. Outside our walls, Namikaze. Dono is already known as the Shino Tenshi, Angel of Death. Within, he is known as the creator and has personally crafted multiple new and unique techniques. So he's the creator. Amazing, some of the techniques he's given us are simply incredible. And he wields both legendary swords, Tenyu and Mugetsu, and the Kekkei Genkai, Tentai, Heavenly Body. It is said that the bloodline only awakens in times where great strife and darkness is coming. That's just superstition, Sume countered. Is it really? Hiyashi asked in response. Can you really claim such a thing after everything that has happened these past few years? Even if it is, there's no denying that Naruto has become a very powerful shinobi with the Tentai. Not only that, but as the vessel for the Kyuubi no Yoko, his chakra prowess is beyond even Hokage Sama's. So much power at his fingertips. His whole team does. True. Under his mask, Kakashi maintained the most smug looking smile throughout the entire ordeal. Kaharu shook her head and murmured, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. She was listening to the conversation. She grinned at the haughty looking Hokage, saying, after all the years our village shunned him, who would have thought he'd become one of Konoha's greatest shinobi and defender? Well, except you, of course. I always knew he was destined for great things. I could not be more proud. And on that note, I have before you all my own personal recommendations for the team. What do you think? A judge read the paper and asked, do you think they're ready for the responsibilities? A woman further up the chamber answered, they've more than proved that they are. With everything they've done for our village, this is the least we can do. Their skills far exceed that of their generation, and giving them anything less would, in my opinion, be a disservice to them and Konoha as a whole. Agreed. Well then, I guess it's approved then. Outstanding, Sarutobi exclaimed, grinning broadly. Team 7 is 2. Hokage Sama. Iruka entered the council room just as the door burst open. The man had run quite a distance to get here, judging by his labored breathing, and he held what looked like several black books in his hands. Hokage Sama. Naruto and the others, and you must see this. Sarutobi picked up one of the books and, as he turned the pages, could not help but smile and raise an eyebrow. Well now, this certainly changes some things. Well? Final count, 13. 13? Oh, not bad. Not bad at all, well, for a dog. Faced Ninja Wana. B. Huh? I'm sitting on number 20. 2. What? Yash. Sasuke. Kun. My final count is 16. What is yours? 20. 2. As expected of my rival. Your flames of youth are truly magnificent. I must redouble my training so that my flames can burn as brightly as yours, Sasuke. Kun. Neji beat you too, Lee. He got 17. The spandex wearing expert was at his friend's side in an instant, shouting challenges and complimenting him on his youth. Poor guy. And by the way, dog. Breath, you got the lowest score. Shino got 14, Naruto got 18, and you just heard Lee's and Neji's scores. I told you that you sucked. Why you? There was a group of unconscious, battered shinobi lying around the Konoha 15 and the quarreling teenagers. Not one of them was conscious despite some having deep cuts, burns, poisoning, and crippling injuries. Seated on a small mound of unconscious bodies, Naruto inquired, something on your mind, Haku? Chan? The Ice Maiden inquired, do you remember what they said? Something about traitors. Yeah, not that you mention it, apparently, they're emotionless bastards too. You don't think? It would explain how they got past the patrols and barrier. It makes logical sense. They also mentioned a deal, Sakura interrupted, having eavesdropped on their chat. And by the sounds of it, the deal involved our deaths. Naruto muttered, makes me wonder what they would have gotten in exchange. But why us of all people? Sakura shrugged, as did Haku. Let's search them, maybe we can find some sort of clue. And be careful of booby traps. After 15 minutes, hey guys. I found something. Was said. Sakura was looking at what appeared to be an unusually large bingo book when the group ran over to her. The girl, curious, opened the black book and started leafing through it. It didn't take her long to figure out why they were attacked. Strange, this isn't like most bingo books. Looks like someone combined the listings from every country except for Konoha. Holy shit. We all have bounties. What? How? Do we have nicknames? Troublesome. Yosh. Having a bounty is most youthful. Damn it, Lee. Stop shouting in my ear. I bet mine is higher than all of you. Haha. That is highly unlikely, Kiba. In case you have forgotten, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all had bounties before this. It is also likely that Kira, San and Haku. San also had bounties before joining Konoha. Shut up, Shino. Asking me to be silent will not change the truth, Kiba. I said shut up. Anyo, please don't fight, Kiba. Kun, Shino. Kun. Shino's right though. Naruto, Sakura, and I already have bounties. As do I and Kira. Chan. What is this, pick? On. Kiba Day? Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yup. Didn't you get the memo? Well, he is stupid. He probably did and didn't understand it. You're probably right. You guys all suck. Sakura glared, would you idiots please shut up? I'm trying to read. Tenten questioned, do we really all have bounties and nicknames? Yeah, and our entries are different than the other listings. The pictures they have of us are from the invasion, not the usual registration photo. Really? The group asked as they crowded around to look through the pages and marvel at what was on them. The Konoha defenders. With 23 million Ryo, Hinata Hyuga is the Byakko, White Tiger. The Hotaru, Firefly, Shino Aburame, 16 million Ryo. The Jigoku no Banken, Hellhound, Kiba Inazaka, 15 million Ryo. Notatorianin, Hijacker, Ino Yamanaka, 16 million Ryo. Mastermind Shikamaru Nara, Shubo. Sha 22 million Ryo. 18 million Ryo is the price of Choji Akamichi, Gallant Kyojin, Strong-Arm Giant. 17 million Ryo is Tenten Kazuki, Shio Hamingu, Humming Death. 18 million Ryo Rock Lee, Basaka, Berserker. 22 million Ryo is Neji Hyuga, Sohei, Priest Soldier. 18 million Ryo is Heizo Keiyaku, Kyoman, Mirror Surface. Kira Tatsumi. 21 million Ryo, from Yeisei no Yobidashi, Call of the Wild. 24 million Ryo is the Haku of the Arashi no Otome, Storm Maidens. The Gurren no Shinigami, Crimson Reaper, Sasuke Uchiha, costs 30 million Ryo. Gogyoken, 5 Elements Fist, Sakura Haruno, 29 million Ryo. The Shi no Tenshi, Angel of Death, Naruto Namikaze, costs 32 million Ryo. Naturally, Kiba was the first to respond to the new bounties. What the fuck? Why is my bounty the lowest? Even Ino got a higher bounty than I did. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? Lifting his gaze from his own entry, Heizo questioned, didn't we already go through this? You suck, Kiba. In his usual monotone, Shino uttered, yes, as Naruto and I have already explained, your abilities are inferior to everyone here. It takes considerable effort on both mine and Hinata's part to compensate for your sheer level of fail. I'm going to murder you in your sleep someday, Shino. You and Heizo. That is assuming Ino. San lets you live after you accused her of being weak. Yeah man, she's pretty pissed. Wah. Oh shit. You're dead, Baka. While Ino was mowing down the loudmouth boy, the other members of the Konoha 15 were gleefully comparing their harvests. Sakura and Haku were gloating over the other girls, while Neji and Hinata were debating how their status as Hyuga had probably contributed to the high values. Naturally, as Lee screamed to the heavens, both fists pumped, manly tears of joy fell down his cheeks. Guy. Sensei. I've done it. I've shown the world I can be a SPELNDID shinobi with just taijutsu. My flames of youth are shining more brightly than ever, Guy. Sensei. However, not everyone shared his enthusiasm. Some people say, this is so troublesome. Oh come on, Shika. It's kinda cool. Cool? This is terrible. We're internationally known and now everyone in Konoha is going to be expecting us to take higher ranked missions. My mom is going to flip when she sees this. Do you have any idea what this means, Shoji? Less sleep and cloud watching. And for you, it means less time to eat. The Akamichi's eyes widened in horror. Less time to eat? You're right, this is terrible. And for the rest of them, Naruto gloated, raising his hands in triumph, saying, "Ha! I knew my bounty would be higher than yours, you bastard. And by 2 fucking million too. Suck it. Fuck. How could the class Dobi get a higher bounty than me? Because I'm more badass than you. Ha! Screw you, Dobi. Oi. I thought we agreed you wouldn't call me a Dobi anymore. Not when you're gloating, you bastard. Oh, like you wouldn't have the same? Ha! I knew it. Naruto. Kun." Startled, the Hokage and multiple Anbu squads were behind him when the Konoha 15 looked up from their revelry, gloating, or pouting. The late reinforcements showed signs of surprise when they saw all the unconscious enemy shinobi encircling the teenagers. How in the world had this happened? Casting a worried glance around the genin, Sarutobi inquired, "Is everyone alright?" Gigi. Naruto ran up to his adoptive grandfather and sobbed, "Yeah, we're fine." "How did this happen, Naruto?" "Kun?" With a shrug, the blonde angel said, "To be honest, I'm not sure. They suddenly materialized and encircled us. Some of them invited us to join their villages, but at first they were talking about killing us. They argued that we wouldn't want to remain in a location where traitors were betraying us." Traitors. A word every loyal shinobi despised, especially the Hokage, Naruto said, causing Sarutobi and the Anbu to freeze. "Anbu, tie them up and transport them to the torture and interrogation department. Ascertain that Ibiki is aware that he has my consent to employ any methods, no matter how harsh, as needed. I need responses right away. Hey." Ibiki was waiting with a shit-eating grin in the torture and interrogation department, where all the unconscious invaders had been carted off in less than 5 minutes. He wanted to try so many new T&I techniques, and now that he could, thanks to the wonderful Hokage. It was like Christmas came early. Back with the Konoha 15, the Hokage waved for them to follow, saying, "Naruto. Kun, Sakura. Chan, Sasuke. Kun, Haku. Chan. Come with me." The 4 teenagers, intrigued but confused, waved goodbye to their friends and fell into step behind the elderly shinobi. "Gigi, who would that be?" Naruto inquired. "Naruto. Kun, you'll see. Be patient." After 20 minutes, deep within the forests that encircle Konoha, the group came to a seemingly ordinary rock formation. That is, until the Sandaime performed a series of intricate hand seals and pressed his palm against the face of the rock, at which point the rock split perfectly down the middle and opened up to reveal a stairway. "What the heck?" "This way," Sarutobi said as he started to descend the stairs. It was at this moment that Sarutobi finally started explaining just what the devil was going on. "Naruto. Kun, Sakura. Chan, Sasuke. Kun, Haku. Chan. The 4 of you along with your friends have done Konoha a remarkable service with your actions during the invasion," he said, looking slightly bewildered as the torches lining the walls lit up of their own accord. "However, fame has a cost. As you are aware, the elemental nations have heard of you and are watching you closely. They know what transpired here and what you've managed to achieve in spite of all the odds. While some nations are willing to wait and see, others, as you have just discovered, want nothing more than your demise. In any case, you're all always in danger now, and it's important to remember the old shinobi proverb, tighten your armor after victory in war." The Hokage warned them, and there was a solemn silence. "But hold on to your hope. In addition to making a lot of friends, you have also gained a lot of enemies. And the most influential group in Konoha has taken notice of your actions. I think you had a meeting with one of their members shortly after you encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death." The members of Team 7's eyes grew wide as they remembered the meeting and the enigmatic black clad kunoichi who seemed to vanish right before their very eyes. "Who is this woman?" Haku, who was absent from the meeting, inquired. "She was unlike any shinobi or kunoichi we've ever met," Naruto replied, "and we met her after Sasuke got the Shiki and the cursed seal. Even though none of us detected even the slightest hint of chakra, she practically exuded power. And we were merely 20 feet away from her. I have no idea how strong she actually is." "She is very strong, as is everyone in her organization," Sarutobi said with a smile. What kind of organization is that? Questioned Sasuke. They are an organization called Yugure, Twilight, and their goal is to protect the elemental nations so that darkness never falls upon us. Their division leaders are on par with the Sannin, and every single one of their members is comparable to an Anbu captain. People gasped. Stronger than the Sannin and Anbu captains? So why are we in this place? That, my dear, is what you are about to find out, Sarutobi replied, pausing in front of a massive door that suddenly opened by itself to reveal a wide circular chamber with a single man standing in the center of it. He was covered in black, segmented armor, his face hidden by a mask and hood, and his power rivaled only by the Hokages, as the teenager stood straighter just by his presence. However, he then started talking. Here at our headquarters, welcome. As commander of Yugure, I am also the leader of the 1st Division. Naruto's eyes grew wide, his body sagged, and all of his blood disappeared from his face. The voice. But how is this possible? Why yo? No, that's not achievable. I got to know your soul. Haku and the rest of Team 7 were staring at their trembling teammate, and when they saw the pale, shocked expression on Naruto's face, their worry turned to near panic. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto. How are you doing, Naruto? Kun? Oh, Naruto. Kun. He remained silent, unable to do more than watch as the man in front of them removed his mask and hood to finally show off his features. Messy blonde hair, blue eyes, and a face that was strikingly similar to their teammate. A face etched into the side of a mountain that was well known to all in Konoha. Hello, Naruto. Kun. Daddy? Naruto felt as if his head was spinning, asking, Dad? Wa? H. How? This was illogical. 13 years ago, Minato Namikaze passed away. He had sealed Meigetsu into his stomach by literally offering the Shinigami his life and soul. More significantly, when Naruto earned the ability to use Mugetsu, the Sword of the Void, he had finally met the man's soul. To put it briefly, the man was not supposed to be standing in front of him. However, Naruto was aware that it was, in fact, his father. The slight thrum and warmth of Minato's chakra were familiar to him from his brief time spent in Wave Country. It struck a chord with both his own and the seal that was emblazoned on his belly. Thus, how? Naruto whispered, shocking everyone around him by realizing he had met a real soul. I met your soul, he said. The Shinigami gave me the chance to speak to you and Mom back when I was being tested for the right to wield Mugetsu. That, more than anything, confirms your death and passing. So please explain to me just how the fuck you're here. The man who was in some way his father muttered, Naruto. Kun. He let out a sigh, sensing that this would be a protracted and challenging discussion. You're right, I am already dead. The teenager cut off his father before he could continue, growling, then how are you here? If what Gigi said is true, then you've been leading this secret organization for years. I know you can't be an Edo Tensei. I wouldn't have been able to meet your soul if you were. It's complicated. Then uncomplicate it. Well. Possibly, Sarutobi cut in. It would be best if we discussed things in a more comfortable setting? The 5 of us cannot remain missing for long. Naruto could not argue with the Hokage's statements, even though all he wanted to do was keep asking questions in response to the impossibility in front of him. His own team, the Konoha 15, had gained some notoriety in Konoha and their absence, combined with the Sandames, would certainly attract unwanted attention. With a curt nod, Naruto then followed their superiors down a side hallway into a different room with a long conference table, only to discover that it was already occupied by a number of people. The 9 turned and faced the newcomers as a single entity. The youngest of them started to choke right away. The power these people possessed thickened the air to oppressive levels. Furthermore, it was unlike anything they had ever experienced. These 9 masked shinobi, whoever they were probably equal to Konoha's entire elite Anbu force. Hell, these folks were no match for the greatest Daidenshi, Yami. The teens felt their bones tingle at that thought. Haku. Chan, Sasuke. Kun, Sakura. Chan, and Naruto. Kun, I'd like you to meet the 10 division leaders of Yugure, the Hokage said, pointing to the people seated around the table in masks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please. Each of the masked shinobi reached up and took off their masks without hesitation. And as soon as Naruto's group realized who each person was, they felt their jaws hit the ground so hard that they almost cracked it. They should all be dead because every single person who came before them was a legend. Tsukumo Hitaki, Konoha's White Fang. The first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune was Mito Uzumaki. The ghost of Konoha is Dan Kato. Uchiha Shisui of Body Flicker fame. Bawako Sarutobi from the Hands of Healing. The 100 Blades Ayama Hayate. The Wavering Blade, Shinku Yuhi. Hisoka Hawk. Hyuga. Kushina Uzumaki, the Vengeful Angel. Not to mention Yandaime Hokage, Yellow Flash, and Minato Namikaze. Naruto did the only manly thing he could have done in such a situation, seeing as both his mother and father, who were supposed to be dead, were now standing before him. With a squeak, he passed out instantly. Well, that wasn't exactly what he did, but it was close. Extremely near. In fact, Nightmare's assistants, who, naturally, adamantly refused to have a wimpy wielder, and sheer force of masculine will were the only things that prevented Naruto from completely losing his mind at that very moment. Meigetsu muttered in apparent shock, Mito. But, I saw her die. She can't be here. So, I'm not having hallucinations? No, Ash. Chan and Nightmare are seeing this too. And we have no explanations for you as to what in the 9 circles of Makai is going on. Ashbringer said, this is weird. The people before you do not have souls, only shadows of one. Echoes or something. It's difficult to describe. Nightmare actually sounded puzzled and concerned, which was unusual for the entity. I'm getting the same thing. I can feel the void reaching out to them, but something is stopping it from connecting. Hopefully, the old man will explain what's going on. Hopefully. I'm not sure how much longer I can handle this. Don't worry, ya sissy. I'll make sure you don't faint. Let me start by saying that only girls and sissies faint, and I am neither of them. Men faint. Secondly, I didn't come close to passing out. You were about to. I wasn't. Was also. Wasn't it? Was too. Was not. Was really ow. Oh, Ash. Chan. For what purpose was that? You two are behaving like kids. And now the Hokage is going to tell you all what's going on, so shut up. Yeah, Ash. Chan, too, Ash. Chan, too. Please take a seat, the Sandaime Hokage said, pointing to the open seats. The teenagers sat down warily, and really, who could blame them, staring at the legends, all of whom were supposed to be dead. I think it would be best to start with Yuger's origins to understand all of this, Sarutobi said as he took a seat. I formed this organization many years ago, at Mito. Sama's suggestion. We had both noticed the increased activity of demons and corruption throughout the elemental nations and felt it prudent to form a division to counteract it. However, there was one serious risk. How could we ensure that the members of this new group wouldn't be corrupted themselves? Especially considering that they'd be regularly fighting forces that often end up being the very embodiment of sins? How would they protect themselves from manipulation? The third Hokage stopped and gave Naruto and the others to process what he had to say before continuing. The answer was simple, yet at the same time, incredibly complex. Tell me, how many different types of clones are there? The sudden and peculiar question made the teenagers immediately think of one thing. Were all of the legends who came before them clones? However, that isn't feasible. The technique dies with the original. Haku eventually responded, Anyo. You can make a solid clone from just about any element or simply out of pure chakra. Correct, Haku. Chan. However, those clones, as you all know, are fragile and fraught with many weaknesses. In addition, they do not possess the full capabilities of the original, nor are they capable of regenerating chakra. The answer to this dilemma came from one of our greatest enemies, the Daidenshi. The younger shinobi tensed up at this point, remembering their experiences with the different shinobi. The answer was blood, not just any blood though, but the flesh and blood of the shinobi using the technique. It took several years of work, but we eventually formulated a way to create fully functional blood clones by using the amount of blood equivalent to the body volume of the creator. These clones proved to be as durable as their creators and immune to psychological effects and changes their enemies could potentially induce. And since the medium contained a large quantity of the shinobi's DNA, the blood clones could regenerate chakra and were also capable of surviving even after their creator passed away. As they listened, the younger shinobi felt their eyes widen. Naruto in particular was astounded. Undoubtedly, he had entertained the notion of possibly employing blood to produce clones, but he quickly came to the conclusion that, even with the assistance of all his tenants, the process of actually developing the technique would be absurdly difficult and, to put it mildly, not worth the time. So, you mean to tell us that every single member of this organization is a blood clone of someone, many of whom are apparently already deceased? Sakura was incredulous. Correct. Throughout my long life, I have witnessed the rise of many powerful shinobi and kunoichi. Of those numbers, I would approach the ones I felt were the most trustworthy, loyal, and, above all else, possessed the will of fire, and reveal to them the existence of this organization. They would then create a blood clone, after which their memories would be erased and the clone sealed away until their creator passed. Sasuke demanded, "So that means you really are the Undaime?" All of this was spinning in his head, especially the person he had assumed to be a relative and the one who knew his brother the best out of all of them. "And all of you?" Bawako softly replied, "Yeah, we're all blood clones." Incredibly unbelievable. But why wait until after the creator passed away? The Hokage replied, his age and burden becoming all too evident at this point, there is still feedback between the clone and the creator should both be in existence at the same time. As such, to ensure that the clones were not corrupted and since I had them created at a time I knew their loyalty and power were unquestionable, I waited. Believe me, such a task is not easy to bear, especially when my own wife has passed away. The hand that the clone of Sarutobi's late wife, Bawako, placed over his hand was consoling, but it wasn't the same for either of them. "I understand," Naruto interjected, his curiosity taking over. "That there are weaknesses to this technique? No power is perfect after all." "Very true, Naruto-kun. As a clone, while they are as physically powerful as their creators, their chakra reserves are only half that while their chakra regeneration is only a third, though that has thankfully been addressed thanks to your chakra injection seals." Naruto grinned. "In addition, we discovered that the blood clones require a minimum volume of blood to stay functional. If they lose more than 10% of their body volume in blood, the clone will fall apart. As such, injuries have to be avoided at all cost, even more so than when they were alive, since we only have a limited backup supply and cannot provide donor transfusions or replicate the blood." The majority of the Yugure commanders winced at this. Every single one of them had already experienced some blood loss, and some were already perilously close to losing it all. Even worse, a few of them had already depleted their contingency funds. Specifically, Minato couldn't help but think back to how, in the fight with Orochimaru, he had lost about half a pint of blood. Among the few, he was also the one who had already depleted his contingency reserves. But the Sandaime ignored this and carried on with his explanation. "Another weakness we discovered is that they're also incapable of physical improvement in any form, nor can they learn any new techniques." "Wait, what?" Naruto interjected, his entire attention fixed on the intricate details of the maneuver. The fact that his parents were seated only a few feet away from him may have been the only thing keeping him from losing it. "What do you mean?" "It's a bit difficult to explain, but essentially, because they are clones and are technically still chakra constructs, their muscles do not operate in the same way as real human bodies do. As such, muscle memories don't exist nor can they attempt to learn any new ninjutsu or genjutsu since the possibility of physical damage during training is too great and losing even a drop of blood could spell disaster for the clone in the future." The eyes got bigger. "Is that why everyone's wearing armor?" "Correct. Though it does adversely affect their speed, the armor protects them from the potential small injuries that, for a blood clone, could prove fatal." Gazing at his parent clones, Naruto remarked, "So that's how you both are here. Even though I've met both of your souls, twice in your case, San." Her son nodded, and Kushina grinned pitifully, "Because of Tenyu and Mugetsu, right? During their tests?" "I haven't personally experienced the test with Mugetsu, but our clan's history has several recorded instances of such a thing happening, Naruto. Kun, I'm sorry we couldn't be there." "Stop." Kushina and Minato both blinked. The others merely remained quiet, waiting anxiously for what they were certain would be a huge blowout. 2. San, sighed Naruto. "Hokage. Sama, permission to speak freely?" Raising an eyebrow, Sarutobi expressed interest in what his surrogate grandson might say while also taking offense at the formality he had just displayed. "Granted. I'm not fond of this," he stated firmly. A chorus of mumbled agreements, some more vehement than others, echoed him. "I don't like any of this and I'm certain my teammates and Haku are of the same mindset." Sasuke in particular was one of them, having momentarily believed that he was not the final loyal Uchiha to survive. Just about everything about this organization, I don't like. I probably know more about demons and devils than most people will in their entire lifetimes, so I know what's involved when you fight them. I know what you all must have seen and what you've had to do, the atrocities, the victims, to force the mind, heart, and body to face that regularly is wrong, because regardless of being clones, you will eventually rejoin your souls in the afterlife and those experiences will not disappear. You are literally intruding upon the realm of heaven itself. Nothing at all. At least not from the Hokage or the Yugure captains. They either didn't care or were already aware of and accepting of this. I also don't like the fact that clones of legends are made and then secreted away into this organization. All of you no doubt have friends and families, both of them groaned. You left them all to mourn your deaths. You left your children as orphans. The majority of the Yugure division captains now had stricken faces. Do not assume, Naruto-kun, that anyone here is okay with what they do, Sarutobi said, sounding grave and appearing every inch the senior citizen he was. It is a necessary evil, one that none of us take any pride in. Such is the life of a shinobi. Naruto sighed, his eyes drifting to the clones of his parents. Gigi, I understand why all this is necessary. And why you couldn't go back to your families. You're all clones. You could never truly replace your creators and that likely tears at all of you on the inside. And you do all this to protect Konoha. Neither of you are really my parents, the other said, causing the two to wince. But, I would like the opportunity to know you both. Minato and Kushina grinned, but it was obvious that their son's remarks had left a lasting impression on them. Shisui-san. Unexpectedly, or maybe not, Sasuke was the one to speak first. Shisui-san, I would like the opportunity to speak with you as well. You, more than anyone, understood Itachi the best and know his fighting capabilities. You have even bested him in many sparring matches. With your help, I'd have a much better chance of killing him when the time comes. Shisui scowled. Hokage. Sama, leader. Sama, permission to activate Protocol 012110. RT2. The two exchanged glances as they discussed the advantages of whatever this protocol included in silence. Finally, Sarutobi drooped and nodded, then turned to face the two Uchiha. Permission granted, but it will have to wait. Sasuke-kun, there are certain things that need to be disclosed to you regarding Itachi. San, before I can allow a conversation between you and Shisui. San, unfortunately, Konoha is in a vulnerable state and as such, we have far more pressing matters that must be dealt with first. But I promise you that once they are handled, you and I will meet and talk and I will reveal all to you. Is that agreeable? The crimson-clad Uchiha nodded, understanding the situation despite being frustrated. He couldn't help but think, though, that the Hokage's answer had created more questions than it had answered. Excellent. Naruto turned to face his adoptive grandfather and asked, so why did you ask us to come here? You don't intend for us. You are here for two reasons. The first is as you've guessed. Recruitment. We would like to add your clones to our forces, if you would agree. The four youthful shinobi exchanged glances. Though they couldn't deny that they would seize the opportunity if it meant having their loved ones protected after death, especially in light of everything Naruto had just said, it wasn't an easy decision to make. Thus, all things considered, it was actually a fairly simple decision. We'll do it, Hokage. Sama. With a smile, the Sandaime expressed that they were confident in their choice. Excellent. Now, as for the second reason, that is something far more serious. Kakashi's father Sakumo spoke at this point. The attack on our village cannot go unanswered, especially with who was involved. Orochimaru and the Daidenshi. Orochimaru may have been dealt with, but we have no way of ensuring that his village and underlings won't seek revenge for his death. Yugure can handle that along with the tracking of the Daidenshi. However, there is one potential problem that requires your assistance. Sakura inquired, how so? In truth, we were extremely lucky during the invasion. We've received rumors that certain information was discovered. If it had been used, the result would have wiped our country off the maps. What in Kami's name could do that? Sakura whispered as the teen's eyes widened. The replies from Sarutobi to the various Yugure leaders were all grimaces. The seals needed to open the Rashomon. Only Sasuke, surprisingly, responded to this information. He screamed, uncharacteristically leaping up from his seat in alarm. You're joking. Haku and the rest of his teammates merely blinked in confusion, but Naruto's now very anxious tenants swiftly informed him of the significance of this. I'm afraid not, Sasuke-kun. B. However, we do not know, but it was found in the land of swamps. You have to be kidding me. You do know that if those gates open, the world as we know it is going to end. Please hold on a moment. What are you talking about? You, Sasuke-kun? Naruto. Sensei? When Sakura noticed her blonde teammate's face turning pale, she asked, "What's the Rashomon?" Her teammates didn't answer though, so she turned back to the Sandaime. Hokage. Sama? They are the gates to the 9 circles of hell. How dare I? The Rashomon is a massive, sealed demonic gate that can be summoned. The maximum number of gates that can be summoned is 9, and they are usually used for defense. Every gate is a representation of a particular circle in hell, and they can all be opened if the summoner knows the required seals, which nobody has known until now. Even though Sakura was hesitant to inquire, she did so nonetheless. What happens if the gates are opened? Hell itself would unleash monstrosities, demons, and creatures comparable to the Biju upon our planet. It would be the end of us all, Sarutobi said, evoking a horrified silence in the room before continuing. We found out earlier that Orochimaru had somehow obtained this knowledge and that he planned to have his subordinates open the Rashomon gates during the invasion. To be honest, I doubt any of us would still be here today if we hadn't been ready for this. That made everyone's skin tingle. Fortunately, we were prepared and thus, were able to eliminate the summoners before catastrophe struck. Unknowingly echoing the sentiments of her allies, Haku exclaimed, "Wait a minute. During the invasion, we fought several demons. One injured Kagome-chan's arm, and he's still feeling the effects." Her eyes widened in realization. You didn't know who else besides the Daidenshi and Orochimaru had access to the information, so you had to wait until the invasion actually started to find out who the summoners were. If you had already eliminated the summoners, then why did we ha? Sarutobi grinned proudly and said, "Haku-chan, you are correct. Even though we were able to destroy the summoners, some demons managed to get through since we were not quite quick enough. Other than killing the summoner, is there any way to close the gates once they are opened?" It was Sasuke, surprisingly, who answered first. "There is," he said. "Forsaken says that because Naruto, Sakura, and I have gifts from the gods, we can close the gates. But if something else is going on, we won't be able to help much while we're doing this." Sarutobi nodded, putting this new, crucial information away for later. That is helpful to know, for sure. All we knew to do was eliminate the summoners. So, the Daidenshi are the only ones left, right? They've left, along with Orochimaru. Questioned Sasuke. Not at all. One more person must be eliminated at all costs because he is definitely aware of the seals needed to open the Rashomon. This man may very well sell the information to others because he has no loyalty to anyone but himself and was a traitorous spy within our ranks for a long time. That is something that we just cannot permit. Who is this man? Orochimaru's right-hand man. Kabuto Yakushi. It was then that Naruto realized what the Hokage wanted from them. You want us to find him. The 4 genins instantly remembered meeting the traitor during the first stage of the Chunin exams. Yes, Sarutobi said, nodding gravely. It is imperative that we locate him before anyone else since he managed to escape during the invasion. His knowledge would be catastrophic not only for Konoha but for all of the elemental nations. We just can't let him walk around freely. We are all in agreement that he needs to be removed as soon as possible, and I have already notified the other major nations of this. There are currently no direct missions to locate him, but he currently has an international kill order on his head. Here's where the 4 of you come in. It is your task to locate, apprehend, and question Kabuto Yakushi. With a quick glance at her fellow team members, Sakura said, Hokage. Sama, none of us have any experience in interrogation. Who says what? Sasuke spoke up, appearing a little insulted. It's important for you to know that the Uchiha are known for our proficiency in questioning. I'll be fine alone for 5 minutes. Even with his best efforts, Naruto was unable to resist saying, I know you're feeling lonely, Sasuke, but I'm pretty sure using an interrogation to scratch that itch counts as rape. The bastard had made it far too easy for himself to be taken that way. And then, just wait. Now for the Uchiha Glare number 47 patent. It could still use some work. I'll have to request leave from Hokage Sama to help him work on that. There's not enough disdain in the sneer. The corner of his lip should be 1/16 of an inch lower. Shisui thought positively. Sasuke has learned the 72 glares of the red fan well. Dobi, I will gut you like a fish. Hey, no need to get defensive. We're all friends here. You know it's bad for your health to hide in the closet. Sasuke's eyebrow began to furrow. His hold on Shiki grew more firm. This was far more enjoyable than the typically tense, depressing meetings as everyone waited on bated breath. Not only that, but it postponed the inevitable paperwork return, which was presumably the only reason the Sandaime was putting up with this. Nevertheless, in an unexpected move that even Sasuke would later regret, he found himself grabbing his other teammate by her dress instead of trying to behead her. He then pulled the shocked girl onto his lap and, after stating, "Let me show you just how wrong you are," Naruto gave her the mother of all makeouts in front of everyone. People gasped. The eyes got bigger. Faces became red. And fangirl hearts all over Konoha broke the instant their lips met. Including the sissy tears. And Forsaken was somewhere, gloating and putting forth obscene hip thrusts in celebration that his perversion had finally corrupted his wielder, at least in Sasuke's mind. Naruto was unable to speak. In front of him, his teammates were having an affair. From where in the world had this come? Since the day they entered the freaking academy, Sasuke had shown no interest in Sakura. He hadn't even shown the slightest interest in her, not even when the girl was using the talismans to control her and demanding that the Avenger screw her 8 ways to Sunday. Was all of this some sort of complex form of genjutsu? That was the only thing that could be. It was inevitable. This cannot possibly be true. Naruto reddened. That groan. Sakura's moan was not just intense or passionate, rather, it was utterly erotically charged, surpassing even the level of pornography. It practically demanded that the naughtiest things a succubus could think of be done to her repeatedly, and it was full of wanton lust. It appears that Sasuke received the message that if his straying hands were any indication of indica, holy shit. Kami, he's holding her behind. Is this actually taking place? Yes, it is, and might I add, it is also damn fucking hot. Nightmare, I don't need your perverted advice right now. Well, that's too bad, because you're getting it anyhow. Ash. Chan and Mei. Chan are both a little distracted right now. It sounds more like they were unable to take their eyes off the obscene exhibit in front of them. You lost that bet you made with the Cyclops, just to be a general jackass. Gosh, I should have remembered that. I owe Kakashi 20,000 Ryo now. And what about? That portion hasn't been fulfilled yet. I sincerely hope it doesn't happen either. Naming my firstborn Kakashi would be like begging for my children to grow up to be lazy perverts. Well, it appears that only you want that. Prude, look around you. Glancing around the room, Naruto couldn't help but stare in disbelief at the different reactions he saw. Tsukumo, Dan, Shisui, and the Sandaime all had obvious nosebleeds and were laughing strangely. Shinku and his father were blushing and trying desperately not to look away, but the sensual noises were making it hard. The kunoichi in attendance were all flushed in the face and staring shamelessly at the couple in love. Haku was wriggling in her seat due to the heated display, and she was looking at Naruto every few seconds. Was he alone, or did it just get really hot in here? But what shocked and unsettled him the most was his mother's response. It was not an image Naruto wanted to see anytime soon. She was beet red, giggling strangely, and about a half-second away from dragging his father's blood clone to the closest bedroom. Fortunately, the Hokage saved his life. Ahem. Naturally, they continued. Sakura. Chan, Sasuke. Kun, while it brings my old heart joy to see young love, I must ask that the two of you continue this later. Nope, continuing as before. Sasuke. Kun, Sakura. Chan, I will not ask again. Not paying attention at all, in fact, Sasuke. Kun. Oh, please, repeat that. Oh, indeed. How anyone in the room remained conscious after that is a mystery. Sasuke Uchiha Jinin. Sakura Haruno Jonin. This order is directly from your Hokage. You will immediately stop and desist. With a nearly audible pop, the two reluctantly parted ways. Do we really have to, Hokage? Sama? After so many years, the pinkhead had finally received what she had been waiting for, Naruto. The taste of his lips, the feel of his body against hers, the overwhelming, intoxicating scent, all of it better than she could have ever imagined. If she had known earlier that persistent questions about the Uchiha's sexual orientation would have resulted in this, she would have had Naruto start much sooner. Horror barely conveys the expression on Sasuke's face as his brain finally caught up with him. "Dear Shinigami below, did I really just?" he asked. "Certainly. Indeed, you did. And it was beautiful, brat, let me tell you. It's unbelievable that I did that. Kid, I apologize for any homophobic remarks I ever made about you. I'm proud of you. S. Shut up, Forsaken. Are you aware of the implications of this? You'll finally get over your bothersome virginity? Yes, but no, because that means Sakura will want to do that." "You mean what?" "Indeed, that. Oh, perhaps you're correct. Perhaps this isn't such a good thing after all. Your body can't really bend that way. Is that your response to all of this?" The remainder of that was pretty hot, you have to admit. All right, save for the one thing she really wanted to do, the one with the watermelon, vibrator, lubricant, and ball. Gag. Do you believe? If you answer that question correctly, I promise to ram a scythe up the saggy ass of some old decrepit guy. Yeah. Correct. I'm going to stop now. I had the same thought. Wait, did Sakura and I get called Jonin by the Hokage? Just as Sakura was speaking, Sasuke wondered, his mind finally catching up with what had been said. With a proud smile, Sarutobi was obviously trying to hide the intimacy he had just witnessed. As Team 7 sat there looking shocked, the Hokage turned to face the Ice Maiden and said, "I had hoped to surprise all of you with your promotions after this meeting, but I suppose the cat is already out of the bag." Effective immediately, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze are hereby promoted to the rank of Jonin, with all the powers and responsibilities that are included there within. As for you, Haku-chan, don't think I forgot about you. You also are hereby promoted to the rank of Jonin, with all the powers and responsibilities that are included there within. Team 7 could only feel their eyes enlarge even more. Congratulations. You've all earned it for your fantastic service to Konoha. Stillness. Next, though. Sakura squealed with delight as Naruto bowed and pumped both fists into the air, saying, "Sweet. First an awesome bounty and now a promotion to Jonin. Isn't this great, guys?" Even the captains of the Yugure were grinning broadly. Naruto's parents' blood clones were among them. Despite everything, Kushina's smile and her husband's blood clone made Naruto smile broadly. "We're proud of you, sweetie," Kushina said. Sarutobi observed everything while wearing a dejected smile. At moments like these, he cursed his job because he saw damaged families come together, sometimes for the first time, but he was compelled to keep them apart for Yuger's intended purpose. This is what it means to be Sandaime Hokage. The Hokage broke the joyful moment with a deep sigh. "I wish I could allow you the time to celebrate, but unfortunately, time is not a luxury we can afford presently. The four of you, along with Hitaki Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko, will head out in 2 hours. A 6-man team? Wouldn't it be better to have 2 squads out searching for him?" Haku asked. It was Minato who answered. "No, not in this case. Kabuto is known for being very elusive and he's dangerous. Given Konoha's current state, we can't afford the manpower to have 2 full squads going out. So instead, we're having Kakashi and Anko accompany you. Kakashi is easily one of the best trackers in Konoha and has been to most of the countries on the map. That combined with Anko's past with Orochimaru should, hopefully, allow you to predict Kabuto's movements without too much difficulty and locate him. However, a fight is almost guaranteed to occur, so stay on your toes." Haku interjected, "Anyo, Hokage. Sama?" She was aware of Team 7, Anko, and Kakashi, given their divine abilities, but she was just a regular kunoichi. "How would I be of any help?" she asked. She was genuinely unsure of her place in all of this. "Haku-chan, you have one of the most important roles in this team. You are the medic. I know you are a skilled kunoichi, but there is no one on this team that can do medical techniques. And given your target, the chances of injury are practically guaranteed. But Naruto-kun has. Naruto-kun's holy techniques require celestial chakra, Something he absolutely must not waste should the worst happen and Kabuto Yakushi opens a gate. The Ice Maiden simply nodded in response to Sasuke's question, should we transported Yakushi back here once he's captured? Unable to argue with the elderly Hokage's reasoning. Under normal circumstances, yes. However, given the sensitive information he possesses and his mentor, I do not want to risk the chance of him escaping. It is simply better that you interrogate him on site. Once that's done, eliminate him. The four gave a, "Hi, Hokage. Sama. Salute." He was sighted in the Land of Sound, no doubt to either gather reinforcements and supplies, before heading southwest. I fear he may be heading to the Land of Demons. Sasuke scowled. One of the entrances to hell stands there. You don't think? He's out of options. There are few things more dangerous than a cornered beast, said Bawako. This is why you are vital to this mission, Sasuke-kun. If Kabuto escapes into hell, you are the only one besides Zabuza who has been there and can possibly locate him. If we do end up going down there, there's no telling how long we'll be gone or if we'll even survive, Sasuke grumbled. If I recall, that specific gate goes to the 7th circle. I've only been in the first 4. Unaware of this fact, but still powerless, the various leaders scowled at each other. What do you know about the 7th circle? The Crimson Reaper grinned cruelly, not much. The 7th circle of hell is apparently a realm of ancient ruins and cities, a place for condemned souls who did crimes against entire villages. I'm sure that bastard Gato is down there. Serves him right. But why would Yakushi head there? Why enter hell at all? Dan questioned, ignoring the savage grin that spread across the faces of all the teenagers upon hearing about the now deceased despot. I don't see how that would benefit him in any way. Sakura inquired, can the gates be opened from hell? Not based on the scant information we have discovered, Shisui retorted. Those seals are specifically meant to open the Rashomon gates from this side. Well, the Pinkette said, glancing at her soon. 2. Be lover with hope. Didn't you say that the 7th circle has all the condemned souls for people who committed crimes against entire villages? The Uchiha gave a nod. So, do you think Orochimaru would be there? That thought sent shivers down everyone's spine, but happily Sarutobi was able to assuage those fears quickly. Orochimaru's crimes, while terrible and great, did not involve or target entire villages. Except for this invasion, of course, his greatest crimes would be against humanity and nature as a whole, especially given his penchant for experimentation. I do not believe he would be in the 7th circle. Sasuke muttered, he'd probably go to the 9th circle out of everything. Yakushi must know at least a little about the various circles of hell to risk going there, Dan said. He is undoubtedly aware of the circle he is entering and that Orochimaru won't likely be there. Thus, the unanswered question is still, why? See the 7th circle. Why go? There are also rumors that an actual civilization exists down there due to the structures that are still in place. I'm putting money on the Daidenshi being present as well. One of the Pinkettes said, that would make sense, drawing attention from everyone. Reiko mentioned that she had been to hell, Sakura whispered, remembering the incident. So we have to assume that's what Yakushi wants, Sarutobi said right away. Your team has to make sure that doesn't happen. A partnership between the two could be disastrous. We'll get right to it, Hokage. Sama. Excellent, excellent. The meeting has been adjourned. Please follow Shisui, Naruto. Kun, Sasuke. Kun, Sakura. Chan, and Haku. Chan. In order to protect any information you may have about Yugure, he will seal your memories. The 4 of you need to go find Kabuto Yakushi right away after that. Hey. Dismissed. Scene. Splitting. It seemed like no time at all when Team 7 with Anko and Haku was racing through the trees in the Land of Demons, looking for the gate to hell or Kabuto. Since time was of the essence, they went as fast as they could without going too fast, and it only took them 4 days to get to their current location after crossing their nation's borders. Hold. At Kakashi's order, the group stopped right away. What's wrong? Anko inquired, using the occasion to swing something from her canteen. The Cyclops observed the Ninken sniffing the ground and said, Akino lost the scent somehow. Anything? The dog with the sunglasses shook its head, saying, nothing. Like he simply got up and disappeared. Maybe a jutsu? No. Why is he here when he could have used it as soon as he got out of Konoha? That's not logical. They were definitely closing in on the man, and Sasuke had reassured them all that if the traitor had used the portal to hell, he would have known, but they still hadn't found him. They were only a mile inside the land of demons border, and had thus far been following Kabuto's scent trail in case the traitor had stopped anywhere on the way here. Especially now that it appears he may have let them get away with it. The rest of you, stay here and see if you can find anything we might have missed, Kakashi said. You and I should double back and see if you can pick up the scent again. Something, like a hint. Additionally, remain alert. After saying that, the man and his dog vanished back the way they had come. For all we know, this could be a trap. Anko yelled, "Come on, you brats," and waved them off to look around. Let's get to it. Is there anything specific that we should be on the lookout for? Naruto inquired. If Kabuto was familiar with the Doden, Mogaragakure no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique, that wouldn't surprise me. It was Orochimaru's favorite. If you don't know what to look for, it's nearly impossible to detect. So, what ought we search for? The method converts the earth beneath you into fine sand for a brief period of time. After that, it returns to its initial state, albeit with one usually undetectable side effect. Plant life and loose rocks will vanish. Anko gave the order, already rummaging through some bushes, so look for any signs of that, and let me know if you see anything, and I'll take a closer look. Who knows? We might be fortunate, or at least I sincerely hope we are, because the sooner we locate him, the sooner his cries will reach Mama. Haku, Sakura, and Naruto all made the snap decision to get as far away from the murderous woman as possible, and Sasuke, well, he was powerless to resist. The Uchiha bragged, "I bet I could get him to scream louder, and I bet I can get him to talk before you can. Please, jerk. You have no chance against me as the secondary commanding officer at Konoha's T&I. My name is Uchiha. We are experts at interrogation, among other things. It's you who has no chance at all. It'd only take me 2 minutes to break him. It would only require one. Oh, I see. Yes. Well, you don't have my trust. It would only take a minute, so you can shove your belief up your ass." The two were staring at each other with electric sparks blazing between their eyes, literally butting heads at this point. 1 minute, huh? Is that a bet? A sinister smile appeared on the kunoichi's lips. There was no way Sasuke was going to back down. He growled, "You bet your ass it is." The smile spread even more, if that's possible. "You got yourself a deal." "Wait, what?" blinked Sasuke. "I give you my ass if you win." Her smirk turned seductive, "You can use it however you like. Play your cards right, loverboy, and who knows? You could just be fortunate." The Uchiha blushed, and so did the others on his team, who were reduced to staring at the scene with gaping jaws. "And if I win, you'll be my personal slave for 1 week." "No way." Remarkably, Sakura had voiced her displeasure instead of Sasuke. "I am the only person Sasuke-kun will serve as a slave for." "Alright, so perhaps not so shocking. You have no say in this, sweetie. Unless you want to place a wager, of course." The predatory gleam in Anko's eyes instantly made the pinkette nervous. "What do you mean? You win the bet if you can get Kabuto to speak more quickly than Loverboy or me over here. This implies that you will receive ownership of my luscious posterior, which is the ultimate reward for any shinobi, as we all know, along with the Uchiha as your personal slave for a week, during which you are free to do as you please." Sakura's emerald eyes expanded. "What do I desire? R. Rated, no, XXX. Rated thoughts immediately started going through her head. Right now, her mind wasn't in the gutter, it was the gutter. Deal. Wilder, this is your moment. To Sasuke's dismay, Forsaken bellowed loudly. What are you discussing? Do you not recognize the wonderful chance that is in front of you? In a threesome, you could lose your virginity. That Anko girl is practically putting her ass up for grabs. How many cherries you could get popped here, do you realize? Opportunity. Do you realize what I just walked into? I'm basically doomed if I lose to Anko, but if Sakura wins, she's going to make me do that. You know, the more I think about it, the more appealing it sounds. And after she accomplishes that, she'll want to do, gulp, that. You mean what? Do you really think she wouldn't do that after everything you've seen? All right. No matter how attractive a woman is, there are some things that a straight man should never, ever be exposed to. Wielder, I'll see to it that you win this wager. I am going to give you access to some of the most horrible, heinous, and completely tortuous methods and concepts I have ever encountered in my life. It's only Kami, Sama and Shinigami. Sama who know if it will be sufficient. Do you think the bet would be void if we killed Kabuto before or during the interrogation? I don't know, you can try. I'll be the first to go if I can take him out. If I can't get him to talk in less than a minute, I'll kill him by accident. Are you really under the impression that Anko Chick won't notice that? Or Sakura, for that matter? Sasuke thought to himself, I am so fucking screwed, as he looked down and prayed to the Shinigami to save him. Unfortunately, the Shinigami laughed so hard at all of this that he had no desire to assist his champion in any way. How about you, sweethearts? Coyly glancing at the blushing couple, Anko asked, do either of you want to bet on this too? I think we're good, Anko. Senpai. Before Naruto could say anything more, a sudden flare of chakra that everyone knew to be Kakashi's cut off his words. The group instantly vanished, speeding through the trees, literally, in Naruto's case, at breakneck speeds. 30 seconds later, they arrived at the location of the signal, only to find it altered, with Kakashi and some hooded man engaged in combat. Haikiri. With a burst of crackling electricity, Kakashi's right hand shot straight toward the enemy's head, seemingly certain to kill, but he managed to evade the near point-blank attack with a snake-like dexterity. Kabuto. Shitten. Moha Hyzeme. Death Release. The dead tortured by flames. Sasuke bellowed, his side's blade erupting into a sea of dark red flames. A blackened skull covered in dark red flames was unleashed by the Uchiha as he swung his scythe, flying straight at the hooded traitor. However, the man quickly pulled out a sword and easily swatted the celestial attack aside. *T. The Kusanagi is with him. With a curse, Naruto immediately decided to pull out all three of his swords rather than attempt his own celestial attack. Ah, that's Sasuke-kun. Oh, Naruto-kun. And oh, my. As he kicked Kakashi out, Kabuto appeared positively ecstatic about the unexpected attendance. What a fantastic surprise. Anko, how are you doing? Give up, Kabuto. There are more people than you. You are outnumbered, but not outmatched, ku. And soon enough, we'll find out about the former. Sasuke whispered, God, you're just as creepy as Orochimaru. I actually take that as a compliment. Only a mentally disturbed individual or a creep would find that complimentary. To each his own, said Kabuto. I would love to stay a chat, but I do have an appointment to keep. Using the Daidenshi? That's who you're meeting, right? Inquired Naruto. Hell, the Daidenshi? Kabuto responded with a derisive clap. Excellent, Naruto-kun. Excellent. You're right. The Daidenshi have promised to give me refuge with their clan so I can acquire the amazing power they all possess. You won't be allowed to progress that far by us. Actually, take a left turn. Subconsciously complying, the traitor blinked. What are you talking about? URGK. Gear Second, or Gia Seikondo. The roaring tide of the sea god, Kaijin no Gun Shio. Sakura unexpectedly showed up to Kabuto's left, blushing pink, no pun intended, and nailed him with an upward swinging haymaker, sending him flying through the air and straight into her angelic teammates' waiting blades. Santoryu. Onigiri, Demon Slash, 3-sword style. When the real shinobi appeared a few meters away, the steel flashed, severing deep wounds in Kabuto's body and sending him flying to the ground. However, as soon as the body hit the ground, it turned into mud. How about we even the odds a little bit? Kachiyose no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke suddenly blanketed the area before a gust of wind blew it away, revealing, everyone's eyes widened. Corpses. Dozens upon dozens of corpses, many of whom were Konoha shinobi. In fact, suddenly the killing intent radiating from Team 7 and Co. tripled. Do you like it? While some of these corpses were difficult to locate, others, like Sasuke-kun from your clan, were incredibly easy to find. And your family is going to be my army of the dead from now on. The technique of Shakan no Jutsu, or dead soul. The sight of the bodies twitching was horrifying. They twitched some more, and then slowly rose up, their eyes wide and vacant, their minds utterly oblivious to the various injuries that had killed them. Subsequently, they launched an assault. Haku. Decelerate them. Kakashi gave the command. Hyaden. Hyakai, frozen sea ice release. The living started to attack as a massive wave of ice and snow suddenly swept across the battlefield, slowing the corpses in their mindless charge. Sasuke arrived at the enemy's location first, his Sharingan eyes burning with uncontrollable rage at the thought that a traitor would dare use his family for his own sick needs, that someone would deliberately desecrate his own clan members and use them in a way that openly invaded his domain of the dead. Fuck preserving the bastard's life. He was going to end up dead. I'll rip your limbs off if you dare to use my family for your own self. Serving advantage. Shitten. Moha Haizim. Death release. The dead tortured by flames. Roared the Uchiha. As Sasuke charged straight at the still calm, grinding Kabuto, his scythe already slicing through the air toward the man's neck, blazing skulls of hellfire began to fly, sending each zombie they connected with to the afterlife. Die. Even though there was no blood, it was almost anticlimactic to watch the traitor's head roll so quickly as Shikei's celestial steel sliced through Kabuto's neck without any resistance. Hold on a moment. Ak. He made one of the corpses appear to be him. He managed to escape. Anko shot back, we can't chase after him with these guys slowing us down, while smoldering a corpse. Hiroshima. Hey. With a loud cry of, Shanaru. Sakura pulverized the head of a zombie with a well-placed spinning hook kick before using the momentum to slam her fist into the snow. Covered earth. Tatsu Shindo, Dragon's Tremor. Cracks split the earth into gaping fissures as the sliced remains of the undead fell into the dark abyss, finally being laid to rest. The moment her fist struck the ground, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending the remaining zombies hurtling into the air, where Naruto instantly turned them into mincemeat. Sakura, where's he at? Kakashi growled. 500 meters tower 7 o'clock. Wow, what speed. How far away is the gate, Sasuke? A quarter of a mile. *T. Come on, people, let's get moving. As the group of Konoha shinobi shot forward, they left a trail of destruction in their wake, using every ounce of speed they could muster to catch up to their prey. Kabuto was no longer hiding, and since this was his last chance to get away, he was going to make it count. Sakura, how much farther is he? We're getting close to him. 50 meters. He's almost at the gate. Exclaimed the Konoha shinobi as it broke through the trees and saw Kabuto leading it toward a whirling vortex of black energy. Give it to him. Give it all. Raiden. Raiju Suiga, lightning release, lightning beast tracking fang. Bellowed Kakashi, who was already smashing through seals. Hoshiakari, holy release, starlight, as on Sidon. Lightning release, false darkness, Raidon, Gion. Shitten. Moha Haizim, the death release, the burning dead. Hyaden. Swallow snowstorm, ice release, Sabama Fubuki. Kaden. Fire dragon flame bullet, fire release, Karyu Enden. Kabuto was met with a barrage of elemental and celestial destruction, but he was not out of tricks. Even if he managed to enter the portal, the energy would most likely follow him through and kill him right away. Subsequently, Kaiho, open. This was their worst case scenario. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke took immediate action, positioning themselves at equal distances from the massive demonic gate as it erupted from the earth, its horrifying visage easily blocking the combined ninjutsu assault as it began to open. We got this. Naruto shouted, already channeling celestial chakra into the gate in an attempt to close it alongside his teammates. He looked at Anko, Haku, and Kakashi. Go stop Kabuto. After giving a nod, the trio started to pursue the betrayer, but halted upon realizing he was near the entrance of the portal. You're all too late, Kabuto chuckled. It's been enjoyable, but I'm heading towards my destiny now. With his one Sharingan eye fixed on the man, Kakashi growled, we will find you. No matter where you hide, we will find and stop you. Maybe you will, maybe you won't, Ku. Who knows? But I'll find my real self wherever I go from here. And I'm going to surpass Orochimaru. Sama in strength. There is something to be said for having assurances, though, as his gaze lingered on each of his assailants. Seneashu, hidden shadow snake hands, with that in mind. Anko was the only one who was able to evade the unexpected attack, as she was well versed in the technique, but by the time she regained her composure, Kabuto and his two captives had been drawn into the twisting void. Dozens of snakes materialized out of Kabuto's sleeves, wrapping themselves around Kakashi and Haku before sinking their poisonous fangs into their skin. Shit.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.